One more, you could attack for this. Just the best pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for day 2 of the Pokemon Regional Championships. Only the cream of the crop remain, but only one can be crowned Pokemon Regional Champion. My name is Wancho Sadan, and I'm joined in the lounge with Boo and Kyle. You guys again. How's it going?
Us, yeah. Us guys, you know.
We're back. It's been an unbelievable opening day that we had here. We're in phase 2 now. We've got so much great competition. It's starting to get down to the wire out there. We've got some great talent. It's going to be an awesome day.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Yeah, again, we've had one full day of Pokemon already, a lot of fun casted games. I just want to ask you guys, like, what was your favorite casted match so far?
I mean, if it's not Hop-Zacian,
Hop-Zacian,
come on,
baby.
that was wild.
Yeah, that Hop-Zacian match was definitely a lot of fun. Taking out Grant Shen. Again, Brooke played it absolutely amazingly. I think we actually can recap that with a couple of videos, actually. But yeah, that match was so much fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's always cool to see new cards on display on our stream. You know, we haven't really got to see this archetype yet. To see it in such full force was pretty awesome. I mean, look at this. It is a multi-prize knockout turn. 3 prize cards going down on Grant Shen's side. Brooke Wagner was just walking away with this match.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Great back and forth between these two players. Just trying to find out.
Bear trap.
Yeah, sure enough. Blood Moon Ursaluna. I feel like Brooke only attached like 3 energies this whole set,
Right.
but you don't need them. You're able to just come up with these wild knockouts back and forth.
No, it's definitely so impressive. When I think of the Zacian deck, typically I'm thinking I'm going to take a multi-prize turn by taking knockouts on like 70 HP Pokemon and all that. But, yo, Brooke was taking multi-prize turns, knocking out, what, Monkey Dory and a Golden Go EX for a 3-prize turn?
Yeah, that's wild.
Sometimes you only need 1 turn.
Yeah, look at this. So unfortunate here for Grant Shen, but Brooke had it. Going second, knocks out the lone Dreepy there to take a 2-0 in this match. I mean, woo! That was just sometimes how it goes in the Pokemon TCG, but still very epic to watch. Unfortunate, the Golden Go starting Dreepy, I mean, that's a bummer.
There's nothing like the mindset of getting ready to go into game 3 on stream, and then you just win in 10 seconds. Like, it was such
Pressure off.
such a relieving feeling.
Yeah, just all the stress on your shoulders just fades away.
Right.
All I have to do now is declare an attack with a 0 energy cost Pokemon, and I win this match against one of the top players too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We take those. We take those.
Definitely, definitely. And again, there were so many amazing games yesterday. Honestly, I think like a lot of rookie players, in their first seasons, really taking down a couple more seasoned players as well. But yeah, let's go ahead and, I want to remind folks at home to go ahead and follow our different channels. Of course, very important to find out where you can watch some Pokemon. Of course, with the YouTube, of course, /Pokemon or Twitch /Pokemon as well. I've been like just a big advocate of the Twitch stream though, just being able to pick what you want to see is just so much power in the palm of your hands.
Yeah,
we've
people love
seen a
them.
lot of people casting their votes, trying to see what of the community choice they'd like to see. We typically have one of those each day, and that's been a lot of fun to see what the players pick. We got Joltik Box out of the community last time, so we'll see what you have for us this time around.
Keep picking that. But of course, I want to remind folks at home to definitely check out Pokemon.com/broadcast for all the links you really definitely need. I believe we have our match actually ready.
Wow.
But before anything, let's go ahead and check out the format video before we get on playing Pokemon.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And we are back for day 2 action. This is going to be great, Pablo. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Meza, and we are ready. We have 2 amazing players for you this round. Christian Labella up against Brent Tonneson.
2 powerhouses in the trading card game. Of course, Brent, quite a bit more successful so far than Christian, but both players with a lot of accolades. Christian getting top 8 at 2023 NAIC, getting top 8 at Toronto, top 16 at Toronto, top 16 at Vancouver. So a lot of good results, looking for that big win.
Yeah, Christian got close in 2023, second at Toronto. Seems to be doing well at the Toronto Regional Championships. And it is going to be Raging Bolt EX up against Brent's patented Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Brent 60 is worldwide famous, right? At this point, now let's take a look at the prize cards. 1 Monkey 30, 1 Dark, 3 supporters once again for Brent. He loves pricing his supporters, but Christian apparently does so as well. 2 Professor Sawdust, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think those Professor Sawdust vitalities are a little bit more vital to the Raging Bolt EX deck.
I totally knew you were going to say that. I mean, and it's fair. And then the Latias EX being prized is also pretty, or potentially problematic, right? It doesn't allow a lot of pivoting between the Pokemon. There's no free retreater in the deck, in this Raging Bolt deck. So not having access to Latias EX until the middle of the game could allow Brent to buy himself time with like a Buddy into a Noctowl sort of play, or Buddy into anything else really if there's no Latias in play.
Thankfully for Christian, does start that Fan Rotom, has that Fan Call ability to be able to search your deck for those Hoot Hoot and Noctowl to try to get better set up. It also has Assault Landing, which is one of the better attacks we've seen to take care of Badoo. Granted, Brent does have 3 Bravery Charm in the list to try to mitigate that early knockout.
Yeah, and it puts Badoo just out of range, right? Which is very awkward and unfortunate for Rotom, but I think this is a matchup where Brent wants to go second, Christian wants to go first, so the dice roll in the beginning doesn't really affect too much. Now, we see a very unique way of price checking here for Christian. He's just like rearranging his energies above the other cards to check those, whereas we see a lot of players just putting them to the very front. So interesting way to do it. I think there's no best way to price check. It's whatever works for you, that's the way to go for it.
Honestly, that's kind of how I do it too. Just kind of raise up the Pokemon, see what you need, raise up the energy, and then that way your deck's not just in decklist order where you have to shuffle a lot more, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. If that works for you, then definitely the way to go now. We're going to see that fan call ability. Make sure we get our full setup. And I think at the very beginning, you'd want to focus on that non-EX Raging Bolt, being able to snipe Ralts on the bench. There's no way for you to get 2 prizes in the beginning. There's no big EX that Brent will bench in the beginning of the match that Raging Bolt needs to take down. So being able to snipe with the Raging Bolt is very key in this matchup.
Yeah, we actually saw it yesterday, granted in a very different matchup, but still a stage 2 matchup. The Raging Bolt player used Thunderburst Storm to be able to pick off those low HP basics on the bench. And granted, if it does get knocked out, only gives up that 1 prize, and then you can go into your Raging Bolt EXs and try to take down those Gardevoir EX.
And with the Crispin in hand already, an energy attachment to go with that as well for next turn. I mean, you do need 3 energies on it so that you can actually threaten the 70 HP Ralts next turn. So if there's no energy attachment before and we see a body item lock, there can't be any sort of energy switch play. I'm not seeing energy switch in Christian's deck so far, so we're not going to be seeing that. He's cutting a few corners. He has 1 less energy than the usual Raging Bolt deck, but we do see the Raging Bolt with that Thunderburst Storm attack hit the board immediately.
And does have the energy for turn onto that Raging Bolt, and pretty good start from Christian here for this matchup. And by this point in the tournament, these players definitely know what the other players are playing, and especially for Brent. You know he's going to be on that Gardevoir list.
Ooh, I love this. Bravery Charm onto the Ralts, fully respecting the potential threat of that Raging Bolt, forcing Christian to have the energy switch as well if he even plays it, which not every list is. We see the Iono taking away that Crispin and the Noctowl very crucially as well. So very well timed Iono. And I mean, I really want to highlight once again, the 3 supporters in the prize cards for Brent could prove problematic in some situations. But last time we saw him on stream yesterday, he kept just drawing them no problem.
Especially drawing into that Cleffa off of the Iono, has the Ultra Ball to discard 2 Psychic Energies, exactly what you want to see. Now, is it worth it to retreat that Dark Energy off of the Monkey Dory just so you can Grasping Draw and draw like 5 cards this turn?
I really do think so. 5 cards is a lot. You don't have a follow-up supporter, right? At least right now. So that Grasping Draw will come in very clutch. And I think that's something that I noticed a lot yesterday when seeing Brent. Like, he favors the Cleffa, it feels, in the early game a lot more than Buddy. Of course, that probably has to do with the hand content as well. But yeah, Cleffa being pretty clutch. We're not seeing that quite yet, though. Or was it in the hand?
It's in the hand.
Oh,
there's also the Artisan as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
Brent's searching for the second Ralts here. Granted, that could be put into range from the Thunderburst Storm from that Raging Bolt. You could also play the Artisan and get another Ralts, maybe a second Monkey Dory if he chooses. Or you could just hold it to try to bump something like that Jamming Tower that is in Christian's list.
Yeah, and also to not give your opponent the possibility to assault landing you, right? And deal with the Cleffa, because
that is
it
true,
does need to have, in order to do the damage, you need to have a stadium in play. So if you don't put it in play, you're asking your opponent to have it if they want to deal with the Cleffa.
Christian starting off with another teal dance, trying to get things going. Has that Crispin that you mentioned last turn. Going to be able to attach to this Raging Bolt on the bench. And then you could also attach to the active Fan Rotom, but again, there is no stadium in play, but there's also no way to actually retreat with the Latios in the prize cards.
Yeah, the lack of Latios definitely puts another dent in Christian's plan, to the point where we might just see a 60 Thunderburst Storm onto the active, because he might not have enough. Yeah, we're going to see the attachment. We're just going to see their retreat. So Latias EX being, I mean, there might not have been any access to Latias anyways this upcoming, or this turn in particular, because there was no Noctowl search available. But Latias being in prize the whole game, or at least for the initial parts of the game, we're already seeing the effects of that.
And now Brent did not draw a supporter off of that Grasping Draw last turn, but one important card that he did draw was the Pheasantipede EX. Now, that is great at being able to just continue to draw cards with that Flip the Script, but it is a big liability in this match as well. Do you think it's good to play it down here?
I mean, depends on the rest of the hand. Brent might be forced because I don't think he found a draw supporter off of the bursting draw from the Cleffa. I think the answer for most decisions in the Pokemon trading card game is it depends, right? It depends on the context of the game, depends on the threats, and there we see the flip the script in order to try to find some more help before we get, or I mean, looking for a supporter, looking for Kirlias perhaps.
Well, we found a supporter, but it's a Professor Turo's scenario.
Yeah, that won't
Now,
draw us any cards.
Do we see Brent maybe Turoing the Fezandipity EX just to keep it off the field?
I mean, if you're gonna use Itchy Pollen this turn, I feel like that would be extremely conservative, right? Like you're disabling Prime Catcher, your opponent cannot boss and Professor Sada in the same turn. So, I mean...
Oh, we're gonna Turo the active here.
Okay.
Don't want to commit the energy to retreat.
Or, yeah, I mean, that works too.
Brent is going to continue on with this turn. Has the Ultra Ball to discard the energy along with a Monkey Dory. This Ultra Ball can go ahead and find something like that Kirlia, but then you're also just in the risk of getting knocked out with the Thunderburst Storm yet again, right?
Yeah, now the Bravery Charm is disabled since the Kirlia is an evolved Pokemon. I mean, we will definitely see the Ralts get rebenched, but if the Kirlia does get sniped by a single energy attachment on this Raging Bolt, then if we want to have any sort of response, we need Rare Candy and Gardevoir onto the Ralts. So a little bit against the ropes here for Brent. It almost feels like evolving hurts you into that Kirlia, right?
Yeah.
Because then you lose the effect of the Bravery Charm.
Well, Christian's hand is a ton of energies, has that Professor Sada's Vitality along with it.
Yeah.
Now, it's only going to be able to attach one energy to that Raging Bolt, but that is all Christian needs to take a knockout on that Kirlia. Going to draw 3 more cards as well. Finally finds a Noctowl after that Iono, putting a lot of them to the bottom.
Noctowl, very crucial piece overall. Good to have in hand, right? But the more cards being accumulated right now, yep, there we see the Thunderburst Storm knocking out the Kirlia. So Brent, if he wants to respond, he needs Rare Candy Gardevoir right now.
Flip the script. We see that Lily's Clefairy EX. Now, this is a card that is mostly in here for the Dragapult matchup, but you have to remember Raging Bolt EX is also a Dragon type, so it does get that weakness to Psychic. Now, how big of a role does Lily's Clefairy EX play in this match, even though it only has 190 HP?
I mean, it's a very cheap option to allow you to 1-hit KO that Raging Bolt. It also allows Gardevoir EX to 1-hit KO or Raging Bolt EX. And in this particular situation, because the Raging Bolt has 120 HP left, we could see a Psychic attach and a Mind Bend KO onto this if we see the Lilith Clefairy EX gets benched. I don't think that's an ideal choice at this point, but Brent is definitely feeling the pressure. He already has a 2-prize liability in the Fezandipity, so having the Clefairy isn't really any sort of punishment. It does open up or tries to ease off the pressure and forces Christian to find something else to pressure and power up the Kirlias on the bench, right? Of course, we have the Ogre Pun already set up, but that's not Christian's best attacker in the deck.
Yeah, maybe it could be the play if there isn't a Rare Candy Gardevoir, then it's a way to take down this Raging Bolt that is just going to keep picking off these Ralts on the bench.
I think Brent's having a tough time deciding whether he wants to Night Stretcher for the Kirlia and evolve this Ralts, but that takes away, that closes the door on the Rare Candy Gardevoir option because this Ralt just hit the board. So it seems like Brent's not going to commit to the Clefairy or the Kirlia. We're just going to see a straight-up research. 7 new cards. We need a Henry Chow sort of draw here with the Rare Candy Gardevoir to do something.
Well, we got the Gardevoir, but no Rare Candy. It seems like just some energy and maybe another supporter, I think.
I don't know if the crowd is celebrating our game or which game they are.
Pablo, they're not celebrating us until, you know, we get to top 4 finals.
Fair enough. All right, so more energy thinning. We did not find that Rare Candy, and we didn't even find a Kirlia, Jeremy. So now it's all about finding those Rare Candies next turn. We also don't have a follow-up supporter, so it's just going to be an Itchy Pollen.
And historically, Raging Bolt against Gardevoir hasn't really been the best matchup on paper, but the introduction of this single prize Raging Bolt really throws a wrench into the plans of Gardevoir. Thunderburst Storm is a really great attack at a Stage 2 deck.
Yeah, you have to wonder why this card wasn't included before rotation into the deck, right? Raging Bolt is definitely a deck that never had the option to pressure the bench. Raging Bolt came out in Stellar Crown, so it's always been there. Of course, there was Manaphy before, but I feel like towards the end of the format, Manaphy wasn't even popular at all. So
yeah, people were not playing Manaphy in a field of Regidrago Vs.
Yeah, exactly, with Kyurem, Strifrost being very threatening. So yeah, I mean, Raging Bolt really adds another dimension to the deck. Applies a lot of pressure, very precise pressure is how I would describe it. And now one of the 2 Professor Sawdust from the prices has been unlocked. Christian not choosing to do anything really, just protecting from a potential Iono with that Mew for the future, but so far so good.
I mean, what really do you need to do, right? You're taking knockouts on Ralts every turn.
Yeah.
It seems pretty good to me. It's only just a matter of time before Gardevoir really can't make that comeback, right? I think, what, like 4 prizes taken is kind of the threshold?
Yeah, 4 prizes is definitely too much to handle at that point in time. I think we also need to see like a Gardevoir EX attacking pretty soon because Ogerpon can follow up this Raging Bolt to take down things like Drifloon, things like Monkey Dury, but a Gardevoir EX much more difficult to handle. So big 3 cards here, Jeremy. We need a rare candy right here, right now, and there it is.
Rare candy. Gardevoir even has the Ultra Ball to get rid of that other Psychic Energy in the hand. Finally, things are starting to look up for Brent, and I think this was the turn to do it.
Yep, just in time, barely getting there. There's only 1 Bravery Charm left to potentially use that Drifloon to take a knockout on a Raging Bolt. We do have double Monkey Theory, so we could put 6 damage counters from a Gardevoir EX somewhere, but now, I don't think we're going to see an Iono this turn, and if we don't, Christian could probably piece out a knockout onto the single Gardevoir EX in play. Oh, there is an Iono, never mind. That Iono is huge, denying Christian's like 10 card hand at this point.
Yeah, Brent was actually looking for the last Dark Energy to attach to the Monkey Dory on the bench, but it is prized, so needing to find that Night Stretcher, and it does off this Iono.
Right, we have enough energy to apply pressure. We can take a knockout with Drifloon. We can also take a knockout with Gardevoir, which seems very, very risky. So yeah, it's going to be the Drifloon. We can't just give up on our Gardevoir at this point in time. We will send some damage to the Ogerpon, though, through Adrena Brain. And we're going to get back that Dark Energy that you were mentioning, Jeremy. There it is.
Yeah, this deck always really just wants to have 2 Monkey Dory available for it, so you can move that damage that you do to yourself from Psychic Embrace and set up these knockouts for later turns. And there's a counter catcher on that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, and this Drifloon is going to have enough air in its balloon to take a knockout. And Brent now going down to 4 prizes to 3, so another counter catcher is still available to him next turn if nothing happens.
Oof, what a hand by Christian. Ultra Wall and 2 Professor Sada. No, Judge and Professor Sada. So honestly has the perfect response here almost. We see the attach. Okay, attach Judge. Not what I was expecting. Not going to go aggressive against that Gardevoir EX. Seems like we're going to try and snipe perhaps the Monkey Dory. We could just take down this, but then the energy attachment would be peculiar. So I feel like we're going to go snipe the Monkey Dory, reduce the damage being sent back to us, and just build for a big Prime Catcher KO onto the Fezandipity. And I mean, if Brent at this point wants to go 2-2-2, right, which he can't, because there's only 1 EX in play, Christian could potentially take this Fezandipity down next turn for... Oh, no, never mind. He would need 3 more energies. Not quite enough.
Yeah, Christian is definitely maybe looking for that Stadium just so you could take a knockout with something like Fan Rotom on the active Drifloon. That way you can preserve those energies on that Raging Bolt for that potential Raging Bolt EX knockout next turn. But I don't know if he found what he needed off these 4 cards.
He got Prime Catcher, he got Ultra Wall, and he got Sada, and he got Latias EX, which is now off the prices. We're going to see an Ultra Wall, interestingly enough, getting rid of one of the 2 Professor Sadas. We do need a Terra in order for Noctowl to work, right? we are guaranteed the prize card, which is nice. And this will give us 2 cards from the restart. So we need these 2 cards to be really good, Jeremy.
Yeah, maybe a Noctowl in the mix there. Restart for 2. Raging Bolt EX and Earthen Vessel. And I don't even know if you can discard the Prime Catcher or that Raging Bolt for the Earthen Vessel to get a Teal Dance off. We're just having a retreat, and there is that Thunderburst Storm for the knockout on that Monkey Dory without the Bravery Charm.
Yep, so 2 prizes to go for Christian. There are now 2 EX Pokemon for Brent to potentially KO and win the game over the course of 2 turns. And I think KOing the Terra could be pretty good because that disables the 2 Hoot-Hoots.
I agree.
Force Christian to get the 3rd Teal Mask Ogerpon out of the deck. It's the only Terra left. Could do it with Night Stretcher, but we know none of those cards are in his hand right now.
Brent's deck is pretty thin. Did a good job of going through it as fast as possible. All the energies are in the discard or in the prizes.
Yeah. And thanks to Terra Protection, it has to be Counter Catcher that brings the Teal Mask to the active. It cannot be sniped on the bench. I mean, even if it could, the energies are so awkwardly distributed for Brent that he can't really take a knockout with Screamtail, even on the Mew EX. And I don't know how many Counter Catcher. He plays 2, he's used 1. I don't know where the other one is or whether it's available.
It's still available. It's in the deck.
Okay.
Just unfortunately, the only way to draw into it is this Iono.
Well, but he's going to draw 4,
Fez,
and then Fez, he's drawing his whole deck, right? So if it is available, then there we go. He's using, or he's about to say, flip the script. There we go. And there's, he drew his whole deck. So Counter Catcher should be available. There it is. Finds Bravery Charm as well.
That will allow this Drifloon to take the knockout without the need of any Adrenabrain. But then you are in the risk of jamming Tower.
Exactly. You have to wonder if this damage counter was... Oh, well, the Ogre punches him more. Never mind. I was going to say something very silly.
The last Bravery Charm's actually going on that Pheasantipity EX, Pablo, trying to keep it alive just a little bit longer.
Oof. And we are going to go for it. 2 more energies onto a Gardevoir, transferring... Okay, 3 to the Rotom, not to the Teal Mask. And we're just going to knock out the Raging Bolt. All right, so... Going for a different strategy here for Brent, trying to... Now it's going to take at least 2 more turns to be able to win here, unless we can deal with that Fan Rotom at some point. Big top deck here. Nest Ball for Pheasantipity will give us 3 extra cards along with the restart from you. But now we are forced to have an Area 0 in order to bench a Raging Bolt with the Prime Catcher to take down the Pheasantipity, which now requires 4 energies because of the Bravery Charm. So convoluted turn here for Christian, but... If he doesn't do it this turn, he still has potentially another turn. But actually, no, never mind, because the Rotom would go down to an Adrenabrain.
Yeah, thankfully for Christian does have that Ultra Ball in hand, but drew into the Noctowl anyway.
And has a Raging Bolt. So, and has another Ultra Ball for a second Noctowl, so he has it, right? Gets Prime Catcher, gets Sada, gets the Stadium. Do we have...
do you have enough energy?
Oh, yeah, because we're only attaching 1.
Because the Area 0 is the stadium of choice, not the jamming tower. So that Bravery Charm makes that Pheasantipity EX 260. So you would need, what, 5? No, 4 energy?
4. We need 4. Yeah. We can't go for jamming tower because our bench is full. Yeah. Right? So we need to open up the bench space. We need that extra possibility. We're going to see
I think the draw of the Slitherwing here is amazing because it adds that extra energy because it's another ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true. And now we can Ultra for another Noctowl and get Prime Catcher plus Energy Retrieval to close out the game, even onto the Gardevoir EX.
And it draws into a Lightning for the turn, but
after he switched the energy. I mean, I'm pretty sure he has enough. With another Noctowl, 2 extra cards, it's Prime Catcher, Energy Retrieval, and he will have enough to KO the Pheasantipity, and
with the Night Stretcher that does it as well. And Brent sees the writing on the wall, scoofs it up. We're going to a game 2 here. What a game played by Christian.
Yeah, being very patient, being very precise with the pressure, with that Raging Bolt, not just dealing with the Badu, not just dealing with the Cleffa, which he was forced to in the beginning, right? Every price matters. But after that, that Raging Bolt was the MVP. And what used to be a really bad matchup for Raging Bolt, don't get me wrong, it's still very difficult, but it's now a lot more manageable thanks to that Raging Bolt, which we got to see a lot of in this game 1.
Well, here is that replay. Christian gets things started off quickly with that Raging Bolt. Thunderburst Storm taking a knockout on the Cleffa, and then that Kirlia, and then again on a Ralts. Now it's the turn for Brent to try to put together everything. Third Pheasantipity flip the script, finally finds Rare Candy. We get Rare Candy Gardevoir along with that Counter Catcher and Adrenabrain to take a knockout on the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX with Drifloon. And this is where things started to look a little bit better for Brent. But Christian still had that Mew for the restart, be able to draw some cards, has that Raging Bolt to be able to take another knockout, and then it forced Brent to take a single prize knockout, try to set up that Fan Rotom for an Adrenabrain on the following turn. But Christian had everything in hand from that Iono, was able to draw into Noctowl, had the Ultra Ball with that Raging Bolt EX, and with 2 Jewel Seekers was able to couple together that Prime Catcher KO.
Perfect draws after that. I mean, his deck was pretty much a lot of live cards, right, to help him get there. He found the perfect combination, that extra energy from the Slitherwing. I think he could have still gotten there if he grabs the energy retrieval for 2 energies and has the Teal Dance available, right? But yeah, played it out really, really well, and walks away with a game 1 win with 23 minutes used up on the clock. I think we're going to see a slight speed up from Brent to try to make sure he has enough time to potentially win this match. I don't think a tie hurts these players either. Like, they'll still have a very, very good chance at making it to top cut after this round, even if they tie. But if either of them wins, we're definitely seeing them in top cut.
Yeah. Wow. Look at those prizes, Pablo.
Wow.
4 Ultra Ball, Monkey Dory, and a Kirlia for Brent. Meanwhile, Christian, those would be maybe bad prizes. You have that 1 Crispin, you got a Boss's Orders, that's your 1 of in the deck, but who cares about that? 4 Ultra Ball.
4 Ultra Ball is crazy, Jeremy. First of all, the odds of prizing 4 copies of the same card are astronomically low. We've seen it a few times. We've seen 4 Arvins being prized. We've seen it a few times. However, seeing all 4 Ultra Balls plus the Kirlia just is going to make it so difficult for Brent to get a Gardevoir EX out at all.
Not only that, it's just going to be difficult to get Psychic Energies in the discard outside of something like that Professor's Research or Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, now Brent's going to have all the supporters he wants, but he's going to be running into, like, we're definitely going to see a turn where Brent just completely whiffs because of no search available. Now we're going to see that Ditto with that transformative start ability, pretty good in this spot.
Yeah, pretty good is an understatement, I think. Just being able to grab any Pokemon in your deck and put it as your active seems to be like, this is another one of those cards where you thought it would be played more in Fan Rotom decks before, but now it's just a mainstay in decks like Terrabox and this Raging Bolt that plays the Noctowl line. Whenever you start Fan Rotom, it just seems like you're firing on so much higher, different level than when you wouldn't have it.
Oh, for sure. Fan Rotom is such a great card. Facilitates the Noctowl engine so well. And now we are seeing a fantastic hand here for Christian. Has the Terra available for next turn, has the Noctowl in hand to search for Crispin to start sniping any Ralts that hit the bench. Now, I assure you, Brent would never check how many Ultra Balls prized. I assure you, there's going to be a turn where he's like, why am I not seeing any Ultra Balls? He's going to check his Pokemon. He's going to check his energy. I don't think anyone ever checks how many Ultra Ball they prize. It's not a priority, right? You don't have infinite time to do price checking. You need to check on the key cards. I really don't think he's going to realize this until much later down the line.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to even realize it now because this hand is not good from Brent.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe a couple Gardevoir EX and some energies. Has to Nest Ball for the Cleffa just to try to draw some cards here.
Not even going to see a Ralts hit the board?
Maybe not, at least from the glimpse I got at Brent's hand.
Yes, we'll see. I mean, he's not searching for anything else, right? So unless it's in the hand already, yeah. I mean, we thought he was going to have trouble finding Gardevoir EXs. There they are. He even has the Root Candy, but he's not going to be able to find the Ralts.
We're going to draw 2 cards?
Oh my goodness.
And this Clef is getting knocked out next turn, guaranteed.
For sure.
Oh no, and her Professor's Research to discard everything in that hand.
Yeah, that's going to get rid of the crucial Rare Candy, further delaying Brent's Gardevoir EX even more. Oh goodness, Jeremy, this is not looking good for Brent. And I know we have a lot of people rooting for him.
Yeah, this plot armor may finally be getting worn down for Brent Tonneson here in our Swiss round 11. Both of these players are at the top of the standings, 9-0-1, the only 9-0-1s left in the tournament. And with a win here is pretty much guaranteed to lock up a spot in top cut. We do see that Professor Sada's Vitality get the energy on that Raging Bolt. Now it's able to attack with that Thunderburst Storm. Even has the Grass Energy, but attaches it for the turn to the Raging Bolt just so you can build up for next turn. And there is that knockout on the Cleffa. Brent draws for the turn. It's Iono.
Oof. That could be the more conservative option. Do you go aggressive or do you go conservative?
I think you have to Iono here.
Yeah,
It's
I
always
agree.
rough discarding both Gardevoir EX and a Rare Candy, but with the way the prizes are working out, that might be the better way to find them because you play 4 Night Stretchers.
Exactly.
Those are available in the deck.
Yes, exactly, right? And I mean, you wouldn't fault anyone for not realizing that they prized 4 Ultra Balls. No Ultra Ball in your hand, Brent, so we're only going to see 1 Ralts hit the board, if that, and then it's going to get immediately sniped by the Raging Bolt. So, I mean, Brent might not even bother, yeah. I think we either go for Budyu, we go for the backup Monkey 30, that works as well.
This is the Gardevoir deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could have considered not benching this Monkey 30. This Monkey 30, 1 more energy attachment, gets sniped, right? But if you just bench the Lilith Clefairy, you guarantee you're not going to lose, and Raging Bolt can't KO this or the Lilith Clefairy. So that could have been a way to stop Christian from taking a prize next turn, but it probably sets up the 2-hit KO on the Lilith Clefairy anyways.
Well, hey, we got the Bravery Charm.
Could do it, though. Could save Brent for a turn.
And if the Raging Bolt does attack, then you have damage on the field. You can start Adrenabraining over. And looking at this hand from Christian, it doesn't look too good. You do have that Earthen Vessel to be able to search for an energy. I do believe I saw a supporter at the very back, but I didn't see what it was.
I don't think we saw a supporter. I think it was all like Pokemon pretty much. So this could be a big teal dance. I mean, hopefully there's a supporter, but Asada wouldn't really be useful right now.
Ultra Ball would probably be the best card.
Yeah, Ultra Ball would be a great card to have in this spot. Yeah, it's just an Area 0.
Oh, okay.
No supporter, so 1 card Teal Dance finds
Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher,
now,
not great.
With the Area 0, you can thin your hand down enough and restart with the Mew. I think that's where Christian is thinking. You get an energy on that Raging Bolt EX. That's pretty good. We're going to see 1 card, another Night Stretcher.
Not ideal, but I mean, now with Mew and Fez, you're like, if I'm not able to use those cards, I'm in a fine spot because that means my Raging Bolt is wreaking havoc. If I can use those cards, then I'm happy too. So it's a win-win to have them.
Do we just pass here?
Nah, we have to set up a 2-hit KO at least, right? It's like 30 damage. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, never mind.
There was no Dark Energy. I think that's a Psychic on that Monkey Dory.
So 30 damage back is not the biggest of deals, I feel.
Nest Ball was the card drawn for Brent off the top of the deck. That Artisan being bumped was also pretty huge here as well.
Yeah. There's only 3 Nest Balls and 1 Artisan left to be able to search for a second Ralts before this one gets sniped. That is crazy.
So I think the 30 damage does actually matter because of the Lily's Clefairy EX in the hand. Brent could attach the Dark Energy, Adrenabrain over the damage, and then take the knockout on the active Raging Bolt with Mind Bend.
But Lilith Clefairy takes 2 energies.
Well, no, with the Monkey Dory. You attack with the Monkey.
Oh, with the Monkey. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. With the Mind Bait. You're completely right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it does matter there. You are completely right.
Keep saying it, Pablo. Keep saying it. Seeker Box found off this professor's research. Finally, Brent might be able to get things going here. And by getting things going is a second Ralts in play.
Yeah. Second Ralts on the bench. That's the dream. Now, I don't know if he's going to realize the Ultra Balls. I feel like he might be wondering where they are. And he might actually be real. I don't know. I mean, unless we're in Brent's head, it's impossible to tell.
Well, we're going for the Rare Candy, Iono, and I think saving the Bravery Charm in the deck to try to draw into it later. Maybe another Research.
Yeah, being undecisive here. We have double Counter Catcher, is it? Or no, it's Night Stretcher, Counter Catcher.
Yeah.
Yep. We have Fez as well, which we could use to draw 3 extra cards. Now, the Stadium going away is a pretty big deal because We're losing the Fan Rotom, and then we're losing a crucial piece. Either the Hoot Hoot, we cannot lose the Terra, so now we have to choose between the Mew or the Fezandipiti. I feel like it's the Fezandipiti, yep.
I think it's also big here just because it will bench lock Christian.
Ooh.
So Latios will not be able to hit the bench without another area 0, and this Mind Bend Confusion could come in and save Brent another turn.
Yeah, honestly, this Mind Bend could actually be pretty big, to the point where maybe you do want the Raging Bolt to go down, right? That opens up a bench space, activates Fez. I mean, I'm sure Brent wouldn't purposely knock out the Raging Bolt, right? I would also factor in he could choose not to Adrenaline Brain to the active. So a lot of mind games here, and like, it's interesting how we're in a spot in the game right now where sometimes, or many other times, you want your opponent to take a knockout now. Brent has other things in mind. We're just gonna draw with Cleffa, try to find the last rare candy in the deck to go with that.
He searched for the rare candy with the Secret Box. Was trying to find the Gardevoir EX.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
And I think that is the case because you have Research in your hand along with Night Stretcher and a rare candy.
Yeah.
So drawing into a Gardevoir EX would mean the best case scenario.
Yeah. Or an Ultra Ball. However, no Ultra Ball. I mean, yeah, I'm sure Brent would fancy his chance of finding an Ultra Ball or a Gardevoir off of the Flip the Script, right? But we know that's not available. So our Ralts goes down. Thunderburst, Storm, so
Gardevoir EX off the top of the deck.
Oh my gosh, what a top deck.
Wow. All right, Brent is starting to cook here. We have Gardevoir EX finally in play after what seems like an eternity. Has Countercatcher available to him along with Professor's Research, and you have a lot of options now.
That Raging Bolt applying so much pressure though, right? Like, it's hard to go 2-2-2 when there's that Raging Bolt just continually taking down smaller threats. I mean, Christian isn't as far ahead this game as he was last game, right? So that could prompt him also to need to be able to be more aggressive. And with the boss's orders being priced at the very top, we have Prime Catcher as a way to hunt down either the Gardevoir or the Fezandipiti, but it's not going to be easy.
Artisan is going to find Drifloon here. Maybe a Balloon Blast taking a knockout on something like Fezandipiti EX.
Yeah, that could definitely work. Do we have enough Psychic Energies in the discard pile?
There's two in the hand with the Research.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2, right? 2 hitting the board. We see the Mew being brought into the active as Fezandipiti, not getting played down.
Couple Dark Energy found here off the Professor Research. You have Professor Turo's scenario, Night Stretcher. And did find the Countercatcher, so Countercatcher is available. Night Stretcher is going to bring back the Ralts just in case this Gardevoir EX goes down from a Raging Bolt attack.
And we have more than enough energies. So that's going to be 6 damage counters. That's exactly enough to knock out the Mew EX with Balloon Blast, tying up the prize race. And we're also going to see a double Adrenaline Brain most likely after those energies got attached to the Gardevoir. And yep,
trying
6 on the Hoot Hoot.
Clean up that Hoot Hoot before it goes into an Octal potentially next turn. And there is that Balloon Blast taking the knockout on the Mew EX. Perfect damage, like you said, 180. And finally, Brent unlocks an Ultra Ball from the prize cards.
Surprise, surprise. Now, I generally think you go after the Gardevoir EX this turn. You force your opponent to get another Gardevoir EX if they want to get any significant knockout next turn. If they don't, then they're only doing 180 with the Drifloon somewhere, right? Because they can't self-damage to do Adrenaline Brain. So I would be very surprised to not see a Prime Catcher KO onto this Gardevoir EX this turn.
Christian definitely has a lot of cards available to him. Has not played an Octal this entire game, so you have to expect one's going to be in the hand. If not, there is that Fezandipiti EX to flip the script to try to draw into one.
I guess the counterpoint to the Prime Catcher play is, if that was a plan, then we shouldn't be bringing up the Raging Bolt EX, right?
Yeah.
To the active, because then, I mean, we have plenty of energies to discard for the retreat, but why not be as efficient as possible and save them? So let's see what Christian is planning here, Jeremy.
Ultra Ball is going to discard Nest Ball and a Slither Wing, and that's going to most likely find a Noctowl. Noctowl will be able to find 2 trainer cards from Christian's deck. Now, we could see something like Prime Catcher and that Area 0, so you can use Latios EX to free retreat. That way you conserve your energy in play.
Yeah.
It is going to be the last Area 0 in the deck.
Yep. Could see if there was a way to get a Lightning Energy, we could even see Prime Catcher Judge to take away the big hand that Brent has. We are eyeing up Crispin instead. We could just try to leave a lot of energy in play no matter what. But the boss's orders being at the top of the prize cards means Christian probably won't be able to gust the upcoming Gardevoir EX or any Fezandipity EX that hits the board. So that's going to be unfortunate for him.
Yeah,
it's all about delaying the Gardevoir EX, right?
He might have to rely on something like Jamming Tower, taking the knockout on Drifloon if it gets more energy attached to it to take the knockout.
Yep.
And then hope you find the boss's orders. Take the boss, or just take a knockout on whatever Brent brings up.
And there we see we were missing the Lightning Energy, so we were forced to find Crispin or Earthen Vessel this turn. We are going to grab 2 energies, get the attachment for turn of that fighting onto the active, and we will be knocking out this Gardevoir EX.
Now, if you're Christian, do you save the energy on the Raging Bolt EX? Do you discard those just because it's most likely going to get knocked out? Try to keep the energy on that baby Raging Bolt?
Excellent question, Jeremy, and I'm glad I'm not the one having to, to make that decision. I mean, we have 7 energy in play, 5 need to go. I think keeping 1 on the active, like if you're doing this play, you're hoping your opponent will not be able to get Rare Candy Gardevoir, right? Yeah. And in case they do, Raging Bolt is a single prize attacker that only requires 1 energy, which with Fezandipity in play, you're confident you can get. So I like this distribution. Definitely keeping 2 on the active was not the call. 1 and 1 is completely fine. And now it's on Brent to find the other Rare Candy.
Yeah, this time it has the Gardevoir, but not the Rare Candy. I don't think it has access to Fezandipity EX. It's in the discard.
Oh my God, Rare Candy was the next card. It was literally the next card. I mean, there's no more Kirlia, right? So you can't draw off the top anymore. Would have needed to Night Stretch her back, the Fezandipity, to draw it. So this is definitely the correct way to do it. But now, if you research, Christian has so many cards in his hand that you have to imagine he'll be able to piece a response. But because there's no boss's orders, I mean, even if there was, you can't Sada and boss at the same turn.
Yeah.
So Brent is 100% safe if he knocks out the Raging Bolt this turn.
Could have potentially knocked out the Raging Bolt with something like Lily's Clefairy EX, just a Night Stretcher. But I don't think even has access to Night Stretcher in the hand. That's just a counter catcher.
All right. Well, we're going to see Kirlia evolve. So Brent, does he even have a way to draw cards right now?
I don't think so. We're going to see the Adrenabrain move 10 over to the Noctowl, set it up for another Adrenabrain. That's going to lower the Drifloon damage, though. Only going to deal 150, but that is enough to take a knockout on that Raging Bolt with the Lightning Energy.
Yep.
So setting up for a potential 2-prize turn next turn. And this is kind of the same play we saw Brent make at the end of Game 1, and Christian was able to have everything together, but this time there was no Iono. So Christian has access to his full hand right now.
But with no 2-prize Pokemon in play, there's no way to win this turn, right? And by knocking out the Raging Bolt, we cannot get 3, like we could stretch her back the Raging Bolt, but we cannot get 3 energies to snipe the Kirlia on the bench. So we are, Brent playing it perfectly, guaranteeing himself he's gonna have access to Gardevoir EX, unless Christian had a boss, right? To go after a Kirlia, but the boss is still at the top of the prize card. So that boss being there could be the reason why we end up with a tie instead of with a win for Christian.
Could we judge, maybe? You already know Brent's hand is kind of weak. There's no Fezandipity EX available. It's in the discard. The bench is full. If you judge and then take a knockout on this Drifloon, it's just going to put Brent even further behind in trying to get that Rare Candy Gardevoir. And we find the judge off that Fezandipity EX.
All right, we don't even need to use Noctowl in order to get there. We draw Noctowl off the top. We are missing the lightning energy, which I think is what we're going to have to search for here with the Jewel Seeker. That means we won't have access to Noctowl next turn.
Well, we could if that Area 0 Underdepths gets put into play.
All right, we can Nestful for another Hoot Hoot. We can get the Latias down. We can get the Mew back as well. That Noctowl, though, with 70 damage on it, is the crucial piece. Can Brent find Gardevoir EX and a 2-prize knockout? I mean, you want to use Van Rotom this turn, right, to knock out the Drifloon?
Yeah.
That would be ideal. Just not have a 2-prize Pokemon in the active. Force Brent to also find Counter Catcher this time around. So first Night Stretcher is going to get back a Hoot Hoot. Do we go for that other Fan? Oh, we already have.
Yeah, we already have it
in hand. We have the attachment. That's perfect. We have the Latias to conserve energy.
This is another pretty stellar turn from Christian here, trying to seal up this game against the top-rated player in the world right now in Brent Tonneson.
Yep, has the most amount of championship points total this season, which is crazy to think about. He's also probably the player who has played the most amount of
100%
regional or premier events or major events this season. So there's definitely a correlation, right? The more opportunities you have to play, the more likely you are to add to your tally. But of course, Brent is such a skilled player. Like, there's no doubt he's one of the game's best at the moment.
Yeah, I think last season didn't miss a single day 2 in the tournaments that he played. Maybe one. And then this season, already winning a regional in Monterey and looking here to top 8 another one. I do love that we get to see Judge as a supporter being played in 2025.
I think Brent found all the pieces. He found the Ultra Ball. First Ultra Ball that's going to be played this whole game for Brent. And there is a Gardevoir EX left in the deck.
Has
he
the
also
Night
found,
Stretcher.
he found Night Stretcher and he found Bravery Charm.
Oh, we're going to Scream Tail. I think this is it.
Perfect 5 cards. Oh my God. This is crazy.
Insane draws off that Judge. Judge is a lie, everyone.
Could not have handpicked the cards any better, honestly.
Adrenabrain takes the knockout on the Noctowl, and then we're going to load up this Scream Tail with the Bravery Charm to take the knockout on that Pheasantipity EX on the bench. And we're going to a game 3 here. Both the players only have 6 minutes remaining. Most likely going to end up in a tie unless some shenanigans happen. But what a game so far.
4 Ultra Balls prize. No Ralts came down on turn 1 or turn 2. And Brent still walks away the winner. That was incredible.
I mentioned something about plot armor, but I guess it's back on Brent now. Wow. Let's go ahead and take a look at that game 2 and see how things shaped up. It started yet again. Early Raging Bolt taking 2 knockouts in a row. And finally, Brent was able to get Rare Candy Gardevoir, top-decked the Gardevoir, able to take the knockout on the Mew with that Drifloon. And now it seemed a lot closer. Christian was able to take a knockout on that Gardevoir EX, piecing through a Prime Catcher with that Noctowl. But then Brent has just the setup of getting a Kirlia into play. You have double Adrenabrain, but you're moving 1 damage counter over to the Noctowl to set it up for this following turn here. Fan Rotom takes the knockout, but Brent had the perfect 5-card hand to be able to pull together the Gardevoir EX with that Scream Tail and Bravery Charm, taking 3 prizes in 1 turn to force a game 3.
Incredibly well done. I'm trying to think back on if there was something Christian could have done before that charge to prevent that situation. I mean, he had a Bravery Charm in hand. He had not benched the Latias, attached the Bravery Charm to Pheasantipity. Then everything was... No, because he had 6 energies on the Scream Tail, right? So he could knock out the Regional. Okay, so never mind. There was no way to play around this. The judge was the correct call. Oh my God! Jeremy, what is this?
We had 4 Ultra Ball last game along with a Kirlia. Now we have double Kirlia, Ultra Ball, double Nest Ball. What is going on with Brent's prizes? Maybe he needs to shuffle better.
And maybe he needs to shuffle better. I mean, Brent will now definitely find this out. He probably wasn't aware of the 4 Ultra Balls being prized, but he's definitely aware now that he does not have access to Kirlia at all. He's going to have to rely solely on rare candy to get into Gardevoir EX because I don't think he'll be able to take a prize card. I mean, is he telling his opponent that he prized to Kirlias? That you don't do that in a high-stakes game.
With 4 minutes left, maybe it's fine to do, right, Pablo?
I mean, I don't know. I would tell him in 4 minutes. I would tell him before the 4 minutes are
Once
up.
time's called, then you're like, yeah,
Yeah, hey, guess what?
Maybe it was telling him, yeah, I prized 4 Ultra Ball last game.
Oh my God, we see an attached pass, no other basic.
Oh no.
Can Christian find
Missing a stadium
knockout?
Missing a stadium to win with Fan Rotom right here.
Yep. So we're gonna have to see a Squawkabilly, right?
Which we haven't seen the entire match.
Yeah, for sure.
I forgot it was in the deck.
I know. I immediately, as I saw his hand, I checked his list again, make sure it was available. So we have the Teal Dance. We also have Ultra Ball for the Fan Rotom. So any stadium will give Christian the win here, meaning the Kirlias being prized did not matter at all. Now, do you Fan Rotom to thin the deck?
I would Fan Rotom, and then you also Teal Dance just to get that energy onto the
you have,
so maybe Teal Dance first and then Fan Rotom is what Christian's thinking here.
Oh, I mean, I'd rather maximize the odds. I would get the Pokemon out, then Teal Dance. I just need one stadium, and I win this round. And all right, Teal Dance for 1. It was a Noctowl, not what you want to see. It's going to be Hoot, Ditto, and then we go big with the Squawk, right? Like,
I think you get the Ditto also because that unlocks something like Professor Sada's with an energy attachment.
Yeah.
But no, we found the stadium anyway.
Oh my God.
What
and
great Squawkabilly.
No way.
What a way to end this match between our 2 top players in the tournament so far. Christian Labella going to 10-0-1, almost guaranteed that top cut spot here now, beating the best player in the world so far, Brent Tonneson. Wow.
I know Kyle Sablehouse was making fun of Fan Rotom not being able to attack yesterday. Well, guess what? It just won the game on turn 1 after Christian chose to go second. So choosing the opposite of what usually Raging Bolt wants to do and choosing the opposite of what Gardevoir wants to do. So we saw, let's take a look at the replays. We saw 2 amazing games 1 and game 2, and then we finish with a turn 1 win, Jeremy.
Yeah, it is crazy. This game 1 started off just how game 2 started off. Raging Bolt taking knockouts back and forth, Thunderburst Storm, except this first game took 3 prize cards, 1 on the Cleffa, 2 on the Ralts and the Kirlia, and then just able to close things out with Prime Catcher and this crazy turn, bringing up that Gardevoir EX, taking the knockout. Wow, it was such a great game 1 from Christian, and then game 2 seemed to be pretty much the same. You start off that Raging Bolt yet again, 3 energy, taking knockouts on Ralts. Brent had horrendous prizes with 4 Ultra Ball and a Kirlia, but top decked the rare candy, or top decked the Gardevoir had the rare candy, able to take a knockout on that Mew EX, and this is kind of where the difference was in that first game. Started attacking when Christian had 4 prizes instead of those 3. Able to just finally close things out. Christian able to take a knockout with the Fan Rotom, but Brent purposefully set up that Noctowl to take a knockout with the Adrenabrain, and then had the perfect 5 cards off the Judge to be able to take the knockout off the Pheasantipity. 3 prize turn, and then we go into a game 3. We were so excited for this, but Christian had the perfect start to Brent's horrific start. And there we saw the stadium needed that Crispin to be able to search for the energy, attach it to the Fan Rotom. And a horrible way to end it for Brent, but what a way to close out a game where we thought it was going to be a tie.
Honestly, yes. With 4 minutes left, I mean, maybe Brent was telling Christian that he had no other basic, not telling him that he prized the Kirlias, but then, wow. And I mean, Christian didn't even go all out, right? He didn't thin the deck first with the Fan Rotom before even the Teal Dance. He didn't even use Fan Rotom after or before the Squawkabilly. So he was like, okay, if I get it, cool. If not, I want to play a regular game, see if I can get there. And probably okay with the tie, right? But he was rewarded for his patience.
Listen, I think he knew that Area 0 Underdepths was on the top 6 cards, and you're like, yeah, I'm not going to shuffle my deck. I know it's there.
Why waste time shuffling my deck?
Yeah, why waste time? I only got 2 minutes left.
I mean, clearly worked out. I think we saw the nature of these decks, right? Gardevoir very powerful, Raging Bolt very powerful in the beginning. Gardevoir takes time. We saw both of those decks at their best potential throughout games 1 and game 2, but that turn 1 win possibility that these sort of decks like Raging Bolt or Poison or Charladon or whatnot have built into them, in a long tournament where you're playing so many rounds, so many games of Pokemon, you're bound to get a few free wins here and there, and that always helps you get far. As we are seeing Christian, probably our first player making it to top cut.
I mean, it's all about percentages, right?
Yeah.
You try to play for those, and Christian was able to do that perfectly here in our round 11. Just crazy to think, and it goes to show that entire match, even though it didn't come into play at all for game 3, that baby Raging Bolt puts in a ton of work in this matchup. It really shifts it into possibly Raging Bolt's favor, at least for the version of the deck that Brent's playing.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. With how slow Gardevoir is, you have your Ralts on the bench. You expect maybe to get bossed once throughout the game, especially now that we don't have targeted search for boss disorders. I think it happens less often. I mean, outside of Noctowl, of course, but you don't need that if you have that bench pressure. So that Raging Bolt so key. And I think it's so good against Gardevoir and Dragapult and Gholdengo, which coincidentally are the 3 most popular decks in the room today.
Well, we have our winner's interview ready, so let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge with Wancho and hear from Christian.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Sedana here. I'm joined by our last round winner, Christian Labella. Christian, what a match. What's going through your head right now?
Honestly, I was crazy. Like, I can't believe it. I was just hoping game 3, like, go second, hope Brent doesn't have a bench Pokemon, and that's what happened. So I got bailed out. I was very lucky, but I'm very grateful. Yeah.
No, definitely got lucky there in the for the round 3, right? But for games 1 and 2, you played that absolutely masterfully, I think. Really taking advantage of that baby Raging Bolt. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so Raging Bolt, the Baby Bolt is really like strong into like a lot of the meta, but mainly Dragapult and Gardevoir, because like the Ralston Curlia, you know, is like super vulnerable to that. And with Dragapult not playing, like cutting their candies, like you can just snipe the Dracoloaks, like it's gonna take a while before they can get a Dragapult in play. And like with Guardy, it's kind of the same thing. The matchup, like, the thought behind the Baby Bolt is if I can like snipe the Ralston Curlias enough to like take 2 prizes and I can go 2 prize lead, the matchup like swings to my favor. Otherwise, like if I get a turn 2 Candy Guardy, it's not looking good for me. So like, yeah, that's pretty much the thought process behind it. It's just a cool 1 prize attacker.
Yeah, and it really paid dividends. I think I haven't seen a baby Raging Bolt with that much energy. At one point, I was literally thinking, how much does he need to knock out that Pheasantipity now?
I got 7 this tournament. Like yesterday, I got like 7 sniped Fez.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, bro.
It happened.
No one respects it. They're not targeting it.
Got to take an advantage of having a format without that bench barrier, without Manaphy, without Shaman just yet. And I think you're playing it absolutely masterfully. You know what? I think our other casters as well in the desk are so impressed by that match. I think they want to join us in the interview. They have a couple of questions for you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Christian. So, I mean, congratulations. That was really cool to see. Of course, you were up against an amazing opponent, right? The #1 world player. But, like, what was your thought in that last turn? Like, when you won on turn 1, like, you had the possibility to thin your deck further with the Fan Call, with the Fan Rotom, before the Teal Dance, before the Squawk ability. So tell us why you didn't go for that and you went for like a more conservative route.
Okay, my issue with like using the Fan Room beforehand is like if I whiff like the turn on knockout, like my position is just so bad. I have a Squawk on board. I already had a Noctowl in hand before, so I'm thinking like another Noctowl in my deck. Maybe, well, I probably wouldn't get knocked out, but like I'd just be like discarding too much, and like I probably wouldn't like draw another Noctowl since I discarded one off the Squawk. So like I just wanted to guarantee have one for next turn just in case I whiffed. So like I wouldn't be like completely out of it if I just like went all in. It's like I went like 75% in.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense going for the conservative route.
I said you just knew that Area 0 was on top of the deck, and you were like, I'm not going to shuffle it.
Yeah, that too.
All right, thank you. I mean, it makes sense not going all out. A tie was fine, right? You didn't want to risk the the loss at that point. So yeah, makes sense. Congratulations again.
Thank you, thank you.
No, I like it, like it. Trying to really, playing to your outs now, but still trying to think about the future. If it was me, I just wanna win now.
But yeah, I wanted to go all in. Could Ditto, then Teal Lens, then Squawk.
But that's why he's going into top 8. You know? Top player like that, really taking into account everything. Jeremy, did you have any questions for our last round winner here?
No, that was basically it. We were just wondering about the thinning, but yeah, just playing to those outs conservative. I kind of was questioning maybe you get Ditto, that way another attacker in case you whiff the stadium, you hit like Sada or the Crispin, but it worked out at the end, and congratulations. It was great to watch.
Thank you.
Cool. I still have a couple of questions though. You know, now that you're practically guaranteed into top 8, what's going through your mind? What's your mindset at right now?
I don't know. I was looking around the other top tables. A lot of good players. Very, very scary. Also, there's a lot of EV Box running around. I don't love that matchup, not gonna lie. So I'm very, very scared. Hopefully, I don't hit that in top 8. But yeah, that's what's going through my head. Yeah.
Got it. Well, fingers crossed we run into some good matchups. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out my dad. He, you know, supporting me, like taking me to these events. Shout out my dad. Also, shout out my friend Michael, who's also playing Same 60 with me, and it's in day 2. And he's needs to win last 2 to make top cut. So shout out him. I want to shout out those 2 people. And my cat, Nelson.
Oh, shout out Nelson.
Shout out Nelson.
He's the real Raging Bolt.
He is. Yeah, he looks like the baby Bolt.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true. He's the baby Bolt that's bringing you into the top 8 right now. I like it. Anyway, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds. I'm sure we'll see you sometime again in the stream. With that, we're gonna throw it back to the desk. Jeremy, Pablo, take it away.
Great to always hear from some of our top players here, and Christian making it into the top cut at a 10-0-1 record, most likely, is just so great to see. Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah.
Crazy. And then, shout out to Nelson.
Shout out to Nelson, of course, the OG Raging Bolt, right?
Yeah.
Now, Raging Bolt has come close to success. I think it was knocked out in ASIM in Seville last weekend. It was also knocked out in ASIM in Monterey 2 weekends ago, but seems like it's finally making that top 8. So, I mean, I talked about Raging Bolt throughout the week on social media and whatnot, and people were like, why are you putting this deck why do you value this deck so much? It hasn't had a big result. It's come so close, and Raging Bolt finally, the baby, carrying it to the top 8.
All right, well, let's see how Raging Bolt was positioned in day 1 of our regionals here in the meta. And it was on our graphic, but it was towards the end. Only 126 people playing the deck in the tournament out of 1,646. So pretty low odds compared to the likes of Dragapult, Gardevoir, and that Miraidon Pikachu. And kind of squeaked in the middle of there with those Golden Go EXs. But it'll be interesting to see how this changes up for day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's always amazing to see the conversion rate. Some decks go really, really high. Other decks completely fumble and just don't make it in. And honestly, in the past, Raging Bolt has been one of those decks. It's usually at the forefront of the metagame in terms of popularity. And then in day 2, heading into day 2, it tends to fall quite a bit. But I'd love to see if that's the case for this tournament. And of course, in the end, those are just numbers, right? Doesn't matter how many Raging Bolts converted from day 1 to day 2. Christian is the #1 seed right now with Raging Bolt, and that's what people remember.
Yeah, there just needs to be one to be the winner of this regional. Let's go ahead and take a look at our day 2 metagame and see how it kind of shapes up. Almost. We're getting
about to see the numbers, right? We're getting them ready.
We're building up the hype. You know?
Yeah, we're building it up right now. I mean, yeah, Raging Bolt, I think it was the 3rd most popular deck in Atlanta. That's where it was all about Dragapult and Gardevoir, right? Especially Dragapult, it was like 20 out of top 32 decks or something like that, crazy conversion rate. I think it also has to do with, like, Raging Bolt is definitely a more linear deck. And here we have the day 2 numbers.
Yeah, Dragapult goes up a little. Miraidon shoots up. to 16.3%. Gardevoir goes up as well, but it moves to the 3rd spot, and then it didn't really change for the last 3 decks. Golden Go still having a sandwich with that Raging Bolt in the middle.
Yeah, percentage-wise, pretty similar. Golden Go, again, if we combine both of them, it's very close to the top. Same 6 top decks in the graphic, but different arrangement. Dragapult still doing Dragapult things and dominating. Now, it is fair to say that Dragapult considers both the non-Dusknoir version and the Dusknoir version in this graphic. So if they got split just like Goldengo, we would be seeing probably Miraidon at the very top, which is, once again, it's not a surprise anymore. It was surprising when it got that top 8 played by Tyler Matthews in Monterey, and then Joltik has been everywhere.
Yeah, one deck that kind of isn't represented on this meta, but there has been quite a few at the top tables, is that Flareon box deck with those EVs, and just having the access to Sylveon EX and Flareon EX gives you a lot of good matchup spreads. Flareon's great against Golden Go. Sylveon is great against Dragapult and Gardevoir.
Yeah.
And you heard from Christian there too, doesn't really want to play against Flareon either, so maybe it's good against Raging Bolt, and that deck takes care of pretty much every deck except for something like Joltik.
Yeah, except for something like Joltik, and I mean, Angelite shuffling away the energies that Joltik put into the board could also be problematic for the deck, so maybe Flareon was the answer all the way. But that's gonna be it with us. We have the last round of Swiss coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon action.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with a very special guest, someone no stranger to the stream. I personally enjoyed him in the top 4 of the 2023 World Championships, Michael Pramawat. Michael, how are we doing?
Hi, great to be here. You know, I'm having a great time. We're doing big things today.
I noticed, Pram, that's not the typical attire for our competitors. How about we tell the folks at home what we're doing today?
Yeah, so I'm going to be the head judge of the Masters Division for the Regional Championships today.
Wow, the head judge for the Milwaukee Regional Championships. This is big. Is this your first? This is your first one, I believe, yeah?
Yeah, this will be my first time as the head judge. I've been in other roles before, but yeah, this will be my first time here.
That's absolutely massive. Can you tell us all the responsibilities that entails?
Yeah, so one of the things is like when appeals happen, I'm the last point of appeal. I get to decide like what happens when I'm basically the final word on anything that happens in the event.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Hopefully you're a kind and merciful judge. No, but I 100% trust your experience. I mean, you've been playing this game for so long. You're one of the top players out there. I can only imagine you'd be an amazing judge. Are you nervous though going into this event?
No, I mean, like I've had a lot of time to kind of get the judge thing down with other events. I've been judging for this entire season, and I've had a good time. And all those different roles have really prepped me for this one. So I think I'm good for it.
I know. I think that's where I've mainly been able to catch you with this uniform, being a judge. That's massive. Are you ever going to come back though to being a competitor? Are you ever going to see Michael Pramawat in the world stage once again playing?
You might. I mean, like, if I get like maybe I go to a regional at some point, and like if I spike a win, you might see me there. Who knows?
Well, if anyone can do it, it's you, Pram. With that, thank you so much for your time. I know you have so many things you have to do as the head judge. Anyone you want to thank though before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to thank the whole judge team. They really don't get enough credit for what they do. It really is a laborious effort that they put in, and everyone who judges these events are great people. So, yeah, just appreciate your local judges.
No, I have to agree, and on behalf of all the players out there, thank you for what you do. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans. Wanchelsondan in here, and I'm joined by probably one of the best players in the world. Some would say currently the best player in the world, the #1 player. No, I'm joined by Brent Tonneson. Brent, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yes, so you came from winning the Monterey Regional Championships. That's absolutely massive. How does it feel to win a big regional?
It was pretty good because I think the biggest one that I won before that was Melbourne last year, and then the biggest one before that was Sydney the year before. Actually, oh no, I won Malaysia and it was bigger than Sydney. So, but like this is the first time I won a tournament with over 1,000 players, and I think that's a pretty big milestone.
Oh, that's absolutely huge. First out of more than 1,000 players, absolutely massive. You're getting there, closer and closer to winning one of these big North American regionals, right? So you're playing you were playing Gardevoir EX. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm actually a player who's been playing Gardevoir for a very long time. I'm not sure, like a lot of people did know me, I think, more in 2023 as a Gardevoir main. I used to play Gardevoir basically every single tournament, and kind of didn't play for a bit. I kind of picked up being known as a Regidrago. Plus, I also had an arc where I did really well with Giratina, lost on Giratina. So I haven't really been with Gardevoir for a while, but I'm back with Gardevoir, I guess.
Ooh, so you're trying to regain that title from probably Henry Chow as the main Gardevoir guy. But yeah, your list, and we've seen Gardevoir just do really, really well. I think winning 4 tournaments in a row. Your list won like 2 out of the 4 at this point, because it did win. Was it Seville, the Seville special event? And your list is really something. Can we talk about that? Why dropping the Zoroarks, for example?
Well, I wouldn't say it was more so I dropped the Zoroarks. It's more so I didn't come up with that idea. Because the one thing that I was doing was I was just looking at a lot of the Japanese online, or a lot of the Japanese results. There's a bunch of online resources where you can see a lot of Japanese decks. And basically every single idea I had was either something that I saw in a City League or at a Champions League. I didn't actually have any original ideas myself here. I kind of just put like 2 different decks from Japan together and then built it, and I'm like, this is my deck now. And now it seems to be doing very well.
Yeah, it seems to be doing really great. Again, your exact list won the Seville Regional Championships as well. Sorry, the Seville special event as well. And it's interesting, right? The Cleffa, without the Mew as well. Was the Cleffa really big for the deck?
Yeah, it really is, actually. I think one thing that people are underestimating with Cleffa is that before Butter came out, everyone was crazy for Clef. You would play like Regidrago, you'd instantly go into Clef every game. You'd go dump your hand, draw 5 cards, whatever, reload and everything. The only thing that's really stopping you from doing that is Butter. So against every deck that doesn't run Butter, Cleffa is still Cleffa. This card is still very good into every single deck that does not use Butter. And sometimes it is good against Butter, but not as good as it would be against the other decks, mostly because you can't play your items to discard cards. So I think people have just been sleeping on Cleffa. They've been like, it's Butter's time, Cleffa doesn't have the spotlight. Like, there's room for both of them.
I like it. Again, I think this is exactly what Gardevoir needed to evolve, right? Since I think so many people counted it off just because we've lost the refinement Curlias. Me personally as well. I didn't think Gardevoir was going to be this good, winning 4 regional championships at this point. But what other evolutions did you add to this Gardevoir list?
I think the only real thing I added was I think the Japanese lists were mostly Research, Ino, and a boss. They also sometimes ran Mortis. I kind of went to the route where I don't exactly think Mortis is the best draw supporter. It definitely goes uses. So if I can avoid using it, I'll try to avoid using it. Like, that's generally what I was trying to do. If I think a card's not very strong and I can avoid using it, I'll try to avoid using it at all costs. So I kind of built my deck around that. The one thing that I kind of got inspired by was Isaiah Bradner not running bosses orders. That was something that I theorized even in the previous format, but I never really went with Gardevoir at a tournament. And Isaiah Bradner was the first one to actually go and do a tournament and not run the bosses orders in the deck. And I guess since then, I think the Japanese list had the one boss, and I was testing, and I thought that the Professor's Turo is usually better than the boss. The boss is good sometimes, but the Turo is better in the mirror, and that's the matchup where I was mostly putting the boss in for anyway.
I like it. Do you think Gardevoir will still do well here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
Yeah, I think it is, because I'm struggling to find decks that have really consistent, that are just really consistently strong into it. Most decks, even the decks you would think are beating it, they still have to fight against it. So I don't really see, even if the meta goes against it, I still think it's in a favorable position in the meta game. It just seems really strongly positioned right now.
I love it. What do you think would be a tough matchup, though, for Gardevoir?
I think the hardest one is probably the Zoroark. I think the next hardest one might be something like the Roaring Moon. maybe certain types of Goldango or Dragapult lists, depending on how heavily they're attacking. So with cards like Jamming Power, or with Goldango, the Vengeful Punch.
I like it. I like it. With that, again, I think we've learned so much about the Gardevoir metagame, again, from one of the best Gardevoir players. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
I want to shout out, firstly, Aiden, because I stayed with him for the last 2 weeks. So this is where I've been in the last 2 weeks before this regionals. Obviously, I want to shout out my friends and family. Haven't really had any testing partners recently. I guess Matthew Burris was technically my main testing partner, mostly because we played a few games together and we bounced ideas of the list. So.
With that, thank you so much, Brent. Best of luck here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I'm sure we're going to get you on stream at some point. But yeah, with that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. We're still here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. It's day 2, couple of rounds left before Top Cut. I believe only 1 round left, technically, before Top Cut. My name is Juancho Saldana. Right now, out in the field, where technically VGC is popping off, but let's bring it back to some TCG action. I have a couple of updates from the floor. You know, we have Alex Chandler, who took a win against Ryan Antonucci. So Alex Chandler is one of the other people with 10-0 records, essentially guaranteeing a top 8 spot. He's playing Miraidon and did take a win against Dragapult. John Ang takes a win against Caleb Rogerson, who we did see on the stream yesterday, both of them actually. But John Ang with a 9-1-1 record. Ian Robb, who we also saw on the stream yesterday, takes a win against Joseph Nawal. Again, Ian Robb playing that very interesting EV deck. We have Cal Connor actually taking a win against Aiden Koos. Lucas Zings and Toolbox takes a win against Lane Harden's Gardevoir. Last but not least, update on Owen Dalgard, who was undefeated yesterday. Did take a win this last round, but did take a couple of losses here into day 2. Still with a 9-2 record. Still with a chance into Top Cut. With that, Kyle, Boo, what do you think about all the top players right now?
What's up, Juancho? We are still here. We're going to be here until we crown a champion, that is for sure. Thank you so much for all the updates as well, Juancho. Love having you as a sideline reporter out there. I feel like I should be asking you what the weather is right now. How is it out there?
It's nice and nice and crowded, nice and loud. TCG's running. VGC is really, really loud. I think the TCG folks have to step it up a little bit.
We definitely got opportunity for that. We got 2 great players lined up here for our round 12 to see who will make it into the Top Cut. As you were mentioning, so many great names. Looks like tables 1 through 3 actually chose to go with that intentional draw. Yeah. So asymmetric cut potentially looking like 29 points instead of that 30. It could be wild.
It could be wild. Well, we're going to jump into the action here on the desk, Juancho. Have fun out there in the VG crowd. We're going to take it to the desk for some TCG action as we bring you into our last Swiss round here in Milwaukee. Of course, I'm Shelby Boo here with my fantastic co-caster.
Did I do this Sparkle Fingers too?
Yeah, Sparkle Fingers. We got it. Yeah, perfect. Nailed it. Kyle Sablehouse, or as I called him, Slablehouse yesterday. I don't know how he feels about that one though. Yeah. Wait, what's our name again?
Oh,
gosh. Boo
House? Yeah.
That's
like
equally as bad.
That was our spooky one for October, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we're here with you, regardless of what nickname we have, and we're happy to be here, jumping into this round very soon. I actually think the players are getting ready, so let's introduce who we're about to see in our stream feature match here in Milwaukee. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a star-studded performance. Look at this. We have Ryan Antonucci here, the left of our screen with Dragapult EX. It has been the deck to name all weekend long. So many awesome players. Of course, Ryan Antonucci, a former regional champion last season as well. He's coming back here this season, trying to get a win now on our stream.
Yeah, Ryan has been on the stream plenty of times, and sure enough, he's here once more. He's looking to overcome a couple of his demons. He's been losing a lot of these winning in opportunities, but this might be his time. He's up against a deck that we have not seen that much in this current format. John Roberts bringing back the Charizard EX with a very bulky line of Charizard and Dusknoir. You might remember John from his 2012 U.S. Nationals run. It was the ultimate Cinderella story with Kling Klang, and it was something to watch, I'll tell you that.
When you said Kling Klang, Kyle, I cannot. That is epic. So we have a national champion facing off against a regional champion here. And of course, yeah, John Roberts II bringing the spice to our table. It's been a while since we've seen Charizard EX. Let's take a look at these prize cards between our players.
Hey, this is why you play the bulky lines.
Yes, this is good that we have more Pokemon for John.
Yep, 2 Charizard EX in the prize cards, double Duskull. He's still got plenty left to work with on the other side. For Ryan, we see he's got that copy of the Monkey Dory in there, one of those Artisan that players have been favoring, and the Buddy Poffin. So maybe some of those early Pokemon that you're looking to eye up to evolve are going to be stuck in the prizes.
Well, these players look like they're getting all set up. Prize cards are out. We're going to get started here soon in our very last Swiss rounds. This is what our players have to get to, of course, trying to make it into our top cut. The pressure is on. We have the fist bump. Let's see who's going to take the win in this win and in as we kick off this match. We're going to start on John's side of the field here. Duskull in the active position, and we have a little baby Charmander on the bench. I got to say, Kyle, I love seeing Charizard back. I'm kind of a fan.
I mean, we saw it so much, so often in the past year, and now it's got an opportunity to maybe make a comeback. We've seen a lot of players combining this with the Dragapult and kind of using that two-headed beast to take down different opportunities, use that Dragapult early, and then follow up with the late-game Charizard. Maybe use it to Energy Excel, but now we're going to see the two face off.
Yes, yeah, big, bulky Dragapult. It sits at 9 feet, 10 inches, only 110 pounds, though. Kyle, it's light on its feet. It is a ghost.
That's a skinny guy.
It's skinny, yeah, although he looks pretty chunky, I must say. Charizard, 5'7", 199 pounds. These are just monumental Pokemon we're going to see swinging back and forth at each other. Of course, Ryan Antonucci setting up the board. Here we have 2 Dreepy out and that infamous Budew. You could say the Budew is quite the star to this deck as well.
Yeah, truly. It's been meta-defining as we've seen so many players focusing on this to slow down the game. Give yourself an opportunity to find these evolutions, build your hand, and eventually use these giant attacks that we see so often. They don't take a lot of energies, but it takes a lot of time to get that Pokemon out there and start taking those prize cards.
Right, well, it's just going to be a Buddy Poffin there from Ryan Antonucci as we're back over to John here, benching a Duskull, attaching to that active Duskull, getting a little pivot option on that baby before we jump into an Iono. So let's discuss this Charizard deck. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Charizard around these parts of town, Kyle, but this is quite the build of it. As you said, super consistent as far as the lines of Pokemon that we have, but how is it functioning here for John Roberts? What is his strategy he's going to be taking against this Dragapult deck?
He's got a couple different options when you look at the list. He's got the Buddy Poffins, he's got the Precious Trolley as his A-spec of choice, so he wants to have all the basic Pokemon out as early as he can. Find those evolutions, and he's willing to go that 2 different routes. He's got the Budew if he wants to slow down his opponent, or he can include a couple of these copies of the Technical Machine Evolution. Slow down with that energy, take that turn off. You play very heavy lines of the Stage 1 Pokemon so that you can evolve into that Stage 2 as early as the second turn. This time around, we don't see the Technical Machine, it's Budew time.
Ah, yeah, no Technical Machine. We do love our Fire Mix tapes, Kyle, but not this time around, I guess. Yeah, but the Budew has joined the field. We're going to see some Budew action here as the items are locked from this point on for Ryan Antonucci. 10 damage on this Dreepy from that little Budew, throwing some pollen his way. Now Ryan Antonucci attaching this Luminous Energy here straight into another Iono. We already saw one from John. Now it's going to be one from Ryan. These players' cards cannot stay in their hands.
Yeah, and sure enough, you're drawing into a hand mostly full of supporters when you've already played your supporter and the items that you can't play. Thankfully, card number 6 was that Tricloak. Gives him an opportunity to see a few more resources, and why not double up on it? That's a pretty great feeling.
Love that. Yeah, Recon Directive, that's what you want to see. You're drawing more cards into your hand, one to your hand and one to the bottom of the deck. Love to see it for Ryan as we start, bulking up these resources in the hand. Of course, under item lock, so can't play any items, but we just we're just going to see Ryan go nice and slow here and just kind of further the board state as we lead with Badoo in the active position here. This one is a little bulky. It's got a Bravery Charm plus 50 HP. That makes that Badoo an 80 HP Badoo. And now we see the Itchy Pollen back and forth. We have seen Badoo wars since this format has started. Kyle, is there any strategy where you think you win a Badoo war? Like, what is your strat here from the Badoo? Or is it truly just come down to when you strike in this map?
I think it comes down to a lot of the deck building decisions. We see Bravery Charm as an inclusion for Ryan. He wants his Badoo to stick around a little longer or be a little less susceptible to that Monkey Dory. So you have options to bide more time and draw more cards. This is a big difference between the Dragapult's success and Charizard's falling off, is that this stage 1 draws you all the cards. Charmeleon's not doing anything for you on the other side. John Roberts is strictly looking to find some of those heavy counts that he plays, and that's why you see a card like Jacques appearing in this spot. A perfect answer to when you are locked by items.
Yeah, you love to see that. You got to take it nice and slow. You have to have other options in your deck, in your supporters, in your tool cards that can help you get through these awkward Badoo turns. And that's how we're seeing so many new builds of decks here in our meta. Jacques helping out, getting these evolutions onto the field. We already see 2 Dusclops here, of course, with that Curse Blast ability, allowing you to place a ton of damage counters, 5 to be exact, or Dusknoir 13. You get a little upgrade there with the second evolution. Charmeleon also joining the field as we continue with the Badoo wars. But this time around, John Roberts popped the Iron Bundle of Joy. So that's why we see this time it's the Dracloak in the active position. That's just forcing Ryan Antonucci to burn more resources at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Every energy is so important at this spot. You see Ryan making a big decision. Instead of using Iono, potentially giving John a new hand and saving some of those resources, he trashes them all. And he's going to try to find at least 1 energy. We don't see it yet. He still has a couple recon directives to help out, move this Pokemon, and reestablish the item lock, which would be so crucial here.
Yeah, see you later, hand. I need something to work with is essentially where we're at right now. We're on our first recon directive here. Looks like it's a difficult decision for Ryan. It's between an Ultra Ball or an energy search.
I think it was 2 items.
Oh, yeah.
Which is,
I mean,
like,
yeah, those are both items.
in 7 turns, this is going to be great.
No. Slowly building up the hand of lots of items.
Psychic energy.
Ooh. Does have that energy, is going to choose to use it. Pivot out of this Dracloak back into the Badoo now. At least that gets us somewhere here. You know, like we said, another resource wasted, but you also have to prioritize, you know, shutting down your opponent as well and furthering your board state. As we see another Badoo drop to the bench too. So we got the bulky one back in active position after some Iron Bundle shenanigans. Ooh, we see this Genesect as well join in the board. We see this as an inclusion in quite a few decks now in our formats with that Ace Nullifier ability. As long as there's a tool card attached to it, your opponent can't use an Ace spec. That's kind of rough.
Yeah.
Although there's a lot of Pokemon already out on that side of the field, Kyle. What do you think about that?
I feel like A-Specs are already currently in trouble right now, given the item locking shenanigans
Yeah,
that we
right?
have. But there's
Unless you got that grand tree, baby.
Yeah, but don't think we'll see that this time around. Got enough of that day 1. This is an interesting spot here for John now. He has the Brock Scouting. He can search out an evolution Pokemon, but what route do you want to go? Do you potentially lean towards second Dusknoir and take out both Dracloaks? You could be very dangerous in that regard. You're just a little damage off of the other Dracloak. You can't do just the Dusclops. Charizard makes the most sense. You'd have an attacker. You have the fire energy. You can get even more energies out of your deck and maybe draw out of this mess.
Right, yeah, and that is our sole Charizard EX, right? The other 2 are in the prize cards, I believe.
Yep, and that would have been a really hard card to find, given that you're under item lock. But thankfully, all of these supporters that don't seem very powerful are working out tremendously in this regard.
Yeah, it's this specific format. When you cannot play items, you just have to find ways out. And Brock Scouting is a perfect card for that. Either 2 basic or an evolution. This time, we needed that Charizard EX, the sole Charizard EX. Now we're seeing the ability popping off here in that Infernal Rain, raining these fire energies down out of the deck onto the field as we see another one join the Charizard EX to boost up its ability or its attack here, and then that Charmander getting one on the bench as well. So John Roberts is furthering his board here. It's looking pretty good, Kyle. I feel like I'm digging this.
Yeah, he's made some great progress, and now you just have to make a decision of, is knocking out a Badoo and removing a Dracloak the best choice? Do you want to wait on using your Dusknoir? You don't always want to give your opponent a free prize card when they haven't even found energies to attach to their board yet.
Yeah, kind of don't want to give them any lead here. It's just going to be that Charizard EX taking a knockout on that Badoo. It was 80 HP. Now it's gone here after that Burning Darkness attack from Charizard EX. So Ryan Antonucci quickly promoting that second Badoo into the active position here, but John's technically leading in the prize race. One thing that Charizard EX does sort of do here, as I mean really any Dusknoir line that you see in a deck, is you kind of manipulate prize cards. You're giving your opponent prize cards, but that also activates parts of your deck where you can limit them really heavily in the late game with disruption as well. How do you think that's going to come into play, Kyle?
Yeah, I think John's kind of showing his hand by that last turn. Instead of trying to mess with his opponent's board state, he's thinking about, how am I going to remove major threats? He's saving his Dusknoir this time around so that he can use it in combination with his attack on Charizard. He wants to make sure that Burning Darkness is doing a little more damage at the right time. So when you use your Dusknoir, you put the damage counters onto a Dragapult, and then you get the knockout as well because you'll be dealing 210 damage. So it all starts to add up. You take the perfect knockout at the right time. And if you just remove energies in play, that's what Ryan really struggles with. He can only play one energy a turn.
Yeah, I know that's the slow part of Dragapult. You just have to manually attach and hope it goes well. And as we saw in the beginning of this game, John already kind of wasted some of those energies on the other side for Ryan. So it's already like we're working off the back foot here for Ryan Antonucci, but he is still going in this matchup as we see the Buddy Buddy Poffin being played here now for the turn to bring down another Dreepy to the bench.
Yeah, and you can see Ryan also thinking about this, understands he made some changes to his deck list so that he is a little more susceptible to a deck that's going to target where his energies go. He plays the Unfair Stamp instead of the Crystal. He does play the Experience Share, though, and he found that off the Arven. So if energies do touch the board, they at least have an opportunity of sticking around for the other Pokemon.
Yeah, a lot of the Dragapult decks have been taking out that Experience Share, but it's such an important inclusion when you struggle to get energies sometimes. We're going to see the Hawlucha join the hand as well. That nice little flying entry, I think is what it's called. When it goes down to the bench, you can put damage counter on 2 different Pokemon on your opponent's field, sometimes correct some math as well for Ryan in certain matchups. So,
yeah, I mean, this board in particular looks great for Hawlucha. If there was a Sparkling Crystal, this could be a devastating turn. We see there is a Badoo here that would be knocked out. This Charmander as well with 70 hit points. You take that down to 60 and you could remove it with a Dragapult. The problem is Ryan does not have a way right now to get those energies in play and take a big knockout.
Yeah, that's all we are lacking here is just the ability to strike, pretty much. We have the Hawlucha. We just don't have the right pieces. Ryan's looking at this hand here.
It's like Iron Bundle kind of ruined me.
Right, I know. Like, what an effect.
Of all the Pokemon, that was the one. It's just that simple retreating issue really threw him off. And he didn't have an answer at that point. He found the second Badoo later on. He would have had a Pokemon to swap between, but instead he had to send up that Dracloak and just wasted another energy.
Yeah, it's wild that something so simple can have such a large effect in these matchups when in this format, some decks are really susceptible to issues like that. So EXP Share is going to join the field here now, which is great. Like you said, Kyle, maybe some energies can stick around. If something that has energies knocked out, it's just going to go to that EXP Share Pokemon, just like the video games here. We're going to see the Counter Catcher, which is available thanks to Ryan having more prize cards than John here. It's going to bring up that Dusclops into the active position. 10 damage from that Badoo, Itchy Pollen. Item cards are locked once again for John. And the Dusclops is in the active position, kind of stuck up there at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a double-edged sword. If John's fortunate enough to find the Dusknoir, this could be a big turnaround. Right. You could also see Dusclops just popped early.
You could just go.
Remove Badoo from play. Ryan has to promote into this. It feels very awkward, but this is one of the more difficult Pokemon to move out of the active spot without obviously giving up a prize
Unless you use
card.
it, yeah. Exactly, either Cursed Blast or you're sticking there, and John is going to choose to Cursed Blast here. That's 5 damage counters, easily taken out that Badoo now. That's going to be a prize card here for John before he chooses to promote and continue through his turn after that Cursed Blast. Of course, Ryan also taking a prize card from that knockout of the Dusclops as well. Professor's Research being the card drawn off the prizes for John.
Doesn't help John. He already had Research in hand. He drew his trolley, which he can't play, and he's got basically the rest of his energies in the hand as well. So likely would see an energy attachment to that Charmander, and then at that point you have to giddy up.
Yeah, it was actually a Duskull that's now being thrown onto the field from the prize cards here. We have that Research, also as well as the Fire Energy being attached to that Charmander on the bench. This is a fresh 7 cards here for John, but this board state is already pretty cracking here, Kyle, as we get another Charmeleon out onto the field here. Still doesn't have any other Charizard EX besides the one currently on the bench.
Yeah, John's just playing very fair Pokemon. Just some simple evolutions here and there, just biding his time and taking what knockouts are allowed from Ryan at this point.
I mean, that's really how he built the deck,
yeah.
you know? He's just like, I just go.
You can continue at this point. You could just bring up the Charizard, take a prize card, but the 3 prizes isn't exactly ideal for you. It seems like this is a game where you're going to have to work through 2 Dragapult back-to-back, and that's what he's set up for.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, those Dragapult can be really sticky situations. I mean, it's a lot of HP. You have 320 that you have to get to, which you can get those numbers. Of course, that's why you have the Dusknoir and Dusclops line helping out there, but you just have to make sure you're doing things at the right time. Ryan Antonucci once again with a Genesect in the active position here. So awkward. 10 damage from that Badoo that's item locking him now as well. We're going to see the energy attachment for turn of that Luminous Energy, allowing for that Psychic to be chosen. Now it's fully loaded up on that Dragapult EX into an Iono here. We're going to see both of our players once again get rid of their hands. Shuffle them
they
to
forgot
the bottom.
Resistance.
Oh, I was like, what are they correcting?
Genesect can just hang out forever. It doesn't have any allergies.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's very rare that we see Resistance come into play, but this time around, that Genesect is not having an issue.
Okay, this was
To the
the one card that would make you question things for Ryan on his side. He found the one-of copy of Rescue Board here off the Iono. You could get aggressive. It doesn't feel great against Badoo. Maybe you just slow down past this turn and wait for a boss's orders turn so you can really make the most of this first attack with Dragapult.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's debating here now. Just kind of assessing the board. He has cards in his hand. It's just what strategy does he want to choose? What route does he want to go down?
You know what
against
feels
John?
bad?
What?
200 damage into a 10 HP Badoo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I would say so. Even when you're sprinkling damage onto the rest of the field, yeah, 200. When it's got 10 HP left, that's rough.
Yeah, but like this is where you're at. You've lost
you
both
got
Badoo
to.
at this point, even though Badoo would be a really great inclusion here just to deal that 10 extra damage, lock the items once more post-Iono. You don't have those resources. You can take 2 knockouts here if you want them. You know that you're already at risk of a Curse Blast plus Charizard at this point anyways of being KO'd, so why not just take some prizes?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, we're 1 down from that Dusclops earlier. So Ryan can take a couple of more here. Double prize knockouts from the Phantom Dive if he chooses to do so. That's what he's going to do. We're going to see the strike into the Badoo. He's being taken down. And then, of course, on the bench, that Duskull also being wiped out from the field from Ryan Antonucci. Now he's down to 3 prize cards. Pressure is on John here, but John is leading in the prize card race now, thanks to Ryan being at 3. John's at 4. That unlocks cards like Defiance Band here. If you're behind in prize cards, 30 additional damage.
Yeah, it means he's got a little more of a luxury with that Dusknoir. He's able to use that to take down the Dracloak on the bench. And he's starting to do a little bit of math here, trying to figure out if this is going to work out. And it looks pretty nice.
I love when the math works out, Kyle. Half the time I'm doing it wrong, though. I'll tell you what. Iono being played here now. Once again, I mean, we've seen almost an Iono a turn here from these players. Lots of flinging of the cards here as we see a fresh hand of only 3 now from John. We're in the later half of the game now. Ryan sitting at 2 because of that knockout there on John's side of the field. So, yeah, look at this. John has put himself in a position here, down to 1 single prize card after this turn. And now we're back over to Ryan, stuck with a Genesect and just a Dracloak on his field.
Right, and not only was the knockout nice for John, but he was able to do that against the experience shared Dracloak on the bench too. So there's no energy in play at this point. Ryan really grasping at straws, trying to find any way to stay in this game. I mean, you got to stick the most hit points you can up in the active spot. Right. It looks like he's going to try to find an energy first, but he finds Pheasantipity.
I mean,
that's a double-edged sword too.
Right. Yeah, you get more cards, but then you got a Pheasantipity on your bench.
You want that fire energy. You have the Ultra Ball for the Dragon Ball. This is really good.
Whoa.
Runs into the Unfair Stamp.
Dragon Ball EX, Unfair Stamp, Counter Catcher from the Pheasantipity 3-card draw here. The Blood Moon Ursaluna EX as well, now down on the bench. And that A-Spec Unfair Stamp that can turn games right in the latter half for some of our players. That's huge discard pile here from Ryan. We have been grinding out of this matchup. We see the Night Stretcher now for the fire energy from the discard being placed onto that Dragapult EX into the Unfair Stamp here. We're shuffling up. A knockout happened last turn. That's going to enable Ryan to be able to draw fresh 5 cards. John's only going to get 2.
I mean, this is wild. There's so many hit points on the other side for this Charizard EX. You have to use your Dragapult in order to deal with this Pokemon. You're dealing 70 damage, but how do you work in any game-winning play on the following turn here?
Yeah. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, Kyle.
It's finding the attack is so difficult. There's no real way to add additional damage other than the Hawlucha. We've seen that tossed away.
True.
You'd also be dealing with trying to deal that damage to the bench. Charizard's in the active. It's going to be a climb.
That's the point that we're at. There's just been such small things that have happened here. Unfortunately for Ryan Antonucci, only has that single energy attached to the Dragapult EX for this Jet Headbutt. 70 damage, slightly damaging this Charizard EX that was at 330. Now we see another Charizard EX on the bench though from John. Of course, 2 were stuck in the prize cards. Now we had 1 in the hand. It is down on the field now. No more Charmeleon here. And we're getting even more energy from that Infernal Rain that we saw from the Charizard EX. Just thinning them out of the deck at this point.
Yep, here we are back again with our fair and balanced Pokemon. You just evolve, retreat manually, and attack with a giant Pokemon. You have so many hit points in play.
I'm healthy.
You've done 300 damage to the active.
That is incredible. It's like, oh, well, here's another obstacle in your way, Ryan.
What can Monkey Dory do here? Does he have a way to move more damage over? He could put Charizard up to 100. He's 230 away. He has Blood Moon Ursaluna to hit 240. He'd need Boss's Orders and a Luminous Energy to get the job done. He has Counter Catcher. Now he has to just fish for that final energy. Does he have the Luminous here in the top 7?
Oh my gosh.
He does!
There is the first card here from Ryan. Luminous Energy there. We see the Monkey Dory with the Adrenabrain abilities, shifting that 30 over. That's going to make some perfect math here, Kyle, for Ryan Antonucci to take things down in the very last half of that game.
Yeah, we're just looking for the final pieces. How do you deal with the remaining hit points there? He had already used 2 Luminous Energies at that point to find the last pieces in what was, a 3-card hand at that point. It seemed very unrealistic, but sure enough, he had exactly what he needed to get the job done, and that's why you spice up your energies and include the Monkey Dory.
Yes, I know. The Luminous is so clutch there to have some nice Monkey Dory action. It came out right at the end, too. We saw, like you said, Kyle, super clean, consistent gameplay from John. As we saw, Ryan try to stall out a little bit. Dusclops in the active, forced John into using that to knock the Badoo there with it. We saw Ryan taking the prize cards here in that Duskull and Badoo knockout just to get down in the prize cards. Iono after Iono between these players here. And John did everything. We saw the Charizard EX off the prize cards here that was able to be put into play to kind of balance things out a little bit. Threw all those hit points up in the active, but thanks to that jet headbutt from the Dragapult EX the turn before, the match just worked out because that Monkey Dorian Luminous Energy, I cannot believe it, Kyle.
Yeah, to see the Luminous Energy in the window there, that was to be the most rewarding feeling for Ryan. He took some really calculated risks there. He found the Pheasantipity instead of the energy, and he went for it all. It worked out so well. We can take a look at our players and some of the accomplishments they've had leading into this. Of course, for Ryan, that big regional championship in Knoxville has been his crowning achievement. He's been looking to build on that ever since.
Yeah, and then, you know, John Roberts over here, a national champion. It was a little earlier than that in 2012, but so nice to see he's still playing Pokemon TCG, and he's back here once again now at our stream table in 2025, Kyle. I mean, that is just epic.
He was a Vikavolt Tapu Bulu player for a long time in that 2017-18 era, and he loved that deck. Maybe he's got a new favorite now, though, with this Charizard. He's one of the very few players in the tournament who still believes, but this list is unlike any of the ones we've seen.
Yeah, maybe this is the way to keep Charizard alive, potentially. Here now, just super ultra consistent lines here, as we saw so many of those supporters, the Jacques, the Brock Scouting help out when you're under those awkward Badoo locks. For John, I mean, he wasn't even sweating those turns as far as furthering his own board state. It's almost like it wasn't affecting him very much.
Yeah. If you're playing Solitaire, this is never the list that you want to play. It's not the most refined list possible, but for this meta where you're expecting your opponent to item lock you into oblivion, this is the right way to do it.
Yeah, you're building around that, exactly. And that is something that our players can do. When you know so much of our meta share is Dragapult EX, it is out there in the highest numbers by far, and it has been for quite a while here. So you know you're going to be seeing a lot of Badoo out in the field. You're going to be facing off against that. Build your deck around it, and maybe you will see the same success here. Of course, both of these players, this is the win and in they're competing for here now. So they're rolling through it. Ryan Antonucci was able to take the first win here in our Swiss round 12, but we're going to a game 2 between these players. Ryan is going to start us off now. We've seen the awkward Pheasantipity EX starts and how precious those resources are for Ryan Antonucci, unfortunately, starting once again with awkward Pokemon in the active.
And you're just echoing in your head that, oh, I just need some basics, I need some help, and then he top decks Blood Moon Ursaluna.
No, that is not the basic we wanted.
I'm going to be more specific next time.
Oh, no. Well, Ultra Ball is going to be burned nice and early here for Ryan, just discarding that Blood Moon Ursaluna as well as a boss's orders. Some resources, later game resources that are going down. Of course, we have Night Stretchers and such in the deck from Ryan Antonucci. We have one in the prize cards right now. A lot of items in the prize cards, so maybe we wouldn't be using those anyway, potentially, if we get some Badoo action in here once again for Ryan. But you think it's anything too brutal in those prizes, Kyle?
No, they're certainly manageable, and honestly, for playing against a deck that uses Dusclops and Dusknoir as much as John will, Unfair Stamp at the bottom of your prizes seems excellent. You'll have an opportunity to use that maybe earlier than you typically do. You could put John on a really bad hand, and he does not have the resources to draw out of any low hand size.
Right. Yeah, that could get super awkward, that is for sure. John doesn't have those free draw cards going around in his deck. He just kind of tries to establish early game and then just stabilize from there. But if you need those key elements, you don't have those options like we saw from Ryan. The Pheasantipity, you know, drawing into some cards there in the late game, put him out so much there. We do see the Badoo come out after that Ultra Ball, of course, from Ryan. Burning some item cards, getting that Badoo out. We see an energy in the hand as well already for Ryan.
And you can see the priority there for Ryan. Typically, you see players lean over towards that Dreepy, try to establish Dracloak on the second turn and draw a bunch of cards. Instead, he says, I will lose if there's a rare candy Charizard on turn 2. So Badoo needs to happen right now.
That's scary. That's super scary. Well, we just saw the attachment there for the Pheasantipity EX. Awkward, but you got to do it. John over here on this side, starting off with a Pokegear 3.0. Of course, going second is able to play a supporter card. Let's look at the hand. Is there a bunch of evolutions in there?
Yeah, I saw a lot of Pokemon. Not sure
hopefully
how
basics.
that will roll. Yeah.
Yeah, we need the basics to come out, and then we research into more cards. But if you're tossing a lot of evolutions, I mean, there is a lot of evolutions in the deck, though. I ain't gonna lie.
He could go away with a few.
Right.
Yeah, there's multiple Charmeleon there.
3 Charmeleon, what in the world?
I think it's just 2, but yeah, it's still not great.
Oh, I'm blind, so.
There was a red Pokemon in there. I think it's the second Charmander.
Or is that Chi-Yu,
Or the
yo?
Chi-Yu.
It's the Chi-Yu.
Oh, no, please not the Chi-Yu.
Oh, yeah. It does start with a C. Who knows? Well, we see the Pokegear. I think it was the Jacques. I think the research, or it was the research or the Jacques in hand. But Charmander joining the field. That's pretty good here, as well as that Duskull. But 2 Charmeleon and a Dusclops in the hands still. So he chooses to research there. He would throw all of those resources away. So no energy or anything from this turn. We have the Jacques in hand, or well, really we have the evolutions in hand already for John. So he's going to just take a nice easy pass back over to Ryan here. Would you have liked to see other setup if it was possible, Kyle, from John?
No, I think this is exactly what you want. The issue that you have is using the Pokegear at that turn. Unless you're able to find specifically the Brock scouting in that point, I feel like you're not going to use any of those supporters. Maybe the Arvin on that turn would have been nice, but when you find the research and don't play it, you're telling your opponent exactly what your hand is.
Yeah, my hand's pretty good.
It's likely stage 1s because you have a Badoo, and I'm not throwing away any of this.
Right.
Ryan knows what he's walking into at this point.
Yeah.
He's got time. He's going to use his Badoo, but he's also going to focus on his own setup.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing here right now. This Buddy Poffin being drawn off of the Arvin. The rescue board as the tool card off the option of that card as well. And we're seeing these basics now join the field. We didn't have any Dreepy. Now we have 2 here to start setting up Ryan.
Yep, this is what he wanted on that opening turn. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to find any of those resources. And at the same time, a little grateful because he did not get Badoo locked on the opening turn. This is a spot he's not familiar with in this current format, but it worked out for him.
They're like, whoa, I can use items? That's cool. And then we see all the tools come down that aren't even items. So, but Bravery Charm here now on this Badoo 80 HP here as we see the item lock. Itchy Pollen from the Badoo. Doesn't even need an energy attachment. It's just out there in the air. The yellow dust all around that poor little Charmander running in the fields. And he's got some damage on him now as well. That could be some damage that comes into play, honestly, Kyle, in the future. What do you think?
I mean, you see Charmeleon, it's a pretty good attacker against Badoo. The problem is that Ryan has the Bravery Charm, so he'll stick around for a few turns. But yeah, just a simple Fire Energy Combustion typically removes this Pokemon, and has probably been pretty great for John over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, and the card also looks super cool here on that Charmeleon. Well, we see him pop out from the hand on to the board here for John as we see the Jacques as well being played to get even more evolution Pokemon out into the hand. So we are ready to go. That hand was just stacked initially with all of these evolutions, and now we're going to have even more on the next turn if Ryan doesn't disrupt it.
I live for this. This is the perfect turn of disrespect that you can play. Your opponent's 3-card hand is going absolutely nowhere. You just evolved all 3 of your Pokemon, and then you searched out their stage 2s right in front of them and said, I don't think you're going to ever disrupt this
Iono
hand.
me, yo.
Yeah, I dare you to top deck Iono.
Do it.
And he does.
No way!
He does.
Top deck Iono, and Ryan Antonucci says, okay, let's do it. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. That's exactly really what Ryan needed to see here as we see a Luminous Energy as well come down onto the field, onto that Dreepy. The
I'm
rescue
shook.
board.
This never happens for
Arvin.
me. What is happening here? He actually found the card as the words are coming out of my mouth.
We were just saying it, yeah. I was just jealous right now at this point.
Oh, well done, Mr. Ryan. He's got a pretty good opportunity here, but he needs to find his stage ones. Those Dracloaks look to be missing. Maybe one was in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the evolutions all over the right side of our field from John. Now we got to see it from Ryan here. Those Dreepies were brought out last turn. They have a full cycle to evolve. Now we got even more Dreepies dropping down.
He's got Ultra Ball in hand too, so this is not done yet by any means. Plenty of time here for Ryan to just build this hand back up, tempt your opponent to just knock out a Badoo, Pheasantipity draw, and then get very aggressive on the following turn with a Dragapult. I'm really liking this spot here for Ryan now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a board that has a lot more options, even though it started so awkward with that Pheasantipity as well. But, you know, the power of item cards, I suppose. Dracloak now Recon Directive-ing, I guess, for the first one time around, Kyle.
If it wasn't a verb, it is now.
Oh, man. Ryan's really looking at his hand here as he chooses which cards to throw out to that Ultra Ball so we can get into another Recon Directive here from a secondary Dracloak being evolved into on this turn.
Yeah,
So
really great
we're setting up.
understanding from Ryan. He found the Luxurious Cape over the Iono, knowing that I don't want this card, but I do need some fodder for my Ultra Ball. I'd rather have that Iono for future turns, as he sees it again off the top of his deck. I think he already had one in hand, but that card really likes him this time around.
I know, it's like, play me.
I'm back.
Please. Yeah.
He doesn't play many draw supporters.
Oh my gosh. What a game this has been, Kyle.
Yeah, he's got all the right cards to combat exactly what John is doing. John plays a very simple game. He's going to evolve.
Right.
He's going to find energies. He's going to attack.
He's doing it, and he's doing it live here on our stream. We see the Dusknoir evolving on the bench here. That's giving us a very powerful Cursed Blast. This is not just the 50 damage counters, it's 13 damage counters. Easily cleaning up that Dracloak into Ryan's unfair stamp as the draw from that Dusknoir being knocked out. Of course, John also going to take a prize card from that knockout as well. And we're going to see this Charmeleon now getting some attacks in here with that Combustion.
Yeah, and here the unfair stamp is prize cards were taken last turn. You could put your opponent on a really low hand again if you want to,
Yeah,
but
that could be crazy.
do you feel comfortable with the attack that you'll have for this turn? For Ryan, it would at best be a headbutt from your Dragapult, only dealing 70 or 10 short of a knockout anyways, and you're still susceptible to walking into maybe off that next 3-card hand from your opponent a Charizard.
Yeah, you got to play it safe here, stay focused. It was between a Psychic Energy and a Jacques here from Ryan. He opted to take the Jacques. Now we're going into the deck for 2 evolution Pokemon here as we start getting even more Dracloak action. One was taken out on the last turn. We had plenty of Dreepy on the field to be able to put down even more Dracloak for some safety here on this board in the Recon Directives to draw even more. We're seeing our first Dragapult EX on the board as well with a Luminous Energy.
Yeah, this is straight out of the handbook. Perfect play here from Ryan. You use the first Recon Directive. We're going to make sure Unfair Stamp is ready to go.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure we're good. there was a Dusknoir pop.
Yeah, see, this is why you love the Pokemon TCG sometimes, because Ryan took the unfair stamp off of the prize cards, which is pretty cool, and that changes a lot. You know, that's a card that's like, oh, okay, now I have another resource to use here. And as he drew with the Recon Directive, you know, between the Psychic Energy and the Jacques, he was first going for the Psychic Energy, chose the Jacques there, and is just actively formulating his game plan here as the cards are being drawn. Is so cool to see, but look how it's panned out for him, Kyle. We have 2 Dracloak now. The Dragapult EX that already used a Recon Directive, so we have multiple Recon Directives, 3 this turn as well. The unfair stamp for the disruption on John's side to limit him heavily to just 2 cards. Ryan's already down a prize card from that Dusknoir knock on the last turn as well. I mean, this is nice.
Yeah, this worked out so well. Draws 5 cards, has 2 Recon Directives to build the hand back up leave yourself with as many cards in your hand before you have to make your decision. And he's going to have all these resources working in his favor. On the other side for John, he's got 2 cards left. He's got an Arven in his hand, so he can keep playing fair Pokemon, but is fair Pokemon enough to beat Dragapult?
Right, yeah. Is it going to be enough? As we said, John's whole strategy, you know, he's got it all planned out, mapped out, but, you know, is Ryan able to just get there faster and disrupt him heavier than John is able to maintain that stability in the later half of the game? That's really what the question is going to be for John. Of course, having an Arven is nice, you know, to kind of pick and choose there. So were they debating?
We're going to make sure that Pheasantipity applies to the same rules as Unfair Stamp.
Yeah,
We're giving everybody a
happening?
tutorial today
Yeah, I was
on,
like, what
on
is
how
going
Dusknoir works.
on?
Yes, you can draw. You get even more cards. He's got an enormous hand.
I mean, honestly, touche to Ryan for asking, though, just to make sure we're not going to see anything crazy happen here. You know, he doesn't want to be taking any sort of chances, I guess.
Well, I've played it this way for
No, I think I know what I'm doing.
some time now, guys.
Can you imagine? You get up there and then they're just like, no, that's not the rule.
The card just reads the wrong way, too. You're just like, no shot.
What? Well, there you go for Ryan Antonucci. Able to use the Unfair Stamp thanks to that knockout as well as flip the script. I mean, that's opened up so many possibilities. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Monkey Dory, there's already been an attachment this turn around, but thinking about the future plays there, too. We know how great that can be. Hawlucha also now an opportunity, but can't really get that damage down at the right time. And this might just be a Badoo turn. It seems fine to just deal 10 extra damage in this spot, item lock your opponent's 2-card hand.
I was about to say, that might actually be
Make them show
pretty
you they
crucial.
have something. They probably won't, and then you can attack with your Dragapult on the following turn, Phantom Dive, and just get real aggressive.
Oh, I thought that was the TM Evo.
We're actually just a turn away from the game closing out at this point. Boss's Orders in combination with the Hawlucha and the Phantom Dive just clears both Charmeleons. There's no way to find a basic Pokemon here if you're John under item lock with that Arven.
Yeah, that's scary here.
Oh, boy.
That is very scary. That's what I was saying. Oh, I wish that was the TM Evo, but it ain't. It's just a rare candy, that Defiance ban, and an Arven.
Well, think about it. Is that the play then?
Oh, wait, you just get the
Arven,
TM Evo.
TM Evo and not take advantage of your ability on your Charizard?
That would
Is that the way you stay alive in this game? He's passing the turn. He's taking the risk. He's not. He says, you don't have it, but the boss's orders is there. Hawlucha's there, too. He knows the writing's on the wall, and John Roberts is going to get cleared out here by Ryan Antonucci. 2-0.
No, what a way to go out. So sad there for John Roberts. Just could not get into those bulkier Charizard EXs and just didn't have a game plan after that disruption from Ryan. And to think it all really came from, I'm going to pop my Dusknoir, and that gave Ryan an Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, that was the first thing I noticed when we saw the prize cards. Unfair Stamp at the bottom means your opponent could just give you the win if if that happens without the item lock there. Badoo was not found from John. He did not have the cards for it, and Ryan comes up with a tremendous turn, finds upwards of 10 cards in that hand there, and just has all the resources to close out.
Incredible gameplay from both of our players as we walk you through what just happened. Maybe you missed things this time around, but John Roberts playing such a consistent build of Charizard EX, and he's played it this far through Milwaukee. As you see these players going back and forth, you know, each prize card Ryan takes from these Dusclops, Dusknoir, from John popping those, trying to take a lead, but Ryan was just hitting back here with those multiple knockouts. But look at this end game here, Kyle. This was crazy.
This spot, some players just take the energy and are happy. He takes the Pheasantipity and finds all of the right resources and comes up with this ridiculous closeout here. Final Luminous Energy, the Monkey Dory, and gets the job done. And this was the big spot for John.
This is huge, yeah.
He really wished that he could have used Counter Catcher on a Dragapult and then taken a big knockout. Instead, it has to just settle for this single prize, and this prize opened the door to a 10-card hand that led to Boss's Orders, Hawlucha, and a 2-prize knockout on Charmeleons.
Yeah, that's just incredible there from Ryan Antonucci. Once again, you know, regional champion and potentially has that chance again, Kyle, here in our 2025 season. Fantastic play from both of our players. As we saw from John, I mean, he didn't really do anything wrong, like especially in that game 1. We saw both Charizard EX, the damaged one was moved to the bench, the healthy one moved up there, put as many hit points as possible in Ryan's way, and thanks to that Monkey Dory, I mean, that was just awesome. Monkey Dory, probably one of the best cards this season by far.
Yeah, finding that sweet mix between that consistency and of a little bit of the spice. We're used to seeing John lean over towards a little bit of the spice. This time it was just a very consistent build. So many ways to find all the Pokemon under item lock, and Ryan was leaning the other way. He wanted to have answers to unique situations, unique problems, high hit points. He's able to do that with Hawlucha, Monkey Dory, and the Luminous Energies. And if you give yourself an opportunity to find those cards, you can eventually win that game. That seemed pretty difficult to win. There was two giant Charizards at the end of game 1, and he's maximum dealing 240.
I know. It's like, what do you do at that point? But yeah, I mean, with each new deck, though, you know, John Roberts bringing this consistent Charizard has its vulnerabilities. As we saw there, the disruption was just too strong for John. It cannot hold up. What do you think about that, of this deck list and into this format? Is that just one of its weaknesses, Kyle?
Yeah, kind of. You're just always going to be susceptible to that sort of issue. Maybe there's a different plan where we've seen, I mean, he was unfortunate. We did not see him use Technical Machine Evolution on the opening turn and set up into the turn 2 potential that this deck has, especially going second on that second turn. If you have the stage 1s in play, you just evolve them into stage 2s right then and there, and you're doing 13 damage pop. 13 damage pop and a Charizard EX.
Aggro.
You can't beat that.
Yeah.
And like, I could see a world where your opponent has 2 Dracloaks in play. You just go pop, pop, Charizard, and they go, oh, I just lost my whole board. So is the potential there for John to have some tremendous games? Yes, but we just didn't see it this time around.
Didn't see it that time around, sadly. But hey, unfortunately for John Roberts, not able to take the win in that match. But Ryan Antonucci bringing it back here with Dragapult. Fantastic on our stream match once again. I'm sure feeling good after that win. Let's hear from him and Wancho right now.
Thank you, Boo. I'm joined in the booth with our last round winner, Ryan Antonucci. Because I'm pretty sure you must be feeling good, right?
Pretty good, yeah.
That was a very commanding win. I think that second game anyway, very commanding win. Let's talk about your deck a little bit. Dragapult. Why'd we decide that deck for this tournament?
I played it at Atlanta, played really bad, went 4-3. The people I'm playing with are doing really well with it. I also tested it a lot going into this, and I felt like I was a little bit better with it. Played really bad in that stream game, obviously, but I played pretty good the whole tournament, let's just say that.
Well, what matters is you got the win. We got to this point, and now we're going into potential top 8.
Yeah.
What's your mindset at, like, now that you're going into the top cut?
Pretty much same thing. I'm just really, it's all I'm thinking about winning. Yeah, just locked in.
Yep. And again, we saw how commanding that second game was. I think it just came down to how powerful the Badoo really was.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of the other casters for the other games backstage, and they're like, is it normal for the opponent to brick? Well, it's normal when your opponent forces you to brick. When you get the unfair stamp, when you use the Badoo, that was technically all. That was all you. It wasn't unlucky. That was all part of the plan. Tell us about why Dragapult over something with Dragapult with the Dusknoir. As you mentioned earlier, you're not playing the Dusknoir.
Yeah, so Dusknoir is really good at, like, if you draw really well, you're just going to win every game. But it's got a little bit of consistency problems. You're playing a little less games, but if you draw well, you're just really going to win. And you have a lot more comeback potential, I think, with the Dusknoir build. If you do end up drawing well with, like, Fez and stuff later on, because you can just do some, like, crazy Dusknoir plays with, like, Stamp Iono.
Yeah.
But I like the early game consistency with this list and, like, the stability.
That makes sense. So you haven't found trouble, like, completing plays then without the Dusknoir?
I mean, I definitely could, like, be like, oh, wow, I wish I had a Dusknoir here to, like, win me the game. But I also have been like, oh, wow, I'm glad I have the Monkey Dory and the extra counts of everything else in the Genesect. So I think I'm happy I played this deck.
Yeah, I mean, made it to top 8. I'd be happy as well. With that, I think our casters in the booth actually have a couple of questions for you. Boo, Kyle?
Yo, what's up, Ryan? Great job in that match. I mean, that was epic to watch. We were definitely over here like, yeah. Oh, actually, you know what's funny? We were casting and we were like, yeah, you know, John's like, yo, Iono me. And then you top decked an Iono. We were like,
oh, I was
what?
so
That's
happy.
crazy.
Yeah, I could not believe it was like, what, 3 tools in an Iono? And I'm like, all right, I'm in it. Let's go.
Yeah, the audacity of him to use Jacques when he just played all of his stage ones. He's just like, I know you don't have it. And you're like, oh, yeah?
Oh, now I do.
Right. Now I do. That was so epic. Yeah. I mean, that Monkey Dory turn as well, right at the end of the game to just make the math happen for you there.
Yeah.
How pivotal has that Monkey Dory been for you throughout the tournament?
Lets me win the Badoo Wars, sets up a lot of plays. It's like really, really broken. If you can find Monkey Dory early and get that free energy on it, it's just like better than Dusknoir, I would say.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd rather have that than some Duskulls.
Love that.
Yeah, we've seen how great Badoo can be. Obviously, you have the multiple counts. You have a couple ways to preserve its hit points. You have the Bravery Charm, Luxurious Cape as well. How have you been managing those resources when you play in a match like this, when you have your opponent who can use Dusclops or Dusknoir and remove these threats at the same time? How do you decide which items to use at what time?
I wasn't sure on his list. I didn't know what he was playing until I saw the Charmander, and I still didn't know what he was playing when I saw the Charmander. So I was mainly thinking I just wanted to keep my Badoo alive, to just keep spamming it. Because I was scared of him doing like a Dusclops play, because my hands were really bad early, so I was like, if he Dusclops my Badoo, I'm going to have like Dreepy's active, and I'm just going to lose. And I was just not able to bench multiple Badoos, so the Charm on it was really good. I probably could have used the Luxurious Cape on a Dracloak one turn, I'm not sure. But that could be good to keep Cloaks alive against Dusknoir, if they find that. And then the EXP share was really good, because it allowed me to make it so he couldn't go Dusknoir Punch on one thing, and then I wouldn't have any energies in play, because I was only able to get like one. I was never able to like establish too many energies, so the XP share carried me super hard at the end. I think it was game 2.
Yeah, I feel like he had to use his Dusknoirs a little suboptimally, taking out Dracloaks in spots where he'd rather save that damage for the Dragapults, and you just didn't give him opportunities for that. You only really played your Dragapult when you thought you were going to be using that as your attacker, and you used the Badoo very well. We saw spots where your Bravery Charm kept you in the game against Combustion, where he's probably used to stealing free prize cards at that spot.
Right.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing Badoo take a hit from a fire Pokemon.
I know.
Survive. Did you practice the matchup at all against Charizard, or was that just totally off your radar?
No.
Yeah, I figured. You went in blind, huh?
Yeah. Well, that also is like a different way to play Charizard.
Yes.
Pretty unique, yeah.
No, it was really great to see. He had a lot of inclusions against Badoo. He had a lot of unique supporters that probably have been favorable for him.
Were you sweating it at all?
Oh yeah, I still am.
You start to get nervous once the sequencing kind of works out. He's finding Brock scouting at the right time, and the Jock at a perfect time. I'm like,
that Jock with my dead hand, I'm like, all right, it's over.
Yeah. Well, it worked out for you. It was tremendous to watch. It's always a pleasure having you on the stream. We've talked to you before about it. You always put on a great show, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament too.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Cool, thanks guys. With that, just a couple more questions before I do let you go. Any final thoughts again? How are you? Any final thoughts on your deck, and what are you hoping to face in top 8?
I don't know what's in top 8. I really want to hit Joltik boxes. I think that matchup's really good. Yeah, Joltik box.
Sounds good, sounds good. All right, well, best of luck in top 8. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out to my group. Tanner told me to play 60. I locked it in. He told me it'd do well. It did well. So, yeah. Tanner, Rowan, Fresco. Yeah, so I was testing with.
Cool. Definitely doing well. I'd say above well. With that, best of luck again with the top 8. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thank you so much, Wancho, for that fantastic interview. We love jumping in on those too, huh, Kyle?
That's been a lot of fun. It's a new iteration we've included, but I love getting to hear from the players. We get very limited time during the tournament to actually do that. Sometimes when we get a moment away from the desk, we'll go out there and see how they're doing, but most of the time they're playing.
Right.
We just get to watch.
And that's what I'm saying. And also to just be able to or it's almost like we're living in the moment with them because we're watching every single move that happens, right? So then to be able to jump into a conversation with them, the energy is there back and forth from the player to us.
Pick their brain 3 hours
Right.
later. Like,
Hey,
remember
so
that turn?
Turn 2.
Turn 2, round 12.
Why did you draw out the festivity? Yeah. Yeah, it's just, it makes it a lot more epic. And like you said, Kyle, too, I mean, huge props to all of our players that come out onto the stream. It can definitely be nerve-wracking up there, but they always give us a fantastic show. And, you know, we're really honored to be able to cast over these games and these incredible players.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. I mean, been there before. The nerves are definitely real sometimes. They can get to you, but you just have to play through those, and that's what Ryan's done all throughout his career. He's so often on that bubble spot trying to make it into the top cut at these events, and he's been doing that when there were 1,000 players. Now he's doing it when there's 2,000. He can't be stopped.
Right, I know. Top cut is such a difficult place to reach, but some of our players get there, and then they just gotta go over that last hump and make it to the finals, and then potentially become another regional champion. It's so epic to watch.
Well, things have to go right for you, and we noticed
a lot
that
of things.
He was in trouble if he did not find that Iono right then, and sure enough, it worked out so well. He had all the right resources there, and you definitely take those when you feel like the dark cloud's been looming for a few tournaments.
Yup. Well, that was a pretty epic last Swiss round for us, Kyle. That was awesome. You know, we've been taking you through this tournament. Let's kind of take a recap on our caster picks. The decks decks or cards that we choose that's most likely to succeed here at each tournament that we go to. And I would say we're relatively spot on here. I mean, the meta in Milwaukee has been all over the place. There's such a huge variety of decks out there being played, and what's even cooler than that is the amount of successes is also a big variety of what we're seeing kind of climb to the top as well. What do you think about these predictions?
We're going to give you credit for Raging Bolt. That's Christian Labella currently looking to be the #1 seed once things get settled. We're obviously still in round 12, but we've got some players that are starting to lock in their spots for the top cut. And we see a Joltik box, Dragapult, Gardevoir, Dragapult, the EV Toolbox, another Dragapult, and a Gardevoir.
We're hitting on
too.
every single thing that we have here.
There's End's Toolbox. That,
no Golden Go?
Is looking well. You know what? I think you might have missed on that.
No!
There's potential, maybe. We'll see how the rest of the games play, but it might not be their time to shine anymore.
Yeah, we're going to have to coin bonus somewhere else, I guess. Make it rain.
It's not real gold. We calculated it. It would have been 1,200 pounds if it was really made of that much gold.
Hey, you know where it rains a lot?
Where?
Portland.
Does it now? Okay,
well,
they've got a chance in a few weeks. Huh? we'll see if they've got a chance.
Yeah, but I think all these picks have been pretty spot on from the team here. I think everybody's taken their little share of the pie. I'm so happy about the baby Raging Bolt. It wasn't just Raging Bolt, the baby Raging Bolt from Christian Labella. I mean, what a performance we saw on the stream. He's one of my favorite players, too. I didn't even know he was playing the deck until I saw him up there, so I was really happy with that.
Yeah, you synced up with him telepathically.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're linked. We're neuro-linked.
Well, certainly myself and Jeremy and Pablo are excited to see that Lucas Zing is still in the tournament. He is the sole Ends Zoroark Toolbox player it looks to be at this point of the tournament. So
I want to see that deck.
A lot of cheering for him. He's already one of the great players in our game right now. He's starting to see the results as he had that win at the tail end of the last season with the LA victory, and he's been building on that with a lot of great results. This is a deck that does not have the results right now. Ends Toolbox would be an absolute pleasure to watch moving into the rest of our tournament.
Yeah, it's not just fun to play, it's fun to watch, too.
Yep.
That was probably one of my favorite games as well from yesterday. It just pops off, you know? It is such a good time. And you wouldn't think so. You know, there's limited attackers in that deck, and a couple things have to go right, but I swear the trade ability just carries that deck through.
It's just missing a way to manipulate, like, how the opponent takes the first prize.
Yeah.
You have to, if your opponent takes the first prize, you just win. you need to give that up and
Like,
don't give them an
"Here,
opportunity.
buddy."
Yeah, in those matchups where they can just play around and just deal extra damage and then
Yeah.
make your board weaker before the first prize is taken, it feels really unfortunate. Like, a lot of the Dragon Ball players can do something like that, but others can't, and it's... I don't know how they're going to work around that, or maybe they just don't.Maybe the deck's just so good you just draw all the cards and have fun.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I love seeing that too. When cards are flying, I mean, we saw that pretty much from the Atlanta finals too. I mean, when we saw those cards hitting from Henry Chow, that was the most epic climactic ending after such a long slug of a game too. I mean, that was so cool. So yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I guess, you know, we're TCG players. We like playing cards. We like drawing cards, right?
Yeah, that's been a consistent trend. And for the Gardevoir players, they lost that opportunity. They're trying to find a way to work back into the graces of card drawing. Maybe it's Zoroark. It's probably just consistency. Brent Tonnison's looking to do just that with his build. It's been working fairly well for him. And I know he's got a lot of people cheering him on, too, as he continues to build on that #1 seed that he has in all of the rankings that have ever existed.
Right, yeah. All the ranks. I mean, you heard the crowd out there when Brent was on stream. That was huge for sure. Yeah, but probably the lamest slogan around for us, we love cardboard, all right? But
is that written on a wall somewhere? What is that?
I was just talking about
Who says that? Has Pokemon GO been talking smack?
Listen, I love shiny cardboard, all right?
I do
don't know
too.
about you,
Yeah.
but I know John Roberts likes shiny Klefki cardboard, that's for sure. Well, we're having fun up here, but we gotta still bring you into the rest of this tournament. The action is nonstop here in Milwaukee until we crown our champion here at this almost last regional of the season. The pressure is on for these players to rack up those last championship points. Let us know who you're rooting for as we get into our Top Cut preview show. I'm excited, Kyle. You ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Do it.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8-9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be, so going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, you know, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was a Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogre Pawn. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Oh, are we going to see this? We're gonna see
Swinging
speed. What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight like lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Cutter of a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like, that was my chance, and I was just right there. And that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. My mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her, like, she would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Oh, it's in the hand. It's ready to go.
Has the Iono here. He's gonna put it down. Yeah.
And I think there's a window now for Lucas. He can target that Archeops.
Could it just come down to this, Kyle? Brandon sitting at one prize card. Can take it.
The game is over.
Everyone, give a big round of applause for your Los Angeles Regional Champion, Lucas Singh!
Strategy I had coming to this event is play whatever I think the best deck possible is. For this event, it was Pidgeot control. I was very confident in its ability to win the event.
The story of the day is the Lugias and the controls.
I always wanted to play control during this format. I thought it was very strong, but I never had a really good deck list to play with. That's until Isaiah showed up. He's an amazing deck builder. He built this insane list, so all credit goes to him for building such an amazing deck.
There are a lot of solid players on the control lists right now.
The way the deck functions is that it's kind of like a pile of cards with a lot of one-ofs. The way it plays is that you kind of have to adapt to every matchup and every situation. Sometimes you have to go aggressively and play like attackers like your Charizard EX, or sometimes you go to a more control route where you're discarding their resources and preventing them to play the game, like using Luxray, snipe cards.
And finds the Prime Catcher in Isaiah's hand.
Using Chi-Yu to discard cards, using Mimikyu to stop attacks. It's just an amazing deck, and I think it was just the best play for this event.
And we're going to a Game 3 here.
Wow, so back and forth.
A play I'm pretty proud of was in my top 8 match against my Iron Hands opponent. I was a card short of taking a knockout on his Iron Hands with 3 energies and a baton. So I used Mawile to trap something to give me another turn to use Pidgeot's ability to get a card. And then the following turn, I was able to go Thornton, my Mawile to my Charmander, Rare Candy into Charizard, Counter Catcher his Iron Hands, go Defiance Band, Vacuum, and knocked out his hands. And that basically sealed the deal because he ran out of energies.
Wow, that Thornton really took us by surprise, Ethan.
I actually have a really bad stream record. I think before this tournament, I was 0-3 on stream. And I got my first win in top 8. That felt nice.
Feels like control has been completely dominating and taking over the field. But it seems like players who foresaw this and stuck with Lugia might finally be validated.
Pidgeot control doesn't really take that many bad matchups. Takes a few unfavored, but nothing like auto losses. A lot of Lugia was doing really well. That matchup is really scary if they draw like and set up perfectly.
This is a great set for anybody watching who says, yeah, control is great, but Lugia, you just cannot beat it. Brandon Bond going the distance, and he will go into our final match.
Our other top 4 match, folks, in case you don't know, is currently 1-1. We don't know who Brandon's opponent's going to be, but which one would you prefer, sir?
Lucas! Come on, bro, get the dub.
Lucas Singh is going to be into the finals up against Lugia V-Star. This is going to be a challenging match, an uphill battle.
It has all come down to this, and I'm very excited to get into this match.
So my plan against Lugia was to go fully aggro with my attackers. Entei V was very much the answer for that. You would load up your Entei.
Is this the boss's orders where you start chopping it up? You knocked out the Archeops.
And then eventually you get a Zard out with a cape, and that has 430 HP, so it's really hard for them to knock out.
It's a big boy.
And eventually they just run out of attackers. So that was the plan.
And you're attaching a single energy per turn. We're gonna move on to game 2 already.
You know, the final is just, there's so much stakes. You know, getting the win would feel amazing. So like I definitely felt a lot more pressure and a lot more like drive to succeed and to get that win.
Yeah, Brandon flying through here now. We do see the Primal Turbo jumping in.
I think finals challenged me the hardest.
The momentum has definitely swung in Brandon's favor for this game.
Sometimes I overthink. I think too far ahead or think too convoluted and, you know, kind of get in my head when the simple play is right in front of me.
There it is, the jet energy coming down here for Brandon Bond.
That finals was pretty scary because I didn't think I was going to win game 3. The odds weren't that well in my favor because I owned 2 Arvins, a counter catcher to my bottom of my deck. So the only outs left in my deck were 2 counter catchers, an Arvin, and 2 Ultra Balls.
And I think there's a window now for Lucas. He can target that Archeops.
He kind of gave me a way back in by putting a double turbo on his Minccino. I don't know if he could have done anything differently, but that double turbo prevented it from one-shotting my Zard with a cape. So I was able to petty my last Pokemon, go into my Charizard, take a prize.
Going to hang on, it can take the knockout, and it has 430 hit points.
Yep.
And I knew I had to draw a counter catcher, take the game.
This is the end game here for both of our players now. Brandon sitting at 1 prize card.
Counter catcher found! The game is over!
Drew the counter catcher, and you know the rest is history.
Lucas Singh is your LA Regional Champion!
Well, you finally got there. You finally got your win. Tell me, man, how does it feel and what's going through your head?
Man, I'm at a loss for words. This is truly, like, I've been wanting this for so long, and to finally get to this point, it just feels like all my hard work's finally paid off. And I just can't, I'm at a loss for words, man. It feels amazing.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We just finished all our Swiss rounds. We're prepping up right now for the top cut. But in the meantime, we're hanging out in the lounge. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined with Pablo Meza and Jeremy Jallin. We're just gonna have a little conversation about what our potential top cut is going to be like. What do you think of the Milwaukee Regional Championships so far, folks?
I mean, it's been a lot of good games on stream so far. Jeremy and I were also walking amongst the top tables. After the first 3 tables I did, I think they told us like they didn't want to play it out this round. They were okay with playing out in the ASIM cut, right? Because if all the top tables had finished with a result, we could have had a clean top 8 cut, but now we actually have quite a big top cut this time around. So I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, this weekend's been great. We've had a lot of great players on stream. Pablo and I finally had 2 great players finish a best of 3 on stream. Usually it's been a tie, but we had that Fan Rotom turn 1 knockout. That was insane from Christian Labella. And all of our players seem in pretty high spirits too going into this asymmetrical top cut. Dragapult still is the #1 deck, highest represented in the top cut. But there's quite a few different decks that people wouldn't really have expected.
No, 100%. I was trying to memorize all the different decks that are in our asymmetrical cut. I'm sorry to say, I don't think I could memorize all those different decks. I think there was like an EV box.
It's a skill issue.
Ends toolbox. I'm the type of player that just rolls with whatever my prize card is, right? No, but again, it's just such a wide meta. Even if there are these two dominant decks that we know of, you know, the Dragapult and the Gardevoirs, there's still room in this metagame for like what we saw, Charizard EX in its winning in the last round, potentially, of Milwaukee Regional Championships. And there's so many different decks. Something I'd really, really like to see perform, though, is something like the Ends Toolbox. I believe there is at least 2 in our asymmetrical cut, just because that's a deck that I like Sun and Moon, I like the Glory Days, I like using Trade, I like using Zoroark. It's a completely different deck, but it's the Zoroark, it's the Trade. And it's a lot of fun to see. I like drawing cards, and I think it has enough. It's not the most overly powerful card, but I think it has enough to maybe take home the Milwaukee Regional.
Are you surprised that there's no Terra Box in Top Cut?
I haven't done my master class yet.
Mr. National Champion, you know?
No, I'm just kidding. It's a very tough deck to play. I was really hoping I'd see a Terror Box to have someone to root for. No, but I'm rooting for all of them. Maybe it just wasn't built for this metagame. Asia is a little bit different. It is best of 1 there. Once someone's seen all my secrets, maybe it's easier to play against, right? But there is an EV toolbox. So that's just as interesting. I love seeing Ian Robb really play with the Sylveon EX, just really knowing when to, I'm forgetting the name of the Angelite. Knowing when to Angelite and when to actually take a prize. I think that's definitely a skill to develop.
Yeah, Angelite 1 turn, take a prize the next. Angelite 1 turn, take a prize the next. Rinse and repeat, you know. And it'll get you there in most matchups. Dragapult and Gardevoir, 2 of the higher played decks this weekend, is really great into. So we've seen that with Ian throughout this entire weekend.
No, I like it. I mean, if we're slowing down the metagame, if you're going to hide behind a Badoo just to evolve your Pokemon, just going whoop, go back to the deck, that seems really fun. I'm going to build that deck. I want to play that. But right now, we do have a graphic to show, you know, the top cut, the actual bracket on who made it, who's playing against who. I would love to see that. And that is a big bracket.
Yeah, only the top 2 seeds ended up advancing directly to top 8. So we essentially have a top 14 asymmetrical top cut, which is really cool to see. I think this is the biggest we've had so far. Yeah. I think in Merida we either had 13 or 14. I don't remember exactly. But this is definitely either tying the biggest top cut we've had or the biggest we've had so far.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of big names here as well. I mean, just Brent Tonneson against Calvin Connor. I think that'd be so much fun to see on the stream. How many stream tables do we need, guys? I want to see all of these
them.
games.
Yeah.
Any other big names come out to you, Jeremy?
Well, you got just this bracket is pretty much stacked. Brent Tonneson, Calvin Connor, like you said. Christian Labella already locking up that top 8 spot, being the first seed. Lucas Zing against Makani Tran. That's going to be another one. Ian Robb making in against Evan Palveski. And I don't know. I am very excited to see how this shapes up. And, you know, with only being, 6-7 Dragapult, maybe we'll see a Dragapult maybe win. There's only 3 Gardevoir, right?
Well, one thing's for sure, I'd like to break that Gardevoir curse. Can you imagine a 5-time deck streak? I'm knocking on wood, but hey, only 7 Dragapult. There's also the Christian Labella's Raging Bolt too. That's a dragon technically. Gardevoir should be favored into, but maybe not against a Christian Labella Raging Bull, just since we've seen him beat Gardevoir in the stream. Probably the big boss of Gardevoir, one of the best players out there. But yeah, it's very, very interesting seeing. I mean, Brent Tonneson is still in it, so if he wins against Calvin Connor, we could see a rematch.
Oh, that would be intense.
Yeah. I would love to see that. We had the Mon stream. The game was decided by that turn 1 knockout you mentioned, Jeremy. But now with 75 minutes, we would probably be able to see a full Game 3 play out amongst 2 of the best. And now I want to give a shout out to both Evan Pavelski and Benjamin Hebert. I believe they both got top 4 or better at the World Championships in Honolulu. And this is their first year as Masters players. I think Benjamin already had a top 8. And I think Evan, this is his first tournament back since Worlds. He already has his invite. He hadn't played any regional championships. And he just comes back and makes a sim cut immediately. And then I'm pretty sure like Makani's also an extremely young player. Owen Dalgard has been doing so well. He's been traveling to Colombia, all over the place, doing really well as well. So all of these young players are doing so well this season.
Yeah, it's like it really pays off that seeing all these seniors really level up into, or age up, excuse me, into the Masters division. Yeah, you mentioned like people like Owen Dalgard. He was undefeated yesterday in Swiss. He did take a couple of losses here, but still was able to sneak it into the asymmetrical cut at the very least. But you know, all these young players, they have quite a ways away to get into finals, because there's a bunch of final bosses. You know, I'd have to say, we mentioned, you know, like the Gardevoir final boss and Brent Tonneson, the EV final boss in Ian Robb. Maybe some would say the Elite Four.
Yeah, and we even saw the video during our break of Lucas winning Los Angeles and really just dominated that tournament with Pidgeot control and taking a deck like Enzorark into top cut here. We could see some fireworks. Who knows? Maybe Enzorark finally shows that it's good enough to win a tournament.
Would love to see that. But right now, what I want to know is, I want to know what these players have won so far and what they are fighting for here, right? Again, we are in the Masters division, of course. If you place first, you're going home $10,000 richer and 108 booster packs.
It's a lot of cheese.
That is quite a bit of cheese and a lot of booster packs. Again, I was talking about it before. If I ever want to win one of these, the 108 booster packs, just give them out. You know, you already have the $10,000 and the world's invite. Just give out the packs.
That's why you're better than all of us, Wancho. You know.
Yeah.
You guys wouldn't share. I'm sure you guys would share with me, 100%. No, but again, just $10,000. Second place, pretty good as well, $7,000 and all those booster packs. Third and fourth gets $5,000. Just so much money on the line, and this is for the regional championship. Who back in my day we got packs and we were happy.
Yeah, don't even forget the championship points. We're in the tail end of our season here in the 2025 Pokemon season, and a lot of these players are still trying to lock up their spot. Technically, there's no real locking up your spot unless you have like 1,000 championship points already, but only the winner gets that auto invite.
Yeah. I'm looking at our top asymmetrical top cut. A lot of these players, I feel like they don't really need the points at this point. Oh, Brent Tonneson, Ian Robb. Yeah, they're just here, just eating it all up.
A drop in the bucket.
I mean, so of course these championship points are worth it. Thinking about the travel awards, right? There's still travel awards for the World Championships. There's still travel awards for next season's international championships as well. Like, we don't have any information about those just yet, but expecting them to happen. All of the and that's why even the first place championship points matter, right? Because there's the top 22 race for North America, plus a few extra stipends below that. There's a travel award. So yeah, so much to play for outside of just the World Championship qualifications. I think that's what keeps bringing all these top players back, right? That's why Brent is traveling the world, playing tournaments in every region. That's why Calvin Connor already won a tournament, such a significant one for him as well. And he's back here, top 16 asymmetrical at least, looking to add more championship points to his tally, because there's still plenty to play for. And it's really cool to see all these incredibly top tier talent playing throughout the whole season and seeing how they develop and how they continue to do well over and over again.
I like it, Pablo. How about we get a quick reminder for the folks at home, who are the top players right now for the North American region at the very least? As we see, well, Henry Chow on number 1 makes a ton of sense, just because I feel like he's had one of the most successful seasons for a player, sitting pretty at 1,573. Now that I think about it, we're already at second, 1,525. That's not that much of a lead, despite Henry Chow taking, what, 3 regional championships?
Yeah. And another thing to point out, too, is 2 of our players, at least in this asymmetrical top cut, already have their Worlds invite from winning a regionals this season. So we could see another one of those invites get thrown into the loss zone, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's happened already multiple times. It would surprise no one, and it would definitely affect the players who are in the hunt, right? Who are looking for those bottom spots. But I mean, of the players that we have in our top cut today, 2 of them are right here in the top of the leaderboard, Lucas Zing and Kyle Connor. Everyone else, I'm sure, is pretty close to this top 16.
No, definitely. And again, I like to see that it really does show that having talent in the game really does translate into making these cuts. I mean, we've even seen Caleb Rogerson multiple times on the stream already. Just has so much talent. It really pays to be good in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, unfortunately, just had a pretty bad day 2 here. Started out, what, 7-0-1? And really looking forward to make that ASIM Top Cut, but I think went, what, 1-2 and just finishing outside of the ASIM cut.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, but I'm sure, we're going to see more from him. I would have loved to see the Seville rematch between him and Brent Tonneson. I know they faced each other in top 4 of that tournament.
It was Monterey.
Oh, Monterey, yes. Top 4 there, and of course Brent went on to win the entire thing. And I know for a fact, that they had like a little grudge match going. They were tied on
stream. They tied yesterday. There's also one Joltik in the top cut as well. So it was one of the decks that kind of creeped up. It took the 2nd place spot in our day 2 meta breakdown.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of them kind of hanging around the top tables, but only one of them able to make it into top cut.
That's my one hope here, ladies and gentlemen, for my caster pick. At least he's in there. He's hanging. He's a little Joltik that could. I was feeling like it was a good pick into the meta game just because Gardevoir's just been winning too much, and I just want to play it. Again, there is just one, and he's our hope. Maybe we can still have an Iron Hands winner.
Maybe. I don't know. My picks are looking pretty good. Zoroark and Dracloak. I love drawing cards. So
yeah, mine are looking good as well. I mean, Flareon and Zoroark. I usually go for like more safe picks, if you will, like top tier decks. Neither of these 2 decks showed up in the top 6 of the tournament, right? But we have 2 in Zoroark, we have 1 Flareon, and I feel like the pilots of those decks are also amazing. I think it's Evan Pavelski and Lucas Zing playing those Zoroark decks, and then we have Ian Robb with the Flareon Sylveon combo. So I'm fancying my chances with those caster predictions.
No, definitely you have a great chance, I think, Pablo. But with that, as much as we can speculate here on the lounge, I want to get in on the action. So we're going to throw it to the desk with Boo and Kyle for our asymmetrical top cut.
Thank you so much to our co-casters for that fantastic pre-show here. Well, we're on the desk now. Shelby Boo, Kyle Sablehouse here with you. And just as Juancho said, it's the asymmetrical match that we get to watch here, Kyle. We never get to see these. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for these players. You can continue on in the tournament if you win this match, move into the top 8, and then that's where it all starts to get pretty wild. We've got so many great decks, a lot of great talent here, and we're going to be underway pretty shortly.
Yeah, the threshold is so much different making it into that top 8. That's what both of these players are going to be banking on. Let's see who we're going to see in our stream match here right now. Over on your left side of your screen, I'm sure he's a very familiar face. Ian Robb is going to be facing off against Evan Pavelski, and both of these players have very established records. As you can see here, Ian Robb, 5-time regional champion and of course NAIC finalist as well, fresh off of a top 8 in Honolulu just last season at Worlds.
Yeah, he's been building on that performance. He's just looking to continue to improve, continue to build up his name, and maybe at the end of it all, he'll be on the Mount Rushmore of all those players. 5 regional championships, and he'd love to have this one under his belt as well. Playing a very unique deck, this Flareon Sylveon combo has been wild, absolutely wreaking havoc on so much of the meta, and this might be one matchup that he's looking forward to.
I mean, yeah, I think so. If I'm going to back anybody, I feel like Ian Robb is a pretty safe bet. But of course, Evan sitting on the other side of our table here, a world champion in the senior division, now competing here in Masters, faced up against Ian Robb. I'm sure he's looking to make a name for himself here, as well as just already having such an established record in the Pokemon TCG. It's about to get started here. Let's take a look at our prize cards as we see Flareon's facing off against Zoroark EX.
Yeah, unfortunate to see the Pheasantipity there. Occasionally that will be your way to draw out of some of those spots in the mid game where your opponent just takes that big knockout. You need to find an answer. Bit of the Noctowl there with the Jewel Seeker. That's going to be a key piece, but there is a decent line here to work with, the 4-4. So I think he's okay with losing just one piece.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as it gets, right?
Yeah, that works out fairly well. There's another 4-4 on the other side for Evan. He's got one of those ends, Zorua, down, but this is a world champion that we're dealing with. Yes, it was in the seniors division, but he has definitely seen the spotlight here. He's played on these streams, and that is not something that you typically see out of a player of his age. He's ready for this moment.
Yeah, well, we have the handshake here. Both of our players ready to kick things off in this asymmetrical match that we see. They're competing to be in our top 8 here in Milwaukee. All of the pressure is on these players as we start off this match. Ian Robb having the Hoot Hoot star, and here we go. Fan Rotom calling out all of these colorless Pokemon. Just have to be 100 HP or less. Nice and steady here for Ian Robb. It's exactly what we want to see. You get your Hoot Hoots, you get your Noctowls, but this time around, we can also get some colorful friends potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot of colorless Pokemon in this deck. This is not just Terrapago's style. Find a couple Hoot Hoots and get the ball rolling. No, you can find that Eevee
yes.
and feel really comfortable with your spot. We'll see if the rest of the hand is conducive to a good setup. Starting the Hoot Hoot, not always your favorite, but he's got that Fan Rotom. You can't ask for much more.
I know, yeah. I mean, that Fan Rotom is what gets you started here in the Pokemon TCG. So it adds so much consistency here. That Eevee that we saw showcased in Atlanta, the Colorful Friends, it's not the boosted evolution one. It's one that has a move. It's just a single attachment. And then you search your deck for 3 Pokemon of different types. So guess what that filters into? All the different types of evolutions that you could play in this deck.
Yep, it's good to have friends, and he's got plenty of them in this deck. It would work out so well, and he's starting to build on this board now. We see now the Eevee also added, and you've got a full setup here, and it took, what, a Fan Rotom and a Nest Ball. Sign me up.
Yeah, I mean, that is incredible. Not that many cards played, but look at the board here for Ian Robb. And he's just rolling through this. I mean, you can tell he's played a lot of games. Ian Robb brings a lot of aura into these matchups for sure. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this match competing into our top 8. So both these players are going to have to bring out the stops. As you said, Kyle, 4-4 line, Zorua and Zoroark here for Evan. Pretty consistent there. We've seen the Zoroark on our stream already. It is super fun to watch as we see some of these ends Pokemon cards pop out of the deck already here in that Ends Castle, allowing for some free retreating of Ends Pokemon. Of course, Cleffa's in the active position. It's kind of where you want it to be for some grasping draw action for Evan.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that free retreat if he's able to find an even better option, but honestly, this might be the best one at this point. Sometimes we see players lean into the Bombardier so that they can find some help, but he's got all the help he needs. Buddy Poffin off of the draw here with the Iono. Now he can start to consider what his hand will look like, or you can switch over to the Badoo strategy. You have a lot of really low hit point Pokemon, but this isn't exactly a deck on Ian's side that can punish that.
Well, let's talk about these 2 decks and facing off against each other. I mean, these were 2 decks we were looking at as being the cool inclusions to our meta. Zoroark toolbox versus Eevee Flareon toolbox. I mean, how do you think this looks on paper? Is this a matchup that Evan is going to kind of be not happy to see, Kyle?
I mean, right now, this setup looks very good for him. He's got an opportunity to slow down his opponent on a really major turn, and potentially Ian doesn't find the right pieces to launch the attacks that he's needed. But all in all, the Flareon up against an End Zoroark, that does not line up very great. That's a 280 straight into a perfect knockout. You'd think that Ian would have a slight advantage.
Yeah, that Carnelian on the Flareon at EX is so tough to deal with. And this is one of those consistency cards in this Eevee. The Colorful Friends attack that it has allows Ian to get out these Pokemon without having to use item cards. Of course, being locked under that Badoo right now, and that itchy pollen kind of causing some trouble there. But yeah, Ian Robb grabbing the Colorful Friends here. We see the Latias EX as well as the colorless Noctowl being grabbed. And then the Flareon EX now is in play as well for Ian.
Ooh, what a piece here for Evan. Not only do you build up the board of all the basics, but then Serrano comes in and finds the end Zorarks to go along with it. He's got 3 now with the additional copy that's in his hands, so trades are on the line.
Yeah, pick an EX, any EX. The fedora wearing Serrano comes out to help here for Evan.
Talking about aura.
Yeah, for real.
That guy, whoa.
The aura spreading over now to these trades here on the end Zoroark EX. I mean, this is fantastic here. You're seeing the discards in that Bombardier EX. Straight to the discard pile, draw 2 cards. Fantastic here for Evan. We see another Zoroark in the hand, Defiance Band being discarded for an additional 2. Is there anything we can see from Evan that'll kind of help set things up even more? I mean, another Zoroark EX, that's kind of like bread and butter here for Evan.
Yeah, he's taking a slower approach this turn. There's the risk where you can throw away Dark Energy and try to line up the ends PP up into another Dark Energy and feel comfortable, but he just didn't have the tools there just yet. Discard pile is going to be vacant of any of those basic energies and just have to work in that one more Badoo turn, and that's exactly where Ian wants to be. He found all of his colorful friends. He can take 10 damage and feel okay.
They are here and they are ready right now. Flareon EX coming out to play here. We've seen it on stream. It's back again, piloted by Ian Robb. It's only 2 feet tall and 11 inches and 55 pounds. It's tiny, Kyle, but I'll tell you what, it swings pretty hard.
211, can't we just give it 3 feet? Like, we're right there. This is like me being 5'11". This isn't fair. Give it some credit. Flareon is putting in some work. I'm sure the embers coming off of it is going to give it a little more height. And this is quite the move here. We see the energies starting to load up, and Burning Charge is a classic play here we see from Ian. You get to take a knockout on a very susceptible Pokemon in that Ends Darmaka and build up your Flareon on the bench. It's exactly where he wants to be.
It's gorgeous here, 130 damage, but then 2 basic energy cards come out. They do have to go onto 1 Pokemon, but the fact that it's any 2 basic energy allows for those multiple different typings to go down and load up your attackers here, and that's exactly what Ian Robb is doing. Just clean cut, Flareon EX, Flareon EX. He's got all the pressure on the board now faced up against Evan, as Evan pilots through this turn here, starting off with a Nest Ball. Going to try to get another Darumaka established here, but Ian Robb, if he's got some gusting effects, he can start to really wreak havoc there on Evan's side of the field.
Yeah, this is the problem when you go with this setup. You already had the Cleffa in play, you went with the triple Zoroark, and then when you go Badoo, you only have 1 additional bench space to work with, and it just leaves that Pokemon susceptible. You have a lot of great Zoroark, but they can't copy anything good right now. There's no attacks. The best attack you have right now is copying your Darumaka for Flare. I'm not into that.
Right. Yeah. Night Joker. It sounds like such a cool attack, but really it's just copying other attacks. That's the whole name of the game for this Ends Toolbox deck. So it's going to be really important here for Evan to have some of these attackers stick on board to stay in this game here. As we're seeing us churn through this turn, Iono now being played. Both our players are going to shuffle their hands. Ian's going to get 5 cards. Evan 6 for the prize cards being represented.
I mean, this is the risk you take. Evan, he's got that 1 bench spot with the Ends Darmaka. He throws the reversal energy on it. These are all precious resources. He's banking on that Iono, leading to Ian having a pretty poor hand, hoping that the item lock from the Badoo will stick. It's not going to happen this time around. Noctowl found in the hand, even more resources for Ian to target down Darmaka on the following turn. And Evan's just going to lose out on so much.
Yeah, that Noctowl, all you need is a Terra Pokemon. Guess what? Flareon EX, that's a stellar Terra Pokemon. It's even better. Look at that crown.
It's a big guy, almost 3 feet. The crown has to help, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's true. Now we're 3 feet, baby. Well, check this out on Evan's side. Secret Box being played. This is the A-Spec. You can only play 1 in your deck here. Evan's going to discard 3 cards from the hands, but you get an item, you get a tool, you get a supporter, you get a stadium, get everything you need here to line up your future turns. For Evan this time around, it's going to be that Counter Catcher and the Iono drawn out here for Evan.
Yep, Counter Catcher just says, hey, I need you to find an energy along with this combo, and I really hope you don't have it. 10 damage to the Noctowl. Could be a little relevant if there's a play later on with the N-Star Manitan. 90-90, you're setting up some pretty great plays, but The most important part of this is just forcing Ian to have one additional resource to attack with that Flareon.
Yeah, that's a strat we've seen here from our players. Power Glass going on to a benched and Zoroark into that Itchy Pollen. As you said, Kyle, just putting a little bit of obstacle in Ian Rob's way, trying to slow him down here. But look at that. The Professor Turo being grabbed out of the deck now from Ian as a trainer card here from that Jewel Seeker on the Noctowl.
Yeah, this is one way that you can move the Noctowl. May not have had a way to find the energies. That's one of the tricky spots that you have in this deck is you're trying to use Crispin typically in those spots, and you don't always want to waste that kind of resource here. So instead, you just heal up your Noctowl. That 10 damage, we talked about how pivotal that can be. It's going to help out in this spot to save this Pokemon and have another Jewel Seeker ready for
That's
the
what I'm
following
saying.
turn.
You scoop it up, the damage is gone. You have another Jewel Seeker in the future. Now you're in the active position with the Flareon EX. We also have Area 0 under depths underway here now for Ian Robb as the stadium brought out off the Jewel Seeker as well. Ian Robb has just reestablished himself after that slight disruption from Evan. He's saying, no big deal. We're back in the game. We're taking knockouts here on Ian Robb's side of the field. And Evan is just left once again with a Cleffa in the active. Does have the Darumaka still on the bench that is able to evolve this time around for Evan, but he's going to need to get there first, get into some cards here, starting off with some trading.
Yeah, Dark Energy into the discard pile. He's been waiting for a spot where that can happen, but he was not waiting for a 5 supporter hand. That's what he's looking at here, and that slows down your progress a lot. There's still some play. I think we still have one of those counter catchers remaining, so if you have to use your supporter for the turn that's not a boss's orders, maybe you still could find a way to target down both Hoot Hoot and slow down your draws for your opponent, but you're still staring at 2 Flareon.
Yeah, that is tough. It almost is like the pressure's just stacking up here for Evan. We do see that Ends Darmanitan now come out here. It does have that energy already attached here as well. You do have to discard it to do this attack with the Flame Body Cannon, but look at that. 90 and 90 there for Evan. That's going to be 2 prize cards taken down for Evan on that turn.
Yeah, when in doubt, traded out, found the boss's orders, and takes both Hoot Hoot down. Ian, now he's going to be pretty in trouble as far as his resources go, but what he has in abundance is great attackers. Now the only problem, he's staring down a Pokemon he does not want to knock out in this Ends Darmanitan. Sure, you could remove one of the better attacks in this deck, but you still have to work around Reshiram, and you're really focused on the 2 prize knockouts from this point on, being that he's at 4 prize cards.
Right. Yeah. I mean, both of our players really sitting at 4 prize cards each. It's even here. We've just been flying through this match. Of course, in our top cut, or I guess it's asymmetrical top cut, we do have extended timers here for our players. But honestly, both of them are just moving.
This is one thing we love to see. From the younger players, they typically have some speed, and then Ian's been the fastest player for the last decade, honestly.
Right.
Him and Daniel Altavilla have had the fastest hands I've ever seen.
Yup, he is playing with ease here as we see that lightning energy now attached to that Flareon EX. Going into an Iono, this is fresh hands. As we said, both our players sitting at 4 prize cards. That's 4 new cards into both their hands. Look at this. What we get here? Terra Orb. We have a Sylveon here from Ian Robb. Looks like he's going to opt to play this Terra Orb. Get a Terra Pokemon out.
Yep, and just another Pokemon that you could potentially attack with later on. If you have a damaged Flareon, you don't feel comfortable, you could move into a Terapagos. Just take simple knockouts, something like that Cleffa at some point. It's going to be a target to close out the game. And this is an attack where he's not taking a knockout. He's going to be a bit short on the Darmanitan.
Yeah, that Darmanitan's actually pretty beefy there. 140 here. So Ian Robb not going to get the knockout. It's just 10 HP remaining on that Darmanitan. But that is going to allow for Ian Robb to get more of these energy out onto the field as well.
Yeah, this is pretty calculated from Ian. He doesn't care about a knockout here. He wants to have access to the Carnelian on a following turn so he can take a knockout on a relevant Pokemon. And meanwhile, you're at a 4 prize exchange. You've seen reversal energies. They're not even useless or useful at this point.
Right.
And you just put your opponent on a low hand size. They have to have the Ends Castle at this point to move out of the active spot, and we just don't see that.
Oh, yeah, that's tough here. Maybe we'll get some nice trades in as we see that Cyrano go to the discard pile for Evan on this first trade on the end Zoroark. Where to go from here?
The considerations for Monkey
yeah,
Dory at this spot, the Dark Energy and the Monkey Dory. You have access to moving some of this damage around and potentially stealing a prize card over the course of a few turns.
Yeah, I mean, great slot with the Monkey Dory here. You don't even need the Luminous Energy. You play Dark Energy, you're good.
Yeah.
Fantastic there. Right, it just looks like Evan's putting in some thought here to where he goes in this position. Gonna start with another trade, just has to discard one of these cards from hand as he kind of formulates the strategy he's going with. It's gonna be the Monkey Dory going down into the discard pile for Pheasantipity, as well as that ends PP up as well, or was that the Night Stretcher? No, that's 2 Night Stretchers here, Kyle.
Any Pokemon he throws away, he's feeling comfortable because he'll just find it right back with the Night Stretcher on that opportune turn. Pheasantipity, also a card that's no longer helpful at this point of the game, being that there wasn't a knockout. And
is our Bear Trap helpful?
Nope, this is a slow turn. This is Evan hoping to eventually work in a knockout on this Flareon. But if there's no damage in play, then how do you work in Monkey Dory?
Ooh, yeah, that is tough here as the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX taking up that last bench spot there for Evan with energy attached, kind of getting ready on the bench as an attacker there for Evan. But Ian Robb starting off with a Night Stretcher to get things going. Get an energy or a Pokemon out of the discard pile as we see that Hoot Hoot being brought back. He's still not sleeping.
he's been awake for a while. Not the insomnia Hoot Hoot, but still just as tired.
This was triple stab. I mean, that's pretty wild there.
Although this doesn't feel like a great knockout, it is going to be helpful. You remove the main attack for your ends Zoroark at this point of the game, being that we have not seen a Reshiram, and just any energy you can pull out of the deck are valuable because you need to see the pivotal cards. You need to see the boss's orders or some help to clean up these Pokemon and close out in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, Ian's doing everything possible here, taking down that Darmanitan now, putting more pressure on Evan as he continues to churn through here. He's trading his way, trying to find an out here. What do you think he needs to do in this turn, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, he lost a really unique play, and if Ian got too aggressive and had boss's orders and left damage on board, you could go after that. Instead, now he has to focus on a card like Defiance Band, trying to work in a knockout with that Blood Moon Ursaluna, being that Ian's moved down to 3 prize cards remaining.
Oh, yeah, that's some perfect math if I've ever seen it, Kyle. I feel like our math this weekend has just been lining up right.
It's like the players build their decks to do that.
Yeah, right? It's so crazy, right? Yeah, that Blood Moon Ursaluna can just strap a cool headband on. 30 additional damage if Evan is behind in prize cards. That could swing things around for him, potentially. Night Stretcher hitting the discard pile as Evan draws into these cards, but he's just sort of shaking his head. Look how thin that deck is now for Evan.
Yeah, is it just the Dark Energy that he wanted to find without having to use Night Stretcher? He's down to just 4 cards remaining in the deck. It looks like it's a pretty precious resource to use.
Yeah, that is tough. Also, potentially, maybe that Defiance Band.
You've not even found that yet.
No, let's see the discard pile. It actually might be in there. There's been so many stuff discarded, to be honest.
So many cards thrown around.
It's tough here, but I haven't seen it. The deck is pretty thin here. We're going to see the Pheasantipity come back here for Evan off of a Night Stretcher. As we take a look through this discard pile, potentially here. You see it in there? Oh, it is in there. No.
Yep. That's tough.
Not the band. The band's not all back together here. Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be hanging out all by his lonesome, only joined by this Pheasantipity as we draw into 3 additional cards here for Evan. I mean, that's 1 card left.
Yeah.
He's just going to scoop it up. Evan just could not find it, Kyle. Oh my gosh. What do you think about that ending?
That was, I mean, to be expected at that point. When you don't have access to the Defiance Band, you cannot take that knockout and stay in contention against the caliber of deck that you see on the other side from Ian. He set up a really great game plan with the Flareon, and it's just the threat of 280 that was enough. He never actually had to announce it.
That's very, yeah, that's pretty crazy, actually. He was just doing burning charge one after another, you know, still taking knockouts there. The pressure was on Evan the entire time from Ian Robb. And guess what? It was enough pressure to take a win here in our first game. As look at this, he's playing flawlessly here. I mean, this was just tough to watch.
Yeah, it's, this was a point in the game at the beginning where Evan might have put himself in some trouble, just not having the additional Darumaka in play. Got a little cheeky with the Badoo and instead runs into this issue where Ian can just target down the Darmanitan before it even becomes that. And we saw a little bit of play back and forth. Evan with a great call to take away both of those Hoot, slow down the resources, but you just can't keep up with the power of Flareon.
Exactly. Yeah, Evan was playing around as much as he could there, but with those resources discarded earlier on, that's the one thing. Like for for trade, you do have to discard those resources, and those could really come back to bite you in later games as well. So unfortunate there for Evan. Maybe he's going to take a different turn here coming up in our next game between these players. Ian Robb, of course, looking to take a nice clean 2-0 potentially here, but Evan is going to be starting us off. Badoo is in the active already for Evan, so that's quite nice. He can start setting up nice and clean here. Wow, he's got the buddy pop in, but look at all these basics already in the hand here from Evan. Maybe he goes with a thicker board of some of those attacking Pokemon, Kyle? I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, he's holding on to Buddy Puffin as fodder for Ultra Ball at this point.
Yeah,
it looks
true.
like you just need some cards to throw away to start trading and to get out of this mess. And on the other side, Ian's just already a Flareon.
Boosted evolution here is what you are seeing. Ian Robb is able to just jump straight into Flareon EX, even though this is his first turn thanks to that fantastic ability on this Eevee. It's not the Colorful Friends Eevee, but hey, this is another way to just get these hit points onto the field and start doing a lot here on Ian Robb's side. Of course, Fan Rotom as well is going to help out quite a bit after we see that Ultra Ball, discarding a Sylveon as well as a Noctowl.
Oh, just not much in Evan's hands. And took a look. It is just the Ultra Ball in a dream at this point.
No.
Ian, he did prize some of his unique ways to find some answers in certain matchups. That Briar has been a pretty cool play for him. We've seen the Lily's Clefairy in some matchups, but he's not going to need a lot of these this time around. He's already got his Terra Pokemon. No Terapagos needed. He can make this happen with Jewel Seekers as early as next turn.
Right, we see one Noctowl sitting there, but we have plenty more in the deck here for Ian Robb as we see one sought out right away, as well as two Hoot. And this is kind of the engine of this game. Noctowl helps out a lot of decks in our format right now, so much so that some decks purposely target down those Noctowls on the bench with some of their Pokemon, because it is just so pivotal as an engine here to draw out those trainer cards when you need them in key moments. You're either using them super aggressively or defensively, but you have so many options as long as you have a Terra Pokemon out and you can Jewel Seeker around. We have another Eevee hit the bench. This is a bulkier one in that Eevee EX that can turn into evolutions as well. So pretty cool. Here we see the energy attachment from Ian Robb, that's Psychic, and now we're back over to Evan.
He's found a useless item in that ends PP up at this point of the game. He's got Ultra Ball to start trading, but you're looking at 2 cards a turn and your top deck trying to find an answer. You need a decent supporter at this point to get the ball rolling. The pressure is on. Flareon, as early as next turn, is taking knockouts. Item lock is not going to be a thing at this point, and Evan has to have an answer, and we're just not seeing it right now.
Oh, yeah, that is unfortunate. Look how many supporters we have in the prize cards, Kyle. Sheesh.
Yeah,
that is
not all of the drawing aspects, but I mean, Jock is essentially a draw supporter in the fact that it gets you trade. Iono would be pretty nice at this spot, knowing that your opponent's sitting on a Noctowl, but he does not have that here.
I mean, even that Artisan, too, could have been super helpful as well, potentially for Evan here. But, yeah, we're just working with what we got here. See another Zorua come out after that first trade.
Just the castle and the Night Stretcher.
Oof. Yeah, that's just an itchy pollen back over to Ian Robb. Item cards are locked, but that does not slow him down. Every time we get the first itchy pollen, it's just crispin. We got energy. And as soon as Ian Robb has that, he is going. He is flying. Burning Charge, it only takes 2 energy attached to do it. And it's 130 damage, as well as finding those basic energy and getting your board all set up. I mean, I can really see why Ian chose to play this deck. But look at that.
He's got the additional energy, but he has to play it awkwardly because he wants to be able to threaten a knockout on the end Zoroark. So even though the psychic energy is there for Pokemon like Sylveon, he's gonna hang on to it here, and he's got just a water away now for a potential knockout on the following turn.
Right, there we go. Burning Charge first, but knocked out. That's the first prize card here, taken in that Super Rod for Ian Robb. And we're back over to Evan. That has just been struggling so far in this matchup. I mean, this is truly showing how this matchup unfortunately goes, as Evan kind of has been taking the short end of the stick here, that is for sure. Ends Castle and Night Stretcher in the hand, as you said, Kyle, from our last turn. He's deciding which one to discard for this first trade. And I mean, the hand is just tiny.
Yeah, you just can't build on a hand like this until you find the supporter, and I think he found the wrong version of Turo, the non-research one.
No. Oh no. Well, we're seeing the trades happen as this reversal energy hits the discard pile. Night Stretcher hitting the discard pile. Essential resources here that Evan's not going to have in the later games unless he's got multiple copies here. But that Turo is gonna put this Badoo back in the active position here. 10 damage onto the knocked owl, trying to stall as much as possible and slow Ian Robb down. Ian's in the same position as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, one Turo deserves another, and sure enough, he's found that right here and there. He's taking that 10 damage off the board, pulls this Pokemon back from the active spot, and he will have Flareon ready to roll even more, finding some additional energies, pulling them from the deck, and just leading to even more consistency for Ian down the road. And throw a prize card in there too, why not?
Right, I'm like, is it the deck? Is it Ian Robb? He's just making this look like it's almost too easy. Is it the matchup? Is it a combination of all three? Because look at this right now. Ian Robb, the Jewel Seeker, first off, scooping up that Pokemon, the active, putting the Hoot back down onto the bench. We see the energy, that water energy that was needed, come down onto that Flareon EX. Another knockout. Back in fourth year from Ian Robb, taking that Lily's Clefairy EX out of the prize cards.
I mean, this is the problem when you run up against a full Terra style of deck and you're focused on dealing damage to the bench, taking advantage of some smaller basic Pokemon and taking those knockouts. The best chance for Evan at this point is find Darmanitan reversal counter catcher and knock out Fan Rotom and Hoot. Like, you're not taking relevant prize cards at this point, but you would stay in contention as far as the prize trade. But you're still asking for so much in a hand that has not much.
Right. It's like you're trying to catch up, but then you're not even slowing your opponent down, really. And that's the difficult part about it, for sure. I mean, it is very cool to see Flareon EX just sort of come in here and, you know, set fire to the table almost. He's definitely 3 feet tall now. Yes, that is for sure.
He's earned it.
He's earned that.
Standing on those prize cards it's taken.
And he's like 50 pounds, too. He's swinging so hard into this deck over on Evan's side as he's just trying to stay alive in this matchup here, finding some evolution Pokemon. But Evan just putting that Darumaka into the active position now. That's all we can really do here as we continue to evolve on the bench from Evan. We're into that Darmanitan on the bench, and that's it. I mean, just kind of a unfortunate shake of the hand over to Ian Robb's side again as he just runs away with this game.
I mean, Power Glass nearly useless in a matchup like this. You can't stay in the active spot against Flareon, dealing 280 over and over. Almost 2 of them set up at this point with the Eevee looming in the back with 2 energies ready to roll. If you ever take a prize card, Pheasantipity will help draw out of this mess. Ian thinking of everything that could potentially happen here as he eyes up what looks to be his 3rd prize card, but Boss could make it his 4th.
Look at this as well. I mean, just to put insult to injury here, we see the Jewel Seeker come out, set up that Area 0 under depths as well, expanding the bench here thanks to the Terra Pokemon that are out onto the field. I mean, that's or just when you thought you were just faced up against this horrible board, it's gotten even larger, Kyle. My goodness, 8 bench spots here now for Ian Robb to play around with. Another Hoot Hoot coming out for some potential knockdown action in the later turns too, if we even can get there, because Ian is just going. Sparkling Crystal for that ace spec coming down, costing that Flareon EX 1 less, and we see the boss's orders. Now we're in 2 prize knockout territory.
Nothing to do but shake your head at this point if you're Evan. This is just not a matchup that you can really work around at this point. Ian has everything. The only time that he feels comfortable taking that big knockout and leaving himself slightly vulnerable is when he has the perfect answer on the bench. And he's done just that. He even has the Hoot to follow up. He could find a final knockdown and make himself less vulnerable to a card like this Iono that's happening right now.
Right, yeah. It's just pulling out all the stops, putting the safety out there on Ian Robb's side, even though he's just leading so hard here. Evan trying to bail himself out here with some of the cards off this Iono, still sitting at 6 prize cards. What you seeing, Kyle?
Can't even find a reversal energy. If he wanted to attack with the Ends Darmanitan and leave up a Pokemon with a single prize card.
One had to go to trade.
That's true.
Earlier.
And maybe he prized one as well.
Right.
So he's got 1 remaining. No, he's only got the 2 in this list.
No,
so
that's it. Yeah, one's in the
we
prize
are
cards.
fully reliant on the Enzoric at this point, and that's a Pokemon
My
you can't leave
goodness.
in the active spot.
No, yeah, I mean, it's such a vulnerability for you. But at this point, like you said, there's no reversal energy to attack with these 1 prize Ends Darmanitan. Here for Evan, it's just like nothing is working out for him in this brutal matchup against the Flareon EX. And Ian has just set Evan in his sights. Those Zoroark are just dropping as Ian Robb just needs 2 prize cards left to take to 2-0 in this asymmetrical top cut match.
Well, you've seen Professor Turo. You see 6 energy on the board. Maybe there's a world where you can try to slow your opponent down with the counter catcher, buy a little more time. Noctowl looks to be the grab there, but this just does not feel like winning lines. Evan's trying his best to slow this game down, but Ian has all the answers each time.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate here. Evan just passes back over to Ian. Noctowl stuck in the active, but we see a quick retreat. It only has that 1 retreat. Evan knows exactly what that means. That means Ian Robb is going to take a 2-0 playing into our top cut here in Milwaukee with Flareon Toolbox.
A 2-0 victory. It must feel pretty great if you're Ian Robb. It did not have to sweat very much in that game, and that's no fault to Evan. That is just a tough matchup to work around, and he did his best. He's going to join Owen Dalgard with a 2-0 victory up against John Ang as another player moving in from the asymmetric cut. So a few players already in the top 8 now, with our other 2 that did not have to play asymmetric.
Oh yeah, oh that always feels good. Take a little break, eat a snack, get ready here.
We got snacks?
Yeah, we got snacks.
All right.
I'll show them afterward, but yeah, of course, focusing in on the action. That was still a great matchup as we saw between these players. I mean, star-studded performance from 2 star-studded players, but Ian Robb was able to just have the edge in this matchup with Flareon EX. The pressure was too much for Evan to be able to mount, and I mean that was tough to see. Evan tried everything here, but was just not fast enough to keep up with that Flareon.
Yeah, even if he has multiple Darumaka at this spot, does it even help?
Yeah.
You're taking knockouts if you can catch Ian without the evolution, but he's using Noctowl every turn to press his advantage, find the right resources, build up these massive Pokemon, and just set up these boards that are unbreakable, and he's done just that. He had the Crispy Boy helping him out. He cooked up a great recipe for knockouts. He did that every single turn, and anytime that Evan tried to slow him down, he'd use his counter catcher, and there was always an energy, always a Turo, and that's just what this deck does. You have Jewel Seeker. You can find everything you need at that perfect turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not scared of owls, you definitely should be now, because those Jewel Seekers help this game so incredibly. And all of that play took Ian Robb to a win there. That means he's going to be competing in our top 8. So exciting.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Kyle, I think I wore the right costume to the party, if you know what I mean.
I didn't know this was a costume party. I just wore pink.
Love to see it. But yeah, that was so cool. We didn't even see the Carnelian attack until game 2.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yep.
Burning Charge was enough to take care of that field on Evan's side. Brutal, brutal.
Yeah, there's like a silly attack thing where it's just like you just hit him with the claw while you're holding the fist, and they're staring at the fist, and you're just clawing them down. He just did that the whole time with Flareon. He just
Yeah, exactly.
get at him.
Or it's like when the cat hits you, but their claws aren't out. It's just a little puff ball. You know what I mean? It's like
130, 130. It's enough though, and he got all the energies out of his deck. He found all the right resources. I mean, you just can't stop Ian when he's able to thin down like that.
I feel like you can't stop Ian in a lot of other times.
That's true. He's
That
got
man
the
is
trophies to show it.
unstoppable. Yes.
He's unbelievable. And
I mean,
that's why we're so excited to see him back in a top 8 like this. He does this fairly often. We see every single year, and I mean, we've got that picture of him, a young boy in Hawaii.
I love that.
He's just turned into one of the best players we've had in a long time.
But this is a special one, I think, here in Milwaukee. Flareon EX. I mean, it's not Gardevoir, it's not Dragapult. This is sort of the off-meta pick here. You know, we saw it in Atlanta. It had a fantastic performance on our stream. Ian Rob's picking it up here, and it really has a good chance, I think, to win this entire event, Kyle.
Yeah, this feels reminiscent to like Andrew Hedrick with the Dialga V-Star,
Right.
where it's just like, this is like tier 2, tier 3-ish, but if you really work on the build and focus on maximizing the consistency of this, and then you put it in the hands of a great player, they know exactly what's coming at the right time. He thinned his deck down to a point where he was gonna find every resource. He knows every time that he Jewel Seekers, he's gonna have the answer there. And it's just like watching Hedrick just find the right cards off of his Metangs over and over.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Ian Rob has gone through so many matches of Pokemon as well. He's played into this meta heavily throughout this entire event. So he's already has those matchups under his belt going into this top 8. That's going to give him even more knowledge against how he's going to play against these other top players that we're going to see here in Milwaukee. I mean, it's going to be crazy, Kyle. I'm very happy to be casting this event.
Yeah, and there's what, 5 Dragapults that were in the asymmetric cut at this point. We've seen that matchup. That is insane. Using the Sylveon, bouncing those Pokemon back up, just avoiding all the draws. I'm sure there's some other matchups where this is just a devastating deck to face off against. 280 is just unreal. And the fact that you can attack as early as the first turn, you just evolve into your Flareon, Crispin, and then Burning Charge.
Sparkling Crystal, Burning Charge. Yeah, I mean,
you
it's
have
gross.
5 energy on the board. What happened? Like, I just started playing.
And it's like, Badoo.
10. Oh no.
I know.
There's no time for Badoo, and that's what the brilliance of this deck list is
Doesn't care.
He's put himself in a spot where he doesn't have to care about a slowing down or a format slowing down, because he's just going to overrun it with prize cards.
I know, right? It's so epic. And yeah, as you brought up, you know, we talked about Flareon, of course, that entire matchup, but there's still Sylveon too. That's even more spice that we're going to see in a lot of those other matchups. But I want to hear from our winner, Ian Rob. He played that effortlessly, and he's always fantastic to listen to in our interviews as well. Wancho, take it away.
Thanks, Boo. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by our last round winner, Ian Rob. Very commanding win, Ian. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good after that one. When I heard about what the matchup was in asymmetric, I was very excited. I decided to take a tie in the last round, where I think I had a pretty favorable matchup with Dragapult. Nothing too crazy, Protozoaric, to hopefully hit a better matchup to guarantee top 8, and there I hit, I think, my best matchup.
Yeah. Against Zoroark, it must feel nice to just use a Flareon that it's used to power up your other Pokemon, but it's also your main attacker, and it's something they can't reach as well. I was racking my mind on how like a Zoroark deck could really face your Flareon deck, but again, your deck, very interesting. Let's talk about that. How do we get there?
So at Atlanta, I was playing Dragapult Dusknoir, and I faced a lot of them, and I kept winning them, but I felt like I was getting very lucky in every single one of my matches. Something would go wrong for my opponent, just like little things, and I was like, I think a little bit luckier, or like average luck, I think just destroy Dragapult. So I decided to pick up that deck after Atlanta, and I spent the next week or two just trying to tune the deck, make it good. I tried things like Zoroark in there, a lot of weird stuff that ended up being really bad, which I was really bummed out about because I started playing Zoroark again. But Yeah, I decided to play it because I felt that mainly Dragapult and Goldango were such great matchups and are going to be the top 2 most played decks, so that's where I ended up playing it.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm curious though, what is your game plan against something like Gardevoir, which has won every regional at this point?
Not face it. I have lines. Unfavored. I have ways to win, but the strategies event was, I thought to myself, I'm like, could I make cut if I face 1 to 2 Gardevoirs? And the answer was yes, and I faced 0, so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very easy, very easy. All right, I believe our casters on the desk actually have a couple of questions for you, Ian. So, Shelby, Isle, how's it going?
Hey, Ian, great job on our stream. That was a fantastic performance, a very dominant performance for sure. A little hard to rough to see from Evan's side of the field, but your deck is awesome. I mean, it seems super consistent. Obviously, we saw it in a dominant performance, but what were your most awkward moments from competing in day 1 into day 2? Like, was it the prize cards? Was there any times where you felt really stuck with the deck?
Prize cards a couple times. I think that I had to get a little bit lucky in some situations where I used things like my first deck, Magical Charm, and I shouldn't really be able to win, but get a little bit lucky. I think that my biggest one was against Joltik Box. I prized Briar, and how the matchup plays out, I need to not prize that card to win the matchup, and my strategy when I prize it is hope I get off my first 3 prizes, and I got off my first prize, so.
Too easy,
Yes.
too easy, never punished.
Yeah. I mean, in this format, you see so often the players have a lot of ways to modify damage and amplify it. You've got the Monkey Dory and Defiance Band, Holucha included. You don't have any real answers as far as trying to tweak how much damage you can do. Was that anything you considered with this deck list?
I have the Kieran, which is plus 30, but outside of that, nothing else. I don't really know if it really counts damage modifier, really. The card's been pretty bad for me all weekend. It's kind of like a bad card, though, so I think it makes sense that you didn't really notice that.
Right on. Yeah, it did not show up at all.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we barely knew it was in the deck, to be honest.
Yeah, same here.
Well, Ian, are you winning this thing or what? What do you think?
Hopefully, if I had the right matchups. I mean,
Yeah.
if I had Gardevoir, probably not, but outside of that, yeah.
I mean, it looked like a pretty heavy Dragapult asymmetric cut. We'll see how many of those players move into the top 8, but it's great to see you doing so well at this event, and you've been building on so many of your accomplishments, and now you're doing it with a pretty wild deck to see. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you pilot that, and maybe you'll have to work a little harder next time to win.
Could be. If I hit a little bit harder matchup, yes, but I think Goldango's a little easier, so, you know. Not the easiest matchup I've had to face.
Yep, I don't think we have any of those. We'll see.
Unfortunate.
Hey, well, we're always excited to see it work for you, and hopefully we'll see you again on stream as well. It's super fun to watch your deck, and fantastic job in that match.
Thank you.
No, yeah, I have to admit, this has to be probably the most interesting deck in our Top Cut. Definitely one of my favorites. It's nice to see an Eevee just on the stream and all that. You're probably just the best Eevee player out there at this point.
At this point, yeah. One of my friends lost his win in for asymmetrical, which I was really bummed out about because we were playing the same exact deck list. So I was hoping to get 2 and cut.
Bummer.
With that, again, before I let you go, I want to ask, any advice you'd like to give any, aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Make sure to practice. With how much, with Live being out now, there's just so many great ways to learn and improve compared to when I first started. If you just keep playing games, study just how players play, I think that you can get really good really quick.
Oh, I agree. I love grinding out Live. When you get to that 1,800 range, and you're running into people like, oh, isn't this Isaiah Bradner? And I get to just have free match against him, and I feel like you come out a better player. That's for sure. Live is
100%. 100%, except I don't usually use it. I hit Arceus for the first time last month. I'll be honest, but I think it's a great tool.
All right. With that, best of luck in the next round. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out all my friends, Dale Cheville, Michael Breyer, Aaron Friedman, and everyone else who played the deck. And yeah.
Awesome stuff, Ian. With that, best of luck. We're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
What a great interview there from Ian Robb. I mean, just the fact that he could potentially be a 6-time regional champion if he's able to take down Milwaukee.
Yeah, with a 59-card deck. That Kieran's useless. we gotta work on this for Portland, all right? there's potential to be even better.
Right. At least the thought was there, and he was obviously trying a lot of different builds of this deck as well. He liked the attackers that it had in the Flareon and the Sylveon. Still messed around with it, but this is the list that he fell with, and this is going to be the list, I think, that will pilot a lot of the rest of our meta as well. If, well, I mean, it probably is, but especially if it sees even more success from here, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, this deck is starting to get a couple of accomplishments under its belt. I mean, I heard a nightmare story from Grant Manley and his 3 Flareons that he faced off against when it was just a fragment of the meta share. He's like, how is this even possible that we found 3 of them?
Why Grant Manley always has some nightmare story? I feel like every event he's
I don't
at.
know, something in a past life.
Right.
He's
got some
apparently
bad
he deserves
juju.
this. I don't think he does, but it's been rough goings for him. I'm sure he'll cash in fairly soon as well.
Well, yeah, hopefully next time, Grant Manley, you'll get him. You'll have the light of the moon shining down on you.
Are you gonna tech Umbreon in there?
I don't know, dude.
We
He
saw
needs to
that.
do something, man.
Maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna is enough.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, we've been having a fantastic time here in Milwaukee with you all. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream as well. These have been some great matches. Both, some fun stuff that we've seen, as well as some very competitive options. Top of the meta, watching our top players play it. I mean, what gets better than that?
Yeah.
But, we love hearing from you all as well. Who you're rooting for, what decks are you looking out for? And, of course, #PlayPokemon. Let's take a look at some posts. Kyle!
Oh, this was
Oh
the
my
best segment of
gosh.
the weekend.
I melted.
It made me want to hug my kids. This is exactly what we're looking for. This spotlight was unbelievable. It was so great to hear about this family and all the great accomplishments that they've had, but also just building upon their relationships in the community as brother and sister too, and a mother and father. Well, what's not to love?
I know, and they're both hugging each other. It was so wholesome. If you have not seen this interview, definitely take a look back and watch it, because I loved this interview.
And Annabelle is in top 4.
Oh my god! I mean, I'm not surprised.
So
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, this is definitely a couple faces you should get used to seeing. We will probably have them on the main stage as the years progress, but also those great opportunities that we continue to feature on the international stages. We could see them in a finals fairly soon. Who knows?
Yeah, we love our Pokemon families. They put so much time and effort into this game, and you see it pay off for sure. And not only in their successes, but just, the bonds that they have, the experiences that they get from traveling the Pokemon circuit, competing at events, practicing at the kitchen table. All of that was in that beautiful interview. Fantastic job from Wancho. It's great to see.
Yeah, not to be forgotten, the interview with Michael Pramawat was also unbelievable. Really great to hear from him as he's transitioned into that new role for him. He used to be one of our best players, winning so many regional events. He still got that in him, but he's now moved over to the judging side, and he's leading his first Masters head judge here.
Love that. Yeah, Pram is great. Whoa, look at this, Kyle. Are we converting the VGC people to some TCG action?
Hang on.
Hey, we all start somewhere.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Judy's been doing a great job over on the Pocket Gaming. I've followed a lot of the streams and updated through Twitter. He's always got some really unique lists and builds, and it's also great to just watch him flip tails a ton, and he does that a lot.
Well, repping on our stream here, as we saw, finished top 64, but also was able to be a part of that Pocket segment that we saw on our official broadcast here. So please let him know what y'all think of it. Let us know what y'all think of it. That was super fun to watch there in that segment. Love connecting VGC with TCG players as well. Look at this.
All right, you read. I'll count how many people are there.
Yeah, I'll name them all off right now, right here.
I'm going to say 12.
Wow, you're as blind as me, Kyle. I swear. Gaming Gen, big thank you to our amazing professors and staff that we have in Milwaukee this weekend. Thanks so much making this event so special today. Trainers, make sure you say hi to our professors this weekend. Let them know what an awesome job they do. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is really what makes our events function here. This is what brings it all together, We have our judges, our staff, we have people running side events. We have the coloring corner over there. They're doing an origami over there, Kyle.
Yep.
I want to get in on that.
That's where Jeremy lives. He's building origami all
Yeah,
day.
that's true.
No,
The crow gunk.
Yeah. It's great to see all these people. They do not just wear one hat. They're not just your judge, your staff. They do so many different things. They're often the same people that run your local league. They run your League Cup. They get all the things set up so that you can have the best tournament experience possible, and we're just very grateful for all of them.
Yeah, sometimes not just one hat, sometimes not just one plushie as well. I mean, look at all those plushies out there.
Sometimes there's a dog in their backpack. Have you seen that? It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. We need that tweet.
Oh my gosh. I want you to get a backpack and just put me inside of it, Kyle, actually.
I will be on the floor.
Hey, you don't know. Maybe I'm the size of that Flareon EX. Who knows?
I could handle 55 pounds.
Yeah, fantastic there. Awesome posts here that we get to feature on our stream. You know, you said a lot of these people run your local leagues. Speaking of your local leagues, you can find your local league today here. Scan this QR code, see what Pokemon events are happening near you. We've heard from so many people this weekend that got started locally playing Pokemon. They either went to their local league, learned how to play. Some people just wanted the cool prize packs that have the little Play Pokemon stamp on them. There is so much fun to have at your local league, so make sure you check that out today.
Yeah, I took my daughters to our local league maybe a month or so ago, and of course our judge who was running it was so nice, gave us a bunch of different promotional cards. We got the Illustrator cards from the Illustrator series, and they were so excited to place all those cards in their binders and start to build on their first collections.
Oh my God.
They don't know what to do with the cards, but they just have a nice binder next to their bed.
They're colorful, they're cute. Yeah, as they get older, I'm sure they'll know what to do with those cards, right? They'll start playing them, right, Kyle?
And also traded with Michael Paramawat, ripped him off, and got a couple of his good cards. It was a great experience.
They're taking after their father, huh?
Yeah, I'm a con artist. You nailed it.
Oh, that is funny here, Kyle. But yeah, definitely check out your local league. There's a lot to gain from there, that is for sure. Make sure to follow along with all of our channels as well. Pokemon.com/broadcast. If you ever miss anything here on our streams, on our past streams, you know, we know y'all have busy lives, but you can always get some more Pokemon in your life, whether you're recapping the streams, checking out the matchups, or you just want to, you know, check back in on the action that maybe you missed.
Yeah,
you can do all of that. Pokemon.com.
It's been great for me. I've been moving back over to some of the YouTube VODs and collecting those, going back over a lot of the games. If I'm not casting that event, it's always great to catch up on how all you guys were doing at the events and also what the players were up to. You can get a lot of great action by checking out that site and seeing what's all been going down and what you can look forward to as we move through the rest of this season. Got one more NA regional. Portland's going to be incredible, and then it starts to get pretty crazy at the tail end of the year.
Ooh, yeah, that's always the most fun that we have, and honestly, every season just gets better and better for the Pokemon TCG. Really, all the Pokemon games. Our events are bigger, they're better every year, so you definitely want to get on the train now. Check out these events, tune into the events. There's all the action-packed Pokemon love here. And speaking of that, Kyle, we got some Pokemon love coming up. We're going to have a top 8 match that we're going to get into very soon here. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back with you to bring you through our top 8.
The first Pokemon game I ever played was probably Pokemon Diamond version. That was probably around 15, 16 years ago. Mew is my favorite Pokemon. No real reason, just it's always been my favorite. The farthest I've ever traveled has probably been to Australia for OCIC multiple times. At this point, I just look up to the player base in general. It's inspiring seeing us grow so much. I probably prefer to travel by plane than by car if possible. During events, I'm really just too busy to eat consistently, so whatever's there. This is a controversial take. My favorite region is Hoenn with all the water. It was just my favorite game in general, so I played Emerald a lot. It was just my favorite region. My favorite city, at least recently, has been San Antonio. It's been really nice there every time we go there. It's very walkable, lots of stuff to do. Probably an alternative most of the time. It's my favorite. Outside of Pokemon, my favorite hobby is probably like very casual bowling with friends.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans. I have a very special segment coming up. We're gonna have a little debate, and it's gonna be between two of the best players out there. I'm joined by Rahul Reddy and Brent Tonneson. How are we feeling today?
We're feeling good.
We just had an interview, so I know you're feeling great. What about you, Rahul?
Feeling fantastic. I love debating against Brent, one of my favorite pastimes.
Yeah, definitely. These are two of the greatest players out there. So we're doing something called Matchup Roulette. It's going to be very interesting. I have a folder here of pretty much all the meta decks right now in the Pokemon TCG. Both these players are going to be drawing one of those decks, and they're going to have to, essentially debate how they could win that specific matchup. Are we ready? All right, let's start with Rahul. All right, and then Brent. All right, 3, 2, 1, reveal your decks. It is.
I've got Roaring Moon Petra. Dude, what is that?
You got. Okay, so it's gonna be Roaring Moon against Loki. I swear I put the good decks. I don't know why you guys just got the fun ones, but we'll start with this one. Let's start, Brent. What do you think about this specific deck, and what would you do into this specific matchup?
Well, my deck has a favorable prize trade. I can take a 2-prize knockout on a Roaring Moon with Slowking's attack. I can copy Conkeldurr. Additionally, if you have to use things like the Petrarant, the Squawkabilly, the Fez, I could go for 2 Kyurem attacks and take multiple prize cards.
That sounds very scary. Rahul, how would your deck fare?
So Brent's got an excellent point here. I think my #1 game plan is to Poison Donk him to make sure the game doesn't go past the first turn. I feel like I've got the whole tool package for that one. And after that, I can't give him a free stadium. Maybe just discard his stadiums, bump those as we go. Iono low, I probably only play 1 Iono, if that. So I have to put him as low as I possibly can at the end of the game. And use maybe my 1 Baby Moon, my couple of tech attackers to win that. I have to cheese him a little bit, buy that turn back.
Okay. Well, I think I have to be the judge here on who I think would win this specific matchup. Ooh, this is a tough one, but I like how fun this Slowking package is. It's taking multiple prize cards, and the fact that it's a 1-prize deck, it's very tough for Roaring Moon.
A little bit tough for me to work.
We all agree? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, how about we move on to probably a better matchup? You can put those to the side, that's fine, wherever. Feel free to draw one more deck. Yeah, just get Dragapult and win, right? All right. Brent?
Are you saying that my other deck was real?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead, reveal the decks.
Okay.
All right, very interesting matchup here. We have Raging Bolt versus Joltik Box, or is that Miraidon now? All right, this time let's start with Rahul.
So in this matchup, it's going to come down to what the Raging Bolt player actually ends up playing in their list. Because if they play Slitherwing, it could be a little bit spooky. But if an early hands powered up by Joltik Box could just take 2 to 4 prizes pretty early on, force the Raging Bolt player into the play, make them find their jamming tower. So it's basically just a race back and forth. And the Slitherwing tech is the big thing. Do they play that or do they not play that? And how do we approach that matchup from there?
I like it. All right, Brent.
Yeah, I think my game plan is going to be to just take 2 prize cards every turn, and I just need to get attacking basically before you do. In theory, I can knock down and get the Prime Catcher and get my attack first. If I don't have the Slitherwing, it's going to be a lot harder for me to break through your deck because then I can't get through Pikachu immediately. Then I'll probably have to use Iono and 2-shot it with a smaller attacker like Fan Rotom or a Raging Bolt, the smaller one, not the bigger one. So I have to use one of the smaller attackers to attack in that case. But as long as I get the first 2 and I run Slitherwing, I should be good.
That's very, very competitive. Would you play Slitherwing if you were playing Raging Bolt?
I think I will. I would in this format. Maybe when Shaman comes out and Terrorbox goes down, I don't think I would.
Okay. Ooh, another tough one here. Both made solid points, but I do favor the Slitherwing. I'm sorry, Rahul.
I think a little funny thing to mention is that both Koraidon and Slitherwing are really good in different ways in this matchup, because the Koraidon can take out the hands with ease, and the Slitherwing has to kind of like not two-shot the hands, but it's like a little bit tougher to go through it with the charm on it. So if they don't have the Slitherwing, they can't deal with Pikachu. If they don't have the Koraidon, the early hands could be a really big problem.
I like it. I like getting this insight here from both these players. All right, how about we move on to the next one? Again, I just want to go through this entire thing. I'm learning a lot.
Getting all the funnier decks out of the way.
I hope you get Dragapult. So you two. All right, Dragapult, Gardevoir, right? Yeah. All right, 3, 2, 1, reveal. Congratulations. All right. So it's Pulsard versus Feraligatr. Okay, I had to add this one because technically this deck won the first tournament in this format. But what do you think, Brent?
I have a question for you. How are you doing with my Mimikyu with the Luxurious Cape with multiple Monkey Dories on the bench?
Ooh, I don't know what's in my list. I'm gonna go with Dragon Headbutt. Seems pretty reasonable. I can probably go around your board, right? A little bit, like I can, snipe around, do some shenanigans. I don't know. It's tough.
How are you exactly sniping around? Even if you spread 60, the 60 from Dragapult, by the time I get to 3 Monkey Dories, I don't think that's doing anything. Even with 3 of those out, if I get 3 of them out, even your Dragon Headbutt's not doing anything. Even with 2, it's maybe a 10-hit KO on my Mimikyu.
You think you can set up all that?
No, I think this is unfortunately what we call a auto loss in the business.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think for this one, good try, Brent. Give it your go, but this one goes to the Dragapult. I think it's only fair.
Yeah, Dragapult.
Dragapult, Charizard. I don't think Charizard is going to be doing that much in that game, but hey, it gets the fire energy. All right, how about we do? Let's do one more. Let's do one more.
This time, surely we get a real one.
They're all. To be fair, Joltik Box is real to me.
You probably should have just said you read Jamming Tower.
No, that card's not in my deck, surely. All right, ready?
All right, 3, 2, 1, reveal. Okay. Ooh. Okay. That's Terra Box versus Poison Archaludon. All right, let's start with Rahul this time.
So Terra Box is, I think, first off, we can't get donked off the rip. If we get donked off the rip, the game ends immediately. But if Terra Box does get to go first and set up kind of favorably, we lose the first prize, but then we can go counter catcher, and if we go 2-2-2 every single time, I think Terra Box is favored because we can chase down the small guys. The biggest problem is Poison can break our Pikachu. So if we have the Pikachu twice, that's a little bit spooky, but the best part about Poison Box is they have to put a lot of small, like Pheasantipity has to hit the board usually for them to draw cards. They have to have Squawkabilly on the board, stuff like that. So we can kind of chase those liabilities in the early part of the game and then go from there. And also we can saw block some of their pieces until we're ready to pump their board. And once that happens, we can always take those 2 as we want to. So it just comes down to letting them take the first one and then using our counter catcher and gust effects pretty efficiently.
Makes sense. Brent?
Yeah, this is actually an interesting one. I believe from online data, I believe it does say I am favored. Although I do think that if you wait until you get a 2-prize attack, it actually is quite difficult for me. So I might need to get a specific board that doesn't involve something like Squawkabilly. If I get just the Duraludons early, then it would be really hard for you to break through that. Otherwise, if I need to use something like Squawkabilly, I could see you being patient, sitting with a 1 prize, and then getting 2 prizes every turn and getting the win.
Cool. Well, with that, I think technically, even though the data does support this, I'm going to go 1 point here for Rahul. I also just have to say Cornerstone.
Oh, that's true. Cornerstone. That's an annoying one.
Sorry, I might have been a little bit unbiased there. But yeah, thank you so much. We're going to leave this 2-2, because then you just have to face in the field to see, who really is the winner here with their respective decks, right? With that, thank you so much for joining me. Anyone you guys want to shout out?
Shout out everyone at home watching. Shout out for you guys supporting the channel, everyone here. And keep watching Pokemon, keep learning, keep playing.
know we got you earlier, but who do you want to shout out?
Well, it's going to be the same group. Shout out to my friends, my family, and specifically Aiden Coos, Matthew Burrows.
Thank you so much. This was matchup roulette. Do you think I was fair? Who do you think really won here? With that, thank you so much again. We're going back to the more Pokemon action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Milwaukee, home of this weekend's regionals for the 2025 season. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Tablemon Meza, and we have our top 8 match coming up shortly. I am excited. We saw a domination of Flareon in our asymmetric cut match with Ian Robb, moving on into top 8. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's one of my caster predictions, so I'm definitely rooting for Ian to go even deeper in the tournament. Of course, that was our first round of asymmetrical top cut, right? As the other games are decided, we do have our updated bracket with the top 8 with the results. And you and I were watching some of those games out there on the field, and especially Brent versus Calvin was so exciting. I was on the edge of like, it's so good. Yeah, so good. All the plays, the calculated decisions by both players, and then it feels like one's against the rope and then the other one turns things around, and it's so good.
Yeah, I walked away when Calvin unfair stamped Brent, and Brent drew energy professor's research. So we had the energy to retreat and then research. I thought it was over. Yeah. And then I go back and they're setting up for game 3. Yeah. What was going on there?
Yeah, I mean, it came down to body locking out Brent out of Night Stretcher and his last energy being in the prize cards, so that Fezandipity could no longer be retreated, and he was going to deck himself out before the Fezandipity got knocked out. So, I mean, even finding that alternate win condition, huge props to Calvin for sure.
Yeah, all right. Again, we are still waiting on our updated bracket, but once we have that for you, we'll show it to you at home. And oh, here it is. All right, we are still actually waiting on that match between Brent and Calvin, and the winner of that is going to face Christian Labella. We could have that run back that we had earlier on today of Brent versus Christian. Either way, Christian's going to have to play against a regional champion in top 8. Meanwhile, Julio up against Owen. That is going to be a Dragapult mirror match. I believe both players are playing Dusknoir, although I do think Julio has Monkey Dory in the deck.
Both? Monkey Dory
both.
And Dusknoir?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Makani Tran taking down Lucas Zing in a pretty close 3 games. Now up against Ian Robin. It's probably the worst case scenario for Ian, because we saw how he destroyed Evan in that matchup, Flareon versus Enzorark. Lucas was also playing Enzorark, so it could have just been basically an auto move into finals or semifinals, as long as you draw the right cards.
Yeah, clearly he enjoyed that matchup. He knows it well. Enzorark got top 4 at the Seville Special Championship last weekend, and that clearly made waves, right? That probably gave a lot of players the confidence to be like, okay, this deck can be taken to a regional championship, can have what it takes to win, and we had 2 of them in asymmetrical top cut. Unfortunately, now they're both out of contention, but we still have that dark horse Flareon piloted by one of the game's best players in Ian Robb.
And then our last match for top 8 is going to be our stream match. It is Alex Chandler, who is our 2nd seed, up against Benjamin Hebert, and this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. Here are our players, and it's pretty exciting. It is going to be Alex on the left, and let's go ahead and take a look. He is playing that Joltik Miraidon up against Benjamin, playing that Dragapult Budu, and it is going to be that Slowpoke version. There's no Dusknoir in sight now, so it means a little bit of a harder matchup against this speedy Joltik.
Yeah, the pressure that Iron Hands applies with that amp you very much attack. We thought we were all free from that after Miraidon with Raikou and those electric generators, and the double turbo went away with rotation of the regulation F mark, but Joltik just made it come back, and it's wreaking havoc. I mean, clearly the deck is working in this huge field of Dragapult. I'm sure Alex has gone up against a ton of Dragapult already along the course of the tournament, and here he is staring down another one. And pretty cool to see both of these players are first-year masters. We can see Benjamin got top 4 in Honolulu at the World Championships just this past season, and Alex got top 32 in Toronto Regionals last season as a senior as well, and has now had a top 64 in Louisville and now all the way in top 8 here in Milwaukee.
Alex is not the only one that did well in Louisville. Benjamin making top 8 at the beginning of this season. Now both players in another top 8 here, trying to make it into semifinals and eventually finals. Again, both these players, like you said, super young. They're just a couple of children up here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see all this young talent already making their mark as a Masters division, and they have all future ahead, right? They already are seasoned players from the senior division, and now we're seeing that they can go toe-to-toe against anyone in the Masters division as well.
I am excited for this matchup, Pablo, specifically to see how Benjamin can kind of navigate just the overwhelming power that Joltik Miraidon has in these early turns of the game, especially when you don't have something like Rare Candy to be able to get out a Dragapult EX early.
Yeah, no Rare Candy can't get to a Dragapult. The only things that withstand an Ampere very much are the Serendipity EX, Blood Runner, Saluna, and that's it. So pricing here, Monkey Dory, probably not too relevant in this matchup. I mean, maybe Mind Bend could actually be relevant. The Latias EX being priced though, and the rescue board could make it so Alex has a bit of an awkward time maneuvering around his Pokemon, and could make it so that a counter catcher body play from Benjamin buys him just enough time to withstand the pressure, or just make Alex not attack with Ampere very much for a single turn, which can be huge in these matches.
Does seem like both of our players are set up and ready to go here. Pablo, get excited. It is our top 8 for Milwaukee. These players already have some money in their wallet for making top 8, and it is looking like Alex is going to be going first, and that's not the best for this Joltik deck.
Yeah, Benjamin probably won the coin flip, chose to go second. That means Alex will have a sort of chill turn. We get our basics down, but we already benched the Iron Hands, and we don't know that the Latias EX is priced yet. We're going to find out now as we are putting our Pokemon at the front, Energy at the back. If Benjamin has a boss's orders in hand to bring this Iron Hands to the active, that could cause a lot of problems for Alex here.
Yet only the one future booster energy capsule to try and help that Iron Hands EX to retreat back to the bench. And looking through the list, I guess there's the Iron Leaves EX as well that could do it. Now, one card that it could be kind of good against something like an Ampy very much on a Dracloak is that Defiant, or no, I thought it was the Defiance Vest. It's Defiance Band in the list. So that will help at least take a one-hit knockout on an Iron Hands EX with a Dragapult.
Yeah, as long as there's no Bravery Charm on it, 230 will be enough. And the one thing that's guaranteed for us to see here, Jeremy, is Benjamin fall behind in the prize cards quite quickly, right? Which a lot of decks use that to their advantage. So it's okay to go behind in prize cards. I see this in a lot of players, like they try to do their best to stop their opponent from taking prize cards. But in doing so, they're not taking prize cards themselves, and so they are not getting closer to winning. So it's okay to play from behind. A lot of these decks are designed and have the right tools to play from behind and make powerful comebacks.
Now, one kind of strategy against a deck like Joltik is to Iono them to low hand size, unfair stamp, which Benjamin is playing, but there is a copy of Genesect in Alex's list. We could see him kind of prioritize that once he starts attacking.
Yeah, that Genesect is a very cute inclusion. Both players have Genesect in their deck, so we could see a denial of that Prime Catcher. We could see the denial of the Unfair Stamp. I think the Unfair Stamp is definitely the more impactful card, right? Prime Catcher, I mean, sure, it's fantastic, but there's also 4 Boss's Orders. Yeah. Denying one of the Gusting effects, not as impactful as denying that turn 2 Unfair Stamp that just takes away your whole hand. There are 4 Ionos as well, but Iono 2-5 on turn 2 is way better than Unfair Stamp 2-2 on turn 2.
Now, Alex did do pretty much the standard turn 1 for this deck. You attach energy to the Joltik, almost guaranteed not to get knocked out against a deck like Dragapult, and then you were able to have that Miraidon, get your Iron Hands and Pikachu. Those are your 2 attackers for this matchup. And
Now it is up to Benjamin to try and establish a Badoo, hopefully get something like that, boss's orders like you were saying.
I didn't see any boss's orders in hand for now. Like, this is turn 1, right? Then you know your opponent's going to use Jolting Charge, get energies into play. As long as you can evolve into 2 Dracloaks, even if one goes down or whatever goes down, then you'll have the Dragapult EX ready to go, right? So that's pretty clutch here. And that's going to be Benjamin's priority. Get as many Drippies out as possible and get as many of those evolved into Dracloak so that once you get to Dragapult EX, it's out of range of the Pikachu EX's Topaz Bolt attack. Obviously, it can't be Ampy very much. So as long as you manage your bench correctly and don't give them too many options to use Ampy very much to take 2 prizes, you should be in a good position. But yeah, Topaz Bolt does 300 damage. Dragapult does 320. I've seen some of these decks play the Mountain Stadium that reduces stage 2 HPs by 30 to put Dragapult and Charizard in range of Topaz Bolt, but I'm not seeing that here.
Yeah, no Gravity Mountain in this list, so that means Alex is going to have to kind of maneuver around a little bit, use those 4 copies of boss's orders and that Prime Catcher to try and take knockouts on these low HP Pokemon, and Benjamin's going to try to get some energy in play as well. That's another big thing. You can get double Dracloak in play, but if you don't have an energy on each of those, you won't really get an attack off on the following turn. Benjamin does have some assurances against that, as is playing 1 copy of XP share. Other than that, you really just need to try to find these energy.
Yeah, energy attachment, so crucial. And it feels like it's so crucial, and all these Dragapult decks are so greedy, right? They're playing 6, 7, sometimes 8 energy, but they need to be attaching energy each and every turn. Playing such a low amount, I mean, clearly it works. They get away with it, but it's super greedy in my opinion.
Yeah, and another thing too to note is Benjamin is playing the list with 3 Luminous Energy. So if Luminous Energy is your first attachment, you can't XP share that back to the bench. And we actually see the attachment of the Psychic here, but it's used to retreat into the Badoo. So Itchy Pollen going to shut off item cards for Alex, but who needs items when you already got the Jolting Charge ready to go?
Now, one key extra piece that Benjamin has as defense against the high amount of pressure that Alex is going to start putting onto next turn with that Ampy very much attack is a Blood Moon or Saluna EX, right? That's become a staple in Dragapult EX decks, and therefore that's out of range of Ampy very much. And with the Halucha combo, you could place 1 damage counter onto the Pikachu EX, take away the Resolute card ability, and take a knockout in the late game. So that could be something we see later down the line. For now, we're going to see that Crispin get a couple energies, 1 into play, 1 into our hand. I don't know if there's much else going in the hand right now. And then we're going to see the Jolting Charge as well. So there's going to be 7 total energy, or 8 total energy in play this upcoming turn. No, it's 7.
It's still a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's more than I can count on my fingers right now.
And there we go. Jolting Charge. Gonna get those 4 energy into play. Metal and Psychic energy still available. And that's something we haven't touched upon, right? These decks also want to go out of their way to counter the Dragapult EX. And they are usually playing Lily's Clefairy EX to have that quick resolution with a Crispin onto those Dragapult EXs.
Does tax the Crispin though, but there is 4 of them in the list. You know, it's always great when you can play a list that plays 4 boss's orders, 4 Crispin, 4 Arven. Do you really need anything else?
I mean, probably not. Some item-based disruption. That's the one thing that this deck is missing to be the perfect deck, but you can't have it all.
No, can't have it all. It does look like Benjamin's starting his turn now. There's a Buddy Poffin for another Badoo.
Question is, can we get to the Dracloaks? That is the big thing here, and not seeing any Dracloaks whatsoever. There's a switch and a Halucha in hand, so just committing to the Blood Moon. Alex doesn't have too much great stuff either in his hand. No Arven. Does have the Gensec, but no tool card to potentially deny the what he would expect to be an on-first stamp sometime soon. But yeah, I mean, Benjamin's hand is just so bad. I think we're just going to see the retreat and Ampy very much for the first 2 prizes of the game.
Not even needing to use the boss's orders in hand.
Yep.
Just settling for the 2 prizes there right in front of him. And it is now Benjamin's turn yet again. Finds a fire energy, but there's no out to a Dracloak or a supporter.
We're going to see the Hawlucha nullifying that Resolute Heart ability and taking down the Joltik.
Gets the Professor's Research.
The Research, wow. One of the best prize cards possible. Incredible scenes here.
Gets an energy on the Dreepy, and there is that Professor's Research. What a pull from the prize cards, thanks to that flying entry from Hawlucha. And we do find our first Dracloak here.
Now, Alex does have that boss's orders ready to go, so we want to see ideally a second Dracloak. And what do you know? Dracloak finds Dracloak. How many times have we seen that this weekend?
A lot. All right, best case scenario, XP share. No.
No EXP share found. Both good cards, just not very useful right at this point. The Neswell will find Fezandipity EX potentially next turn after a knockout is taken. Now, I think it's going to be Hero Blood Moon this game. If you get boss, thank you very much, out of your energy on the Dracloak, then you can respond, right? But the Pikachu EX is waiting.
Already charged up.
Yeah, I mean, there is a counter catcher, right? Which we're going to use now. There must be another Gusting effect as well, readily available. But, I mean, you need to take down this Pikachu with the Blood Moon. Otherwise, yeah, the game's pretty straightforward and just ends almost immediately. But then it comes down to, does Alex have another boss's orders or a prime catcher to knock out any of these bench Pokemon that will be available to him? Yeah, you can even save the boss's orders right now. Just keep it in hand.
Unfortunately for Benjamin,
or not,
has the rescue board in hand, even played the Bravery Charm on the Genesect. So now the Ace Nullifier is activated. There's the Ampy very much. 2 more prizes. And that Pikachu is waiting in the wings with another boss's orders, potentially.
We need to see Iono right here, right now. Otherwise, Alex already has the Arven 4 Prime Catcher, that very clutch card. So Benjamin has to make an impossible decision here. You have to take down the Pikachu, and you have to Iono. There's no other way to win this match. And with the Iono, you need to hope your opponent doesn't find one of his 3 other copies of boss's orders, or one of his 4 copies of Arven, or his Prime Catcher. There's just so many outs here.
Yes. So Benjamin does have the option with Nest Ball in hand along with Rescue Board. You can go ahead and get that Genesect of your own.
Yeah,
and
that is true.
Use your own Ace Nullifier to shut off that Prime Catcher. Has the boss's orders in hand to take out that Pikachu EX. And it looks like Benjamin is doing just that. All right, this is the one route to try and stay in this game, Pablo. Can he do it?
The one route indeed. That Ace Nullifier ability coming in so clutch. Genesect came out almost a year ago in the Shrouded Fable set. It wasn't being played at all pretty much, and now we are seeing its impact over and over. That Ace Nullifier ability is so good, but oh, there is a tool, there is a tool.
All right, Ultra Ball, that's gonna net another Dracloak. You can also get that Dragapult and just bulk up on that HP, but we need to draw some cards.
You can see Alex being very fidgety in his chair. He knows he has the possibility to win if the tool doesn't come down onto a Genesect. Unfortunately for him, it will happen. So he does have a Nest Ball. He can go for Fezandipity, and he can try to find one of his 3 remaining boss's orders to take down any of those Pokemon on the bench.
Didn't get to take a peek at this Recon Directive. Looks like Dragapult EX is gonna be the choice here. Night Stretcher's the other option that could get an energy from the discard, but you already have that Luminous in hand.
Right.
What a tricky turn for Benjamin here.
Yep. Arven denies that on first stamp, as both players are nullifying each other's A-specs, or Benjamin is about to. Just double checking his prize cards to see what is and isn't available to him. There's 1 fire in the prize cards. There's 1 Monkey Dory, which is probably not crucial. There is an Energy Search, which probably makes Arven a little more awkward to see the attachment, and we have to see Boss KO and Pikachu. So honestly, that flying entry Hawlucha coming in so clutch here.
Oh yeah, turning off that Resolute Heart ability from Pikachu EX, allowing this Blood Moon to be able to take the knockout.
Oh my god, he didn't attach the tool to the Genesect. The Prime Catcher is live.
Had the rescue board in hand, but didn't attach it.
I think Alex just going to play the Nest Ball, double check that the Prime Catcher is available. There's no tool card. It was in the hand. It's right there, and it didn't get played. So Arvin, for Amp you very much to win the game will be it. Yep, I think Benjamin checked his hand. Oh, yep, I forgot to do that.
So unfortunate for Benjamin there, but Alex playing so clean for that game one. Thank you very much. 3 times in a row. That's pretty good.
You can see Benjamin is a little flustered. He knows he had to play that card. He had it. And I mean, sometimes you're just thinking so far ahead that you forget to do like the simplest things, right? It generally happens to every single player. The most seasoned ones, the less experienced ones, it happens to everyone. So let's take a look, Jeremy, at the replay of this round.
It started pretty simple. After turn 1 setting up, Alex was able to get that Joltik to be able to charge up Iron Hands EX and Pikachu EX. Thanks to that Crispin, Thank you very much. Took a knockout on Badu. Itchy Pollen was really the only saving grace for Benjamin. But there we saw the Hawlucha taking out that Joltik thanks to the 2 damage from Itchy Pollens and finding that Professor's Research, allowing Benjamin to stay in the game. Alex had the boss's orders, bring up that Cloak with the energy. Thank you very much. Then we saw what could have been the perfect turn from Benjamin. Had the Blood Moon knockout and everything, but just forgot to attach that rescue board in hand. And because of that, Alex had the Arvin for the Prime Catcher. Thank you very much for the 3rd time this game. Now we're going into game 2, but that has to hurt for Benjamin.
That's gotta hurt for sure. He's gonna be very aware of that heading into this game. If that had been available, we would have needed to see a Nest Ball for Fezandipity, trying to find boss's orders in order to find it, so to find that boss to win with Thank you very much. But we're heading into game 2. Benjamin needs to recoup himself and make sure he does what he's done so far, right? To get to this point, I'm sure he's faced at least a couple of these decks since they were pretty popular along the field, and it's not the worst matchup, right? You just need to stabilize as soon as you can.
All right, it looks like Alex is going to start things off first for us yet again, this time right on EX in the active spot. That means this tandem unit is going to find some lightning Pokemon, most likely Joltik, and one of the attackers. Now look at that prize cards, Genesect and Rescue Board, along with that Psychic Energy. So only 1 Psychic Energy left in the deck for that Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yep, that Joltik being prized, not the end of the world. You only need 1, right? You actually never want to bench that second one, so you don't give your opponent that potential single prize card after the first Joltik gets KO'd. Sometimes it doesn't even get KO'd, and yeah, over on Benjamin's side, 2 Dracloaks prized. So,
at the top, too. That's
yeah, and at the very top. So, I mean, you need to survive the pressure in the beginning from that Thank you very much. And 2 Dracloaks, like, you don't expect to have access to all 4, but having 2 in the prize cards means finding the other 2, drawing into them is just so less likely.
It just means evolving.
Yeah.
It's so less likely in a Dragapult. You were talking about in the beginning of this match that Benjamin has to get 2 Dracloak into play just so you can evolve 1 in the following turn. That's almost impossible now.
Almost impossible is correct, yeah. This is definitely or it could be problematic. We'll have to see sometimes. I mean, we saw Brent Tonneson prize 3 supporters twice over the course of 3 games, and he still played as draw supporter every single turn. So definitely is something you can play with and adapt to, but you do need draws on your side. Now we're going to see that Brock's scouting to find 2 basic Pokemon, probably Dreepy and Badu, because there was no Latias benched. There was no Nest Ball played for that. And so at the very least, you force an energy out of your opponent, which the deck plays a ton, right? They probably have, but that means they don't have a spare energy attachment somewhere.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I thought we would have seen more of the list that took second at that special championship, Seville, playing the 4 Brock scouting, maybe the Neo upper energy as well, but it has really just been unfair stamp, the spec of choice, and we've seen maybe 2 counts of Brock scouting and list, but not really committing to the full 4.
Yeah, the Neo upper energy, as you mentioned, was very successful last weekend. Maybe it was just not enough time for players to be like, okay, I've been playing with Unforgettable Stamp for all this time. Sure, this did well, but do I really want to switch my deck with less than a week to go for the regional championship? I mean, I'm sure there were more players playing it because it did so well in Seville, but maybe not enough to justify most of the top players with the time they've spent perfectioning their own Dragon Ball decks.
And speaking of top players, we have some updates on the field from our asymmetric bracket that still was going on. Brent Tonneson winning 2-1 versus Cal Connor. Now that means the Wet Goose is on the loose in top 8, trying to find another regional championship this season.
Yeah, I mean, Brent has had so many ASIM caught losses, but now he's definitely vindicating himself. And after winning Monterey a couple weeks, seems like rotation really suited Brent well.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Yeah?
Benjamin doing some prize checking here is going to be writing down a little frowny face for those 2 Dracloak. Energy Search again in the prize cards as well.
Yep, no access to any sort of search. Now, I don't know if there's a body already in hand. I do feel like, in general, the Joltik deck is successful because it plays 4 Arven, 4 Crispin, 4 Boss, right? So it's just saying, well, sure, you might limit my items, but I get all the energy I need with this, and then I have so many supporters, I don't mind you locking down my items for a couple of turns, and if there's a body in front, it's just going to get amp you very much for a couple of prizes anyways.
Exactly. Most of the items in this Joltik list is just Pokemon Search or Supporter Search. You got Pokegear, Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, and if you already have a Miraidon in play, you really don't need most of those.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, Alex is free to play items. There is only 1 item card available. There's an Ultra Ball, which could get the Latias. That means you get a spare energy. You could also get the Mew EX to draw a couple extra cards. I saw a lot of energies. I saw Crispin as well. So not the best hand. You do want to get closer to Boss's orders for future turns to make sure you apply pressure to something like the energies, right? Or whatever got to evolve, that's where you want to be hitting.
We do see the Crispin from Alex. That's going to allow this Miraidon EX to retreat from the active spot and get an energy on that Pikachu EX. But opting for the Lightning on the Pikachu, Metal into the hand. Is there another way to get? Okay, you just have the Grass. All right.
Yeah, yeah. Seems fine. You play 5 Grass, 5 Lightning, so those are definitely the ones you can spare the most, right?
I just didn't want to put the Metal in retreat.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure, for sure. And now we're going to see that Jolting Charge, 4 energies, 2 Lightning, 2 Grass, all of them onto Iron Hands. No difficult decision to be made. Everything is in range of amp you very much, so you can just take down whatever your opponent has in the active. To see the evolution of the Dracloak, we have an energy we could spread onto another Dreepy in order to not lose both energies in case something does get targeted, and that's exactly what we see. Now, do you play the Halucha now? I think you do, just to turn off the Resolute card. I mean, your opponent could play down another Pikachu, so yeah, Benjamin being a little careful, managing his bench very carefully, and just could have turned off the Resolute card, but wants to use that at the perfect time.
6 cards from the Iono for Benjamin. Still has that Recon Directive. Needing to find a tool for the Genesect, some more Dracloak, just so you can kind of guarantee a Dragapult next turn would be the ideal scenario.
There's no Dracloak here. One card fell down. It was an energy, and the other one, I could not tell what it was. Oh, it's a research. Okay, so no second Dracloak found. No tool found either to turn off the potential Prime Catcher next turn. So Alex has 9 possible live cards to ghost this Dracloak. Oh, never mind. There's the Ultra for the other Dracloak.
Yeah. Had to discard the Psychic Energy to do it, which is a little unfortunate, but if the Psychic Energy was their only energy in hand, couldn't be attached to one of the Dracloak because it already has the Psychic. Phantom Dive taking a Psychic and a Fire to be able to be used. And then we see another Recon Directive. We find another Dracloak. Maybe a couple supporters for next turn.
Yep. Choice of Iono or Research. It's going to be the research into hand that we have the choice between both, right? Next turn, do you want to disrupt? You would just want to draw so many cards, and we see the pass. So aggression about to start. Top boss's orders off the top. Prime catcher in hand. So Alex just has dealer's choice of whatever he wants to KO this turn.
Most likely going to be, I don't know, I would guess the prime catcher, because you see that Genesect in play, you want to use it, but there is no supporter in the hand as well, so if you just want to use your cards to the best of their ability, the boss's orders is probably the better play.
I mean, I feel like the threat of Genesect is right there. I would definitely go for the prime catcher. It's just too clutch. If it gets denied, it becomes a completely useless card. There's no tool removal, right? So there would be no way to turn that prime catcher as a viable card once again until you take down the Genesect. And I think you'd rather be taking down any of these Pokemon with their energies.
100%. Here is Nestball from Alex. Going to be able to search out. Looks like the Pheasantipity EX also has that Lily's Clefairy. We're going to opt with that Latias EX, though, or not. All right, Pheasantipity EX.
Definitely not an easy choice, right? Latias conserves the energy, but, I mean, I don't think you value this energy on the Joltik too much. Fez covers a potential Defiant Band KO, which I don't know if Alex has that knowledge just yet, but, they got to this point. It is a common card, a common enough card in Dragapult that it's worth playing around if you can, right? However, with the Bravery Charm, that does mean the Pheasantipity is unlikely to be activated next turn at all. So perhaps Mew EX could have been another option, maybe even just establishing the Clefairy EX immediately as well, especially because you could protect it with that Bravery Charm.
There is always the option for Benjamin to take a knockout on the Joltik, which is never really the right thing to do, but it is a situation that could present itself. Now, Benjamin drawing into the Dragapult EX here could be pretty good. Looking at the top two cards, Artisan and Dreepy, neither of those are really too great. There is the Night Stretcher. You can get the Dracloak back. Remember, there's only 2 right now available for Benjamin.
Yeah. And that's exactly what we're going to see. The Dracloak back into play. Recon Directive is available. Now, there is a Luminous in hand, which gets nullified by the other Luminous energy, so we cannot attach that one. So we're going to have to hope we find that energy off of this Iono.
And only 4 energy, basic energy in the list. One of them is in the discard. So that means another Night Stretcher could do it, but okay, there we go, 2 fire.
That works. 2 fire energy available. We are also not taking a prize card. We are doing 200 damage to this Pheasantipity with Phantom Dive, and to Benjamin's benefit, right? Pheasantipity not going down means it cannot be used. It's stuck technically in the active, and then he has 3 copies of Boss's Orders himself and 2 Counter Catcher to potentially send that back next turn and take a multiple price turn to put himself back in this game.
Benjamin also drew into that Hawlucha with the flying entry. Has the opportunity to bench it now, but again, I don't think if he benched it the previous turn to shut off the Resolute Heart, you're not going to bench it this turn. And it could also open up an option to take 2 prizes off the Pheasantipity EX just by not even attacking.
Yeah, and I mean, now with the Phantom Dive damage counters, you've turned off Resolute Heart successfully, so you are good. You've also nullified the Bravery Charm, right? So now, if you are able to find the Defiance Band, which I do believe there's an Arven in hand, you can search for that next turn along with a Counter Catcher and take that multiple price turn to put yourself in a much better spot. So now it's on Alex to make something happen, has access to energy with Earthen Vessel, has access to Pokegear as well to potentially find or try to find a Boss's Orders, while thinking of discarding the Pokegear off of that Earthen Vessel. Now, he knows that at the bottom of the deck there is 1 Boss's Orders, so I think shuffling the deck before you attempt to get the Pokegear is pretty wise. Now the real question is Pokegear the card to discard? He had 2 in hand, now he only has 1, so that's only 1 chance at Boss's Orders, because otherwise, how else do you deal with this Dragapult?
Exactly, yeah. Searching out the Psychic and the Metal. This Metal will allow Pikachu EX to attack if necessary. And Alex was maybe keeping that Arven to search for something like a rescue board so you can attach and rescue board the active away.
but Rescue Board's prize. Might have to search for Bravery Charm, but the Bravery Charm could help this Pheasantipity EX stay on the board for maybe one more turn.
I mean, Pheasantipity has 10 HP left. Bravery Charm gives you 50 more. You're exactly in range, right? So, it's rough. Seems like we're not even going to try for the boss's order, so Alex just planning something different. I mean, obviously, like we said before, he's played a lot against Dragapult. Seems like he's eyeing up that Galvantula, so could be going for an Ultra Ball to just set some damage up onto that Dragapult EX, potentially leaving it in range now next turn for a Pikachu EX KO.
Now, the Galvantula attacks with a Grass energy, right?
A Grass, yeah, Grass and Colorless, and if it has a Lightning energy attached, it does extra damage.
So with that, Alex did not search for a Grass energy. I don't think there's a Grass energy in hand.
There is not, no, you are correct. So could that have been a mistake? Yeah, that Shocking Web requires a Grass energy to be attached. I mean, that Ultra Ball could also be utilized for Mew to draw a few extra cards. But yeah, I mean, Galvantula definitely not an option here. Seems like we're going the Pikachu route.
Attaching to the Pikachu, though, again, how are you going to retreat this active? I guess go Ultra Ball for the Latios. No, we are going to attach the Psychic to the active. Bravery Charm will put that Pheasantipity at 60 HP remaining. Retreat to the Iron Hands EX, and we'll just probably see an Arm Press here.
All right, Arm Press for 160. It does put the Dragapult in range of a following Topaz Bolt, but if we find Defiance Band to take this down, and we take down the Pheasantipity as well, then as long as we have the next Dragapult ready to go, we have the attachment, we have the Ultra Ball, we have Arven to search for that. I think Benjamin has all the pieces ready to go almost to close this game out within the next couple of turns.
This is a pretty stellar hand from Benjamin. Even having Iono if you want to disrupt a little bit, although Alex does have 4 cards in hand and 4 prizes, so Iono would just give him a new hand. We do see a boss's orders off the 1 recon directive available for Benjamin.
Yep,
again, we're also still missing the tool card, but the Prime Catcher was already used, so the Genesec's null and void on the bench anyway.
Yeah. Now, we do have Arven available. Yep, there's the Defiance Band. We also have Blood Moon as a follow-up. The Ultra Ball for that Blood Moon here. We're going to Arven for Counter Catcher.
This could
or just the Defiance Band. Yeah, no, never mind. No need for Counter Catcher. We want to take down the Ampu very much, and we want to take, the Iron Hands, and we want to take down that Pheasantipity. That Bravery Charm really made not a big difference here.
Yeah, you could even grab the Counter Catcher if you want for the following turn, just because you know your opponent is going to, or I guess you're going to go down 4 prizes anyway.
Yeah.
Defiance Band putting in a ton of work in this matchup.
Yeah, so good. Every damage counter being placed perfectly. 1 to turn off Resolute card, 5 to nullify the Bravery Charm, so now you have 230 HP, and coincidentally, Phantom Dive will now deal exactly 230 HP, and the Preemptive Energy on the Blood Moon, saying, okay, you knock out my Blood Moon, my Dragapult takes down your Pikachu. You knock out my Dragapult, my Blood Moon takes down your Pikachu. Either way, I think we're heading into a Game 3.
It's looking like that's what the writing on the wall is, Pablo, but Alex is still going to play it out to see if he can do anything. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX of his own.
Yeah.
Has the energy in hand.
Blood Moon could be the difference maker. Now, we know that Benjamin has a boss's orders in hand already, and Alex plays absolutely no way to disrupt. And oh, there is 1 copy of Iono, so I guess that's what we need to find off of this Poke Gear. Well, but
we're going to Arven.
Seals the deal.
That means Benjamin has game in hand. It's only just a matter of time. Alex is going to play through the motions. There's the Future Booster Energy Capsule along with Night Stretcher. Is this trying to Joltik again this turn, maybe?
Possibly. Yeah, that could be something we can do. If we go Topaz Bolt against the Dragapult, we lose the game immediately, right? So could be grabbing Pheasantipity, yep. Would Galvantula do enough damage? No, right? Because Dragapult has no ability, so you don't get 130. Bonus. Yeah, 130 indeed. That would be 30 damage short. We do find an energy for that Blood Moon. We're going to retreat, take the knockout on this Dragapult TX, and then Benjamin will probably flash the boss for the win.
Nah, we're going to play it out, be nice. There's the boss's orders, and there is the win for Game 2. Both of these players moving on to a Game 3 to see who will make it into top 4 of Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Great win for Benjamin. Perfectly set up, perfectly patient, and 2 Dracloak in the prizes did not stop him from winning. And you have to wonder, what if he had attached that tool card to Genesec the previous game?
Honestly,
would he have stopped? I mean, it would have come down to Alex drawing a boss's orders, but the odds were greatly reduced, and he wouldn't have had game in hand like he did, right? So we're gonna have a Game 3. Let's take a look at what happened in this Game 2.
All right, it is just yet again Joltik charging up Iron Hands EX and Pikachu. Ampy very much taking a knockout on Dreepy. 2 Dracloak prize, but that did not affect Benjamin at all. Had the double knockout thanks to that Defiance band and getting rid of that Iron Hands EX and a Pheasantipity EX. Alex responding with a Blood Moon EX, but Benjamin already had checkmate on board. Blood Moon with that boss's orders in hand, taking the knockout. We're going to Game 3, but honestly, I think Alex is pretty favored because he finally gets to go second.
Yeah, we're gonna see Alex go second for the first time in this series. That means Benjamin will have 1 turn to set up enough Dreepies, and then Alex will immediately potentially use Joltik, have the Jolting charge ready to go. And it's just having a turn of only item cards is so much weaker than your first turn being item cards combined with a supporter right now. I'm seeing Benjamin's hand.
Oh no.
He has a Blood Moon or Halucha decision to make. So
we have seen how important that flying entry is at shutting off that Resolute Heart ability from Pikachu EX. And if you start the Blood Moon, Benjamin does have the 1 switch in hand, but it is such a liability on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of HP, right? But it also gets in the way a lot in terms of like helping your setup and whatnot. Rescue board off the top, and I don't see any sort of help. We might just see an attached pass. There's no Puffin, no Nestball, no Artisan, nothing to help Benjamin here.
Say it ain't so, Pablo. Meanwhile, Alex has Arven in hand, I believe.
There's no energy, though. There is no energy in hand and no Joltik, so there is an Ultra Ball.
Arven for the Earthen Vessel.
Yep.
And then Ultra Ball for the Miraidon. Yep. Use that tandem unit to grab the Joltik, and then you're able to get that attack off.
Yeah, it's an awkward way to do it. The Ultra Ball will be costly, but, I mean, after seeing your opponent go attach pass to a Blood Moon, you have to go for everything now. There are 3 energies in the prize cards, 2 Grass, 1 Psychic. When you're playing 14, prizing 3 is almost expected at this point.
Yeah, along with 2 Ultra Ball, but you have that 1 in hand, and that's going to be the saving grace for this turn 1 of Game 3 for Alex. Again, that 1 of Earthen Vessel might be coming up huge here. If that was in the prize cards, then we'd start having to worry.
Oh, for sure. Now, Genesec being prized, not the biggest of deals. I mean, of course, you'd love to deny the unfair stamp, but realistically, it's not a crucial part of your strategy, right? And if you have Mew EX in play already, you're able to venture Zandipity along the way. You're pretty covered against hand disruption overall.
There is that Earthen Vessel. Discards that Future Booster Energy Capsule. Going to find Psychic and probably a Lightning here. Maybe that Metal.
Yeah. Those 2 cannot be searched by that Jolting charge. So it's interesting how, like, the decision for the energies, because you need variety in the deck for Crispin to work, right? You always want to have multiple types available, but then you also can only attach Grass and Lightning with the Jolting charge. So there's definitely a subtle decision making that you have to make here in terms of making the correct decision. But having the free retreat of Mew, so clutch here with the little help that Alex had with his hand. He wouldn't have been able to afford a Latias. He would have instead needed to search for the rescue board perhaps. And we're even going to see a restart or not. We're not going to see a restart for 2 cards.
I mean, I guess you don't want to risk drawing into more of those energies maybe, but I think with the way the board is set up, I think Alex is pretty fine.
Risk, yeah. Now we're going to immediately power up that Pikachu EX instead of the Ampu very much. We're saying that Blood Moon is going to be taken down next turn. We do see the Flying Entry nullifying once again that Resolute Heart ability, pretty clutch. And we have a research, right? So it's going to be all about these new 7 cards.
Is there a research?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay.
There is a research.
I only saw the boss, and I was really worried for a second.
All right, now that switch does mean that these energies on the Pikachu are now, I mean, they're not wasted. And the one card that Alex has is Crispin, so he can definitely readjust his game plan. Crispin 2 energy onto the Iron Hands and then start using Ampu very much on that, or the Buddy or whatever ends up being active. Now, we haven't talked about Benjamin's prizes. Buddy is priced. There are 2 copies though, so that's fine. Monkey Dory prize, 1 Dracloak prize, once again at the top. Not the biggest of deals, but nothing off the research, Jeremy.
That is rough. And to go along with it, Night Stretcher in the prizes, that's the 2nd copy. Discarded the 1 off the Professor's research. So right now, no ability to get stuff back. And there's the Prime Catcher bringing up the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Crispin, last card in hand, is going to be able to find the Metal Energy for this Pikachu EX to take the knockout. You also have Restart to draw 3 cards. This is looking pretty great for Alex.
This is amazing. That Prime Catcher top deck was so good. Now you take down any energy, any potential threat of the Blood Moon, because if you did take 2 prizes on the Hawlucha with Ampu very much, 1 more energy and Blood Moon all of a sudden is putting in work and knocking out your Iron Hands. So could not have asked for a single better card off the top than that Prime Catcher, and now we get a free restart for 3 cards. We don't want to see energy off the top, and we did not see any energy.
Not only no energy, found the Crispin to be able to potentially try and pull together another attack next turn, even under something like a Badulok. Dracloak off the top of the deck, that's not going to help. No Dreepy in play for that to evolve into. Looks like, what, a Brock Scouting in the hand, Iono.
Arven as well.
So Arven.
Yeah, we could go for that on first stamp, right? Try to, I mean, Alex has 5 cards in hand. It's a good amount of disruption, but you're not guaranteeing anything. You could Arven for a Puffin, but it's turn 3. You don't want to be doing that on turn 3. And it seems like it's what we have to, right? There's no other choice. You have to hope that Alex, there's no Latias in play, so hopefully that Pikachu gets stuck for a turn. It has the Bravery Charm, so it cannot get the rescue board attached. Therefore, it's Latias or there's no Ampu very much. So that could give Benjamin a bit of a relief turn.
The one thing you have to think about, though, is Unfair Stamp, while putting Alex to 2, there is that Mew with Restart on the bench.
Yeah.
So if he draws cards to be able to play, then you can restart for more cards again. Hopefully find something like that Nest Ball to find the Latias EX.
Yeah, makes that even weaker for sure. So restart, I mean, on first stamp, I mean, we're committed to the Buddy Puffin. We want to get those 2 Dreepies into play. I mean, we could get Buddy to deny the possibility of a Nest Ball for the Latias. That seems like it could be more powerful than a second Dreepy overall, but it puts you in a situation where if they don't have Latias, but if they have Energy Boss, then you're out of Dreepies again, and you cannot win a game without Dreepies in this instance.
There is the realization that there is 3 energies in the prize cards for Alex and 7 in play and in the discard. So potentially could miss on having those last 4 energies to retreat. So
yeah,
if there is a potential Budew, Itchy Pollen, maybe Benjamin can buy a few turns here, but I think he's going to need to buy a lot more than a few turns, and that's going to cost a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We need a lot of relief turns at this point in time. He's not eyeing the Budew, or he is. Okay, he is going for the Budew. We need a Dreepy down as well. I think at this point, you know you have to high roll, essentially. You need to make sure, you need to hope your opponent whiffs enough times to where you can just set up, stabilize yourself, and run away with this game. So it all comes down to Alex's 5-card hand. What is in here, and can he keep up the pressure? Getting rid of all your energies to KO the Blood Moon is also a pretty big commitment for sure.
We do know there is that Crispin hanging out in the hand for Alex, so that guarantees at least an energy attachment on the active to retreat and an attachment on the Iron Hands EX to be able to amp you very much. It is looking very scary for Benjamin here.
Scary is an understatement. I mean, this is not a position you want to find yourself in when you are one game away from being eliminated. So we'll see if or what happens here. That body will deny items, so no Pokegears, no Nest Balls or anything. Running low on the energies for Alex could be problematic, but we'll see if these next two prizes end up being worth it. Now, Benjamin does have Night Stretcher and Energy in hand for next turn to get back the Blood Moon and respond to the Iron Hands immediately, as we see a Boss's Orders off the top. But if we Boss's Orders, we can't Crispin.
Lily's Clefairy EX on the bench. There is that Crispin. Going to be able to attach to the active to retreat. And I think we just might see an Ampy very much on the Badoo here, putting Alex down to 2 prize cards and essentially 1 attack away from going on into our semifinals.
3 energies left in the deck. So many are prized, as you mentioned. So this could make things awkward also because, like, if you take more prizes, those energies are going into your hand, right? So you cannot be Crispined onto the board. So even though we have the Lilith Clefairy X, attacking with it could be very, very difficult because now there's only 1 metal energy left in the deck.
1 metal energy left in the deck. But again, if you take those 2 prize cards and it's 2 grass energies, right? They're going to go back in the deck because if Benjamin does not Iono, there's most likely going to be a Boss's Orders in that hand.
Well, but if you respond with Blood Moon Saluna, right, knock out the Iron Hands, like, you're fine. There's no energy on board. There's no threat on board. His energy will be used to retreat. Jolting Charge is good, but it can't make energy magically appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, the only form of recovery for energy in Alex's deck is that one of Night Stretcher. So here we go, retreating that Pikachu EX. Iron Hands EX in the active spot. Ampy very much taking out the Badoo. Alex going down to 2 prize cards remaining. Benjamin has 1 hope here, and it is Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
I don't know, off the top, I do think, oh, we don't have Night Stretcher. I thought it was available, but we're just committing the energy.
Remember, the last Night Stretcher's in the prize cards for Benjamin.
Yeah, it is right there. You're right. So there's no way to recover that Blood Moon. We're going to bring up the Clefairy. We're going to Iono 2-2 and hope there isn't an energy found to retreat, as that Dracloak just evolved, right? Yeah. So it comes down to, can Alex find an energy? And he got it. Wow. He got the 1 metal energy in the deck and Boss's Orders.
I feel like this is deja vu because we have seen Iono to 2 for energy Boss's Orders, and it is almost just inevitable for Alex to be able to take this game. Energy was already attached from Benjamin as well, so even if he did find Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and like a counter catcher again to bring up the Iron Hands EX yet again, would not be available to him. No. We do see the Ultra Ball for Pheasantipity EX, going to be able to draw 3 cards, but what's there left? Maybe he gets the read.
Exactly. That's why you don't show your opponent, hey, look, I got the cards, and they go, okay, flip the script on first stamp, take them away.
Does he have it? No, it is a Dreepy, Arzon Recon Directive. No, just 2 supporters.
I mean, would you even play it if you found it? I don't think you would. It's 2 random cards, and now it's 2 new random cards. We see the retreat trying to buy a turn with the Pheasantipity, and here we go. Energy for turn, Boss to take down anything on the bench. Thank you very much. Alex advances to top 4.
Alex Chandler doing everything possible that he could do, just relying on the top of the deck, and gets there after that Iono to 2. Energy Boss's Orders seals up the game. Moving on to top 4. Right on Joltik. We knew it was going to be pretty big this weekend. Did we think it was going to go into top 4? Maybe, maybe not, but it's there.
I mean, I feel like the deck definitely is, it's what Raging Bolt used to be in that Regidrago Lugia format, where you miss a beat, you get immediately punished. And Joltik is exactly that. You have your Ampy very much or Pikachu X ready to go, ready to deal with anything, ready to start that price race, and your opponent misses a single beat, they're done, right?
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our top 8 match here between Alex and Benjamin. It started off with Alex going first, having to just attach to that Joltik and wait, but eventually got that Jolting charge, charged up Iron Hands EX and Pikachu EX with the help of Crispin, and is able to ampy very much a Badoo, ampy very much a Dracloak, going down to 2 prize cards. Benjamin doing everything that he can, brings up that Pikachu EX, takes the knockout with Blood Moon, but Alex had that Arven for the Prime Catcher only because Benjamin forgot to attach that rescue board in the hand on that Genesect. And now game 2, Alex starts pretty much the same way, had to wait a turn for that Jolting charge, charged up that Iron Hands EX and a Pikachu. Ampy very much took out a Pokemon, but then Benjamin had the knockout with the Defiance Ban, Phantom Dive, and now just having to face down a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, but had the boss's orders and his own Blood Moon with an energy to be able to take out that Pikachu, win the game. And now it is game 3 where Benjamin just could not get the setup you want for Dragapult. No Dreepy in play for the first couple turns, and Ampu very much, again, going ahead 2 prizes to 6. Benjamin having no real hope other than hoping the energy was not in the hand, and energy boss's orders off the Iono. What a crazy way to finish that top 8 match, Pablo.
I can't believe we've seen a 2-card energy boss twice in the same day to be so crucial, game winning, and now seeing Alex advance to top 4. I mean, like I said, you pick this deck if you're confident in its Dragapult matchup, and we just saw it beat Dragapult when it missed a beat, right? And half the time, right, the coin flip decides who goes first. You end up going second. A turn of only item cards instead of item cards combined with supporters is such a big difference. Because like if Benjamin is able to go research on that first turn after he started Blood Moon, probably gets a couple of Dreepies down and it's fine. But he was not able to do so. He had to wait a turn, and then he still didn't find any Dreepies. So it was a mess, and that happens when your opponent just applies so much pressure they don't give you any breathing room at all.
Yeah, and that is the goal of this Joltik Ride-On deck is once I attack with Jolting Charge, I am going to be applying that pressure every single turn. I'm going to try to boss's orders or Prime Catcher every single turn, and you just have to find your way out of it. Now, Benjamin was able to do that in game 2, but game 3, there was really no resources for it.
Yeah, nothing at all left to be done. Blood Moon's good, but it's not that good. And with a Night Stretcher being priced on top of everything, just to not be able to use that again. If that had been available, I think we would be still in the game, perhaps, trying to figure out how that will end. But yeah, I mean, worked out pretty well for Alex. Advances to top 4, and this is Joltik's time. I mean, it's all about Ampu very much, right? But it's all thanks to the Joltik.
And congratulations again to Benjamin, already having the invite from the top 4 of Worlds, but getting a top 8 placement in a regionals is always great. But now we get to hear from our winner. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge where Kyle is going to be talking to Alex.
Hey Pokemon fans, welcome to the lounge. I am here with our winner of our top 8 here in Milwaukee. It's going to be Alex Chandler. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
An excellent game we had, a little back and forth series. You're used to some quick games over there with that Joltik, man. Tell me about a little bit of your series, and then you can also add on to how your tournament's been. We saw you at the second seed out of everybody, but we haven't featured on stream yet.
Yeah. It's been unreal, really. It's been like a dream, honestly. Yeah, it's like undescribable.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, you're playing a very unique deck. It's awesome to see a card as silly as Joltik finding its way back into the mix. Are you used to playing some of these more aggressive builds that get off to a quick start, or what's your history been like?
I've really been into Lost Box. That's where I had like most of my achievements and some other decks, but I went to Honolulu and I brought Raging Bolt, so it's pretty similar and fast.
Yeah, we've seen that Raging Bolt kind of has a little new iteration to itself too. Was that any thought that you had going into this tournament, or what other decks were you considering?
I started off trying Dragapult. It wasn't feeling good, so then I saw that Joltik made top 8 at one of the other regionals. I'm like, oh, I'll give it a try. And then went to a cup with it, did pretty good, and then won a challenge, and I'm like, yeah, let's play it. Why not?
Yeah, well, you're doing a little more than just a good old try here at this point. We've got our friends over at the desk. They'd like to join in with us too now. They watched you play a tremendous game. How's it going, gentlemen?
Going well, going well.
Hey, Alex, congratulations on advancing to top 4. That was really cool to see. How excited were you when you got that energy on boss's orders off the Iona?
It was crazy. The 2 pieces right off is insane.
Now, let me ask you this. Have you prized double Joltik throughout the course of the day today?
I've done it once in the mirror match, but I came back with that and won that game.
Okay, with Quad Crispin, that definitely helps, right, to compensate?
Yeah.
Very nice. All right, and then how about the Genesect? Has that been useful at all? I mean, obviously it's been useful, but like how useful has it been?
Yeah, I've used it just about every time I can get it out. I try and get it out. It's very helpful.
Now, in that game 1, that very last turn, we saw that the bravery or the rescue board was in the hand for your opponent, and were you just hoping that that tool did not come down? And when you saw that the attack happened, the tool was not on the Genesect, and you had game in hand, what was going through your head?
Honestly, I'm like, let's try and get to the next and see how it rolls. But usually in Dragapult, it's like I can win game 1, and then game 2 goes pretty all right, and then game 3 I get to choose. So it's really how I win most of the Dragapult.
Yeah. All right. Well, congratulations once again. Yeah. Thank you for chatting with us.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, gentlemen. We're looking forward to seeing what you guys have for us in the top 4. But once more, yeah, it was just a wild set that we had there. I don't know if you heard exactly what Jeremy was saying, but your opponent did have the tool for the Genesect to stop the Prime Catcher in hand. Did you know that he had that?
I did not.
Yeah, it looked like it frazzled him a little bit there, but you were able to capitalize on that and get that win. And then, of course, we saw what you were able to do in the rest of the games. It was excellent to see. Do you have anybody that you want to shout out? Have you been working with anyone to get to this point?
I don't have a coach, but I would shout out the Columbus group. VGMX is a big shout out, and everyone over there. Shout out to Paul McCann and my family.
Awesome. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to see you here, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of you here.
Yeah.
You just got to win a couple more to potentially be our champion. It's going to be it for us here, though. Let's take it back over to the desk, see what you guys have in store for us next.
Thank you, Kyle, and great to hear from Alex. Hopefully we can see him yet again in our remaining matches today. Now, we have quite a few updates, maybe an updated bracket we can pull up for y'all to see how things are shaping up for our top 8 bracket. We knew Brent made it into top 8 after beating Cal Connor, still playing up against Christian Labella, and it looks like they are still in their first game. Meanwhile, Julio Santos de Leon beats Owen Dalgard 2-0 in that Dragapult mirror match. Now in semifinals, awaiting either Raging Bolt or Gardevoir. Now Makani Tran took down Ian Robb with that Flareon EX, Sylveon EX, and now up against Alex Chandler with that Joltix Miraidon in semifinals. What do you think of that, Pablo?
I mean, I'm sure Alex is going to be pretty happy that he's up against another Dragapult. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, Ian Robb must have chosen to play Flareon Sylveon because it had a good Dragapult matchup, right? And then he ends up falling against a very good player in Makani Tran. Of course, we've seen them quite a few times in Top Cut at the very top. I don't think they've won a regional quite yet, but I mean, they're 4 games away, right? So it could happen, and they've already overcome a technically bad matchup in that Sylveon Flareon. Why not do it against Joltik?
I mean, I don't even think Makani's won a game on stream, let alone win a regionals. But he has been avoiding us so far, and because of that, all the luck is still with him.
Like it.
Now in semifinals, looking to take down maybe another hard matchup in that Joltik Miraidon. Now, Julio did have a pretty crazy game against Ryan in that asymmetric cut, and then a game against Owen 2-0. Both of those are 2-0, but those are Dragapult mirrors. So he is very well versed in that mirror match, at least this weekend. Gonna be done with that for now, unless he meets Makani in finals. But how do you think the Raging Bolt or Gardevoir will go?
I mean, we saw that super intense game that was decided by the turn 1 win in game 3 between Christian and Brent earlier today. I feel like with the extra time, I have to feel like Gardevoir has a small advantage, so much disruption. the single price trade-off. There's only one jamming tower in the deck, right, for Raging Bolt. So, but I mean, Brent has already won. He's been doing so well. I feel like once you win a regional, your odds of winning more. It's like how do you do it over and over? So I don't know. It feels super close. And Christian himself said if he goes up 2 prizes, he feels the matchup is pretty favored. And usually that does happen, right?
Yeah, and I think Brent is the only player left who has won a regionals, at least in the Masters division, left for us here in our semifinals potentially. So if Christian ends up winning, we could have a brand new regional champion.
Yeah, and I'm sure the players in the hunt for that invite, right? Those players who are closer to the 125th spot, 130th spot, who are just barely in, are probably very happy that there's only one regional champion left, and hopefully another invite gets awarded, and that player is within the top 125, which with 350 championship points, that probably puts you, like that's half of what you need in order to be in the top 125 right now or more, and therefore opening up an extra space, if you will, because of that direct invite.
It is crazy to see, but we have 2 Dragapult EX decks left in our top 4. We got 1 Joltik Miraidon, and then potentially Gardevoir or Raging Bolt. This is Gardevoir's last chance to try and make it 6 in a row, Pablo.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Gardevoir makes it. Like, Brent has been in this situation before, right? And if he manages to win top 8, there's no way Dragapult gets in the way, right? He's been beating Dragapult at its regional championships over and over and over. It's the most popular deck, I'm sure. If we saw Brent's matchups from the last few events since rotation, he must have played against 40 different Dragapult decks, and he's won a regionals, he's top cut another, he's playing right now, and he's probably gone up against Raging Bolt quite a bit as well. He knows the matchups like the back of his hand, so I'm sure he's confident that if he wins this top 8, which is probably one of his most difficult matchups because of the Raging Bolt, handling 2 Dragapults probably quite easy. And then if you stabilize against the Joltik, I feel like Gardevoir also has an advantage. It all comes down to, can you candy Gardevoir as soon as possible?
Can you survive the first couple turns?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Which the same applies to Dragapult, right?
Yeah.
The game that they survived, they took over the game. The games that they didn't, then Amphibious was just too much to handle.
All right, now we are still waiting for our top 8 match there to finish, and we'll most likely feature Julio versus whoever wins between Christian and Brent. But for now, be sure to check out our new YouTube channel at Play Pokemon. This is going to be the hub for all of our tournaments and broadcasts, everything that we do here.
Yeah, everything related to premier events, everything related to news about the season, everything that has to do with competition will be found in this new YouTube channel. So definitely go ahead and subscribe at Play Pokemon. That's how you can search for it on YouTube, and you can see more of us, more of all the casters that you love, and not only TCG, right? You can find VG, you can find GO, you can find UNITE, you can find everything related to Play Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be a great resource for everyone trying to catch up on everything that has happened throughout this season and past seasons in general. It's going to be really great to see. I always love going back and watching these tournaments, and even just the past tournaments, past seasons. Sometimes we have so many tournaments that you kind of forget what happens, and it's always good to get a refresher.
Yeah, I love, you know what I've been doing lately? Going back to watching the tag team era. I don't know why I'm feeling nostalgic for those 3 prize Pokemon. I mean, they're coming back soon with the Mega Pokemon EX coming out at the end of the year. And tag teams were the precedent of that, right? VMAXs, we don't talk about VMAXs. We're not fans of VMAXs, but yeah, I mean, going back to watch all those streams is pretty cool. And if you missed any of the action this weekend, we definitely had some really high quality games.
For sure. Now, speak for yourself, by the way, Pablo. I am a giant fan of Eternatus VMAX, all right? He will always have a place in my heart, and there's no taking that away.
I mean, that's fair, Jeremy. We can agree to disagree, if you will. I'm not the biggest fan of VMAX Pokemon, even though I did quite well with Mew VMAX. It, like, no. Just not 3 prize Pokemon, not a fan. I'm looking forward to seeing what Megas bring to the table, right? Because they are evolutions. They're not just like big basics or stage 1s. They can be stage 1s, they can be stage 2s. So hopefully we get a lot of dynamic gameplay with those.
What do you think of no Spirit Links anymore?
I like no Spirit Links. I think that's a good thing. I would have loved to see them be like some like the Pokemon Break mechanics, like having Gardevoir EX evolve into Mega Gardevoir EX temporarily for a turn. I thought we could bring like a something similar to V-Star, because now we don't have that once per game mechanic and like once per deck or one copy per deck cards like the Ace picks right now. We used to have Radiant Pokemon, the V-Star mechanic. I think all of those really add a lot to the game. They add a lot of skill to the game, and that's always nice to watch.
Yeah, especially when you have multiple good choices to choose from. So when like Ace Specs first came out, it was Prime Catcher or nothing,
or
right?
Prime, yeah, exactly. And you'd never choose nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe Master Ball in Lugia. If
Maybe, yeah.
But nowadays, it's pretty diverse. We see a lot of unfair stamp, but it's only maybe around 20 to 30% of the field. Then you also have Secret Box, which is creeping up right behind it with around 20% of the field. We have seen Neutralization Zone in some of those Roaring Moon decks. It's been pretty great to see, and we've seen a lot more diversity than we have in the past, especially even with the Ace Specs, where we used to have Computer Search and Dowsing Machine.
Yeah, of course. The older Ace Specs were definitely, we had two very good ones, the ones you mentioned, and then everything else, right? But now we have deck-specific ones like Energy Surge Pro for Golden Go. That's also pretty impactful, and Golden Go wouldn't be a top deck without that Energy Surge Pro, I'm pretty sure. It saves so much space, not having to play like 4 Earthen Vessel, and sure, you could prize it and you can be in trouble, but we saw a game where Caleb Rogerson, I believe, prized the Energy Surge Pro, and he was still able to walk away the winner with that.
And now TCG is not the only game going on this weekend. We also have the video game and Pokemon Go. And if you want hype, you definitely have to check out both of these. Maybe with us still on in the background, but it looks like they're in top 4 for the video game. And it looks like losers finals for Pokemon Go. Nighttime Clasher, we have seen him before on stream as well, looking to close out that 2-2 match.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher is a fellow caster as well, and he also likes to compete a lot. He's been traveling all over the world to compete in these Pokemon Go tournaments, and clearly he's a very high caliber player. And then VG is pretty exciting because we have a brand new format for this tournament. It's the first tournament where they have the Regulation I believe, where they get to use 2 super powerful Pokemon.
Yeah, 2 restricted Pokemon. I even saw Ho-Oh being used.
I saw
which
that.
Wasn't a good Pokemon until you can use 2 of them, because then it kind of helps your bad matchups with your other Pokemon. And look at that Diggersby, though. Over in a Pokemon Go, putting in some work. That's always great to see. That's one thing I love about Pokemon Go. They really get to shine on the Pokemon that are often underutilized in the other 2 games.
Do you think Pokemon Go casters are right now saying, oh, I love watching TCG. They really get to see underutilized Pokemon from Pokemon Go that we never get to see. Like, I don't see a Body, I don't see a Cleffa, I don't see a Zoroark, right? So there's so much variety in all these games. There is an Ursaluna, right, in VG
yeah, but that's
right
not the
now.
Blood Moon.
There's a Miraidon. Yeah, that's not the Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's true. Miraidon is pretty good. Even in Unite, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, it's been a while since we had... Well, there is a good Feraligatr card right now, so we have that in common with Go.
Good's relative. It did win the Champions League, but hasn't really done much since. I don't even think we've really seen it day 2 much at all.
Yeah, no, we really haven't seen.
It's a very interesting style of deck as well. You get the ability to lock your opponent in the active, or you can switch your Feraligatr into a wall and you do more damage with the ability. You got plenty of Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain as well. It's definitely an interesting deck, but I feel like it's just too slow, this format.
Yeah, I think it's almost like a watered-down Frostless Monkey Dory, right? We did see Frostless Monkey Dory get top 8 at the Seville Special Championship last weekend. It's a pretty cool deck to see. It's a very different deck, right? It's a spread deck. We haven't had like a natural spread deck coming up in a while, but I do feel like it's more competitive than Feraligatr itself.
I would have to agree with you, Pablo. Now,
We did just finish our top 8 match here on stream, but don't go anywhere because top 4 is coming up soon and you do not want to miss it.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and boy, do I have a treat just for you. There are a lot of decks in the Pokemon TCG, some a little bit more complicated than others, and I'd love to take a look at a Terra box list, something that hasn't been doing quite well, but this is probably the most successful one. I wanted to share the list and maybe share a couple of tips and tricks. So, welcome to my masterclass. And this is the Terra box that did win a Master Ball League over in Asia. Again, we don't have that much time, so I'm gonna go with the high-level overview of what Terra box is before we get into the nitty-gritty. Again, the Terra box decks revolve around, of course, these Terra Pokemon. If you notice, there's so many different colors, and that's why it's a box. We are gonna choose one to use at a specific moment in time. But because we have Terra Pokemon, it actually activates probably the main Pokemon of the deck. To be honest, this is a Noctowl deck more than a Terra deck because we're playing a 4/4 Noctowl Hoot line. Noctowl, of course, very powerful with that Jewel Seeker ability, able to find any 2 trainers from the deck because we're playing a little bit risky because we have a bunch of one-of trainers, if you notice, and some of them are very important, like something like Research or Iono. These are main draw supporters, and you know that the only way to find them really is a Noctowl. But you know what? As long as there's a Hoot and a Noctowl, there is a way to definitely get this deck going. So that's why it's very, very important to find these Fan Rotoms. Fan Rotom, 70 HP Pokemon. With the ability Fan Call, you're able to find any colorless, 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. That means you can find Hoot Noctowl, for example, to ensure that you have something on the next turn. That's exactly why we actually play 4/4 Ball Search. Just specifically give us the most outs to getting Fan Rotom. I believe it is an 80% chance of opening something that gets into a Fan Rotom in this deck. And of course, some cool colorless Pokemon we have as well are the Ditto, just in case, you know, Ditto you can grab with Fan Rotom, just in case we don't have a Terra Pokemon. Again, you have to remember, you have to have a Terra Pokemon to use Jewel Seeker. So Ditto, as long as it's in the active, can transform into anything in the deck. Just might as well choose something that you can use. Maybe Pikachu if you want a wall. Wellspring Ogerpon is probably one of the best attackers out there, and it's good in the active anyway. The cool thing is, we also play one Girafarig, which is a very tech card in this deck. So Rotom actually finds your tech, one of your tech attackers, if you need it. We'll go over that a little bit later. And of course, we're just going to go through the rest of the deck. Again, there's so many different Terra Pokemon. We'll go over just the main ones. Probably Wellspring Ogerpon is always the one you want to attack with first. And from there, you're going to have to choose depending on the specific scenario. I want to talk about probably the most important card in the deck, however. The only thing that makes this work is the Crispin supporter. Crispin allows you to accelerate energy and put one into your hand as long as they're different colors, right? So you can grab like grass and a lightning attached to accelerate the grass, keep the lightning in hand, something like that. But that's exactly why we play all these different colors to ensure that our Crispin supporter is active. All right, now that we've gone through pretty much the basics, let's talk about all the techs we have here. Again, some notable things is we're playing 4 Crispin cards. Typically, you like to see 3, but 4 is there because you're never sad to see Crispin in your hand. It's almost a card to play almost every turn, right? Because the cool thing is we put down our attackers and powered it up right away. That's why in case we need Clefairy or something like Terrapagos, they only need 2 energy. 1 Crispin gets them going. And for any Pokemon that needs 3 energy, of course, that's why we have the Sparkling Crystal. So a Crispin acceleration plus the energy attachment plus the Sparkling Crystal, that's 3 energies in a singular turn, which is absolutely massive. That means we can attack with Pikachu EX, for example, out of nowhere. Okay. Another one of our tech cards has to be this Rescue Board. Rescue Board is here specifically for the Dragapult matchup because, you know, Dragapult's main line is to, well, after you take 2 prizes with the Wellspring Ogerpon, they're going to start attacking with the Badoo into something like Noctowl, for example. And you know what? You can't use any items under Badoo, but you can use tools. So that's a great way to retreat and keep the pressure going. one last tech attacker I do want to talk about before we I let you go is probably the most important one. The most interesting one in the deck is the Farigiraf EX. Farigiraf EX is a stage 1 Pokemon, has an Armor Tail ability, prevents all damage done by attacks from Pokemon EX, basic EX. So we're just walling against probably Mirror, Terrapagos Wall, Raging Bolt, and another nice thing is it is a dark type Pokemon that does 160 damage and 30 to the bench. So you can actually snipe Badoos, take a knockout on something like Gardevoir here. Because Gardevoir has been seeing a lot of play. So having a dark type Terra Pokemon in the deck that has other utility definitely helps out as well. One tip I'd like to leave you when playing with this deck is knowing your counts and knowing what tech attacker to use at a specific time is the most important thing. Yes, you can go with the wall option, but sometimes you just have to break that wall and start being aggressive with your Clefairy, Terrapagos, or Pikachu. With that, that was the masterclass here with the Terra box. Hopefully you learned something, but in any case, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Hello once again, Pokemon fans. I pulled a few strings and I got a very, very special interview, a little bit of a sneak peek of what happens behind the stage at our regional championships. I'm joined with Mo-itis, our SME. Mo, how's it going?
Well, it's the big reveal, the pulling the curtain of who's backstage, and it feels good to be here. You know, Milwaukee's a really close drive for me too. It's about 2 hours from where I live in the South Chicago suburbs. So I got some food on the way here, got some cheese curds in Wisconsin, and I'm ready for an amazing weekend.
Yes, that's great to hear. Again, Mo here, just to clarify, is the SME or the subject matter expert. If Boo was here, he'd call him the Shmee. Can you tell us about your responsibilities backstage?
So there's a pretty big one, but the other ones are just focusing on what decks are doing great on the floor, which players are bringing what deck, what the spices of the weekend, players to watch, and just overall seeing what we can prepare for in the event and future rounds to see what we want to feature.
No, yeah, again, Mo here has absolutely integral to our cast. I don't know how many times I've really depended on your messages on Discord, you know, about like, oh, this player has certain background, or his deck has this certain spice that I have to mention. You've really, you've really helped out all the streams here. And I just want to leak. I know you don't want to leak it, so I'm gonna leak it. Another big responsibilities for the SME is they actually get to have a big hand in picking the stream matches. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So if you ever want to be on stream, this is the face that you want to chase. How does it feel though whenever you pick a match?
Honestly, it's kind of surreal because my first event, I was in the credits for it, right? It was Louisville, and seeing my name in the credits with that role, I was like, okay, All someone has to do is go to the credits. But it's so surreal to see, like, okay, I want to see Gardevoir, right? I'm super big Gardevoir stan, and it's on the screen. We see brilliant players play it, and I'm getting free coaching from it. And we just see master classes, and we get to feature players who have a storyline, like you mentioned, local players, players who are up and coming, and just players on a tear. Big shout out to Henry Chow, because 3-time regional champion. So we get to feature players that are just out of this world, grades above me. And so seeing that on the screen from backstage is, I don't know, it wows me every time, every regional.
Yeah, and again, I was going to ask that as one of the questions, like, what is your criteria for really when you pick a matches? But you named it all right there. Again, just great player and great matches, maybe sometimes a little spice in their deck, and that goes a long way as well. But yeah, you know what? Mo here is not only our SME, he's also a player as well. He did not too bad, I have to say, in the Monterey Regional Championship. How'd you do there?
So I ended in 19th place. It could have been a little better. It could have been a lot worse. But I do think that I've played some of the best Pokemon that I've played in a long time. And so 19th place does net me plus $1,000, 2 booster boxes. I made so many friends in Monterey, like so many. I was there for a week, and so I got to hang out with the local players. And literally, it was alarming how welcoming players are. But I know everybody over there was just super hospitable. Shout out to everyone there. The food was amazing. I plan to go back for the food, the people, and honestly just to play some Pokemon, hopefully.
That's awesome to hear. Again, congratulations on 19th. That's great feat, in my opinion. I mean, there's a reason why you're the SME. You're the expert. It's in the name. With that, again, thank you so much for there. I really wanted to put the face to someone backstage, and I'm glad we got this interview down. Is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
So, in terms of the people from Mexico, shout out to the Team Lavender, or Lavender Talent Team. They were so hospitable to me and so nice to me. Shout out to my team, Nerd Rage Gaming in Buffalo Grove. It's about an hour it's an hour south of Milwaukee. So shout out to Nerd Rage Gaming. Shout out to my family. Shout out to my friends. Shout out to my students too. One of them is competing this weekend. Cameron, good luck. Hope you crush it. Hope you win. But let's just make sure we have fun this weekend.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Hope we have fun backstage as well. I'm sure you're going to help out so much for this stream. With that, thank you so much again. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Always great to have a little sneak peek behind the scenes in our production area here with Mo there, our SME, and of course Wancho doing a great interview there. Welcome back to Milwaukee, the regional championships here for the 2025 season, our penultimate regional for our North America run. I am Jeremy Jalen here with Pablo Tablemon Meza, and we just saw Rhydon Joltik win in top 8. Now in top 4 up against another Dragapult. Now we have our top 4 match set up, but let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket to see how things shaped up.
Yeah, let's take a look at what has been happening over on the other side. We had Christian Labella defeat Brent Tonneson 2-0. We saw them on stream earlier today. They had their rematch, and Christian walks away the winner once again. And he's going to be going up against Julio Santos de Leon.
Yeah, that is going to be Raging Bolt up against that Dragapult deck. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the decks that were in the top 8. Get more of a good view of how this top 8 shaped up, how these players were able to take down their matches, and how we came to this semifinals.
I mean, we have 2 very exciting matches, McKenny against Alex, Christian against Julio, and we had these decks make it all the way to the top 8. I'm seeing a lot of green, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's a lot of green, but it's mostly due to that Budu, along with that Teal Mask Ogrepon EX. Now, there is still 2 Dragapults left in our top 4 with Makani and Julio. Now, Christian is trying to be Raging Bolt's biggest supporter, trying to take down a regional championships thanks to that Bellowing Thunder. And this is going to be the first tournament so far that we've had in the Journey Together format that will not have a Gardevoir win.
Yeah, for the first time since rotation, Gardevoir will not be winning. It's finally time for someone else to shine. odds are it's going to be Dragapult, right? Just by the numbers, they're always, every tournament, the numbers favor Dragapult. However, it's going to be up to Alex or Julio, or Christian to say something about that. Could Joltik end up walking away the winner? Could Raging Bolt be the winner of this tournament? Or will Dragapult finally get its win?
Now, again, Joltik Miraidon is one of those decks where it's built to try to beat the top 2 decks in Dragapult and Gardevoir. So Alex having another positive matchup in the semifinals, but Makani has been taking down a lot of big name players in this asymmetric cut and day 2 in general. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to overcome that awkward matchup on paper. Meanwhile, Christian Labella, I think thanks to that baby Raging Bolt, has been able to take down a lot of the Gardevoir decks. He took down a Brent Tonneson twice today and is looking to ride that momentum in this top 4 match and try and take down a Dragapult player who has been playing the mirror perfectly so far today.
Oh yeah, I mean, every player that has made it this way, all the way up here, has had their day in terms of playing their best Pokemon and also probably getting the lock when it matters, right? Sometimes you do need that top deck, you do need to get that high card combo in order to succeed and make it past that tough opponent. And so far, all these players are here for good reason. And I'm very excited to see what Raging Bolt can do. Can it finally become this deck that is powerful and good and competing with the best, and not just in terms of numbers and popularity?
I am excited to see that as well. I think our viewers at home is also excited to see it. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. Christian Labella up against Julio Santos de Leon, and it is going to be a match that is for the ages, hopefully. I mean, we've seen every time Christian has been on stream, fireworks have happened. It's our first time seeing Julio, but again, playing this Dragapult Dusknoir to the best of his ability. And looking at that for the accomplishments here for both of the players, Christian Labella is a 2-time regional champion, but in seniors, trying to find that first Masters Division title. Meanwhile, Julio got a top 8 in Charlotte 2022, a top 8 at the Special Championships in San Juan, a top 16 at Charlotte 2024, and then a top 64 in Atlanta this season.
Yeah, so it seems like top 4 is probably his highest achievement just yet. Pretty cool to see. Christian already a finalist at a regional, looking to get that win under his belt. Also has top carded an international so far, NAIC 2 years ago. So I'm pretty sure it was with Arceus V-Star, our Charlotte and VMAX. We might have casted him a couple games as well back then. So very familiar with all the pressure that comes with making top card, being on stage, and playing at the highest level. Both players, of course, are. So I think we're in for a very good couple of games here.
I sure hope so, but we at least got some broken sleeves. Been shuffling a little too much throughout this entire weekend. Got to make sure everything is in tip-top shape for these players' decks. But wow. All right, let's talk about this matchup, Pablo. Now, Raging Bolt has the ability to take one-hit knockouts on Dragapult EX. Now, this is the list where Julio is playing one rare candy, so does have the potential to be able to get a fast Dragapult out, but usually you might see that for a Dusknoir. Now, one card that I think could play pretty big is that Pokemon League Headquarters.
Yeah, Pokemon League Headquarters adding a 1 colorless cost to attacks from basic Pokemon could definitely come in handy to stop that Raging Bolt EX from knocking you out. Usually the spread of the energies is 1 energy left on the Raging Bolt, so you force him to have an extra energy, not just Professor Sada, and be ready to go. So that could be crucial, especially when combined with something like Unforgettable Stamp, making it hard for Christian to find one of his 3 stadium cards.
Now, again, Christian is able to find those stadium cards through a card like Noctowl with that Jewel Seeker ability. We'll just have to see if it's going to be available to him at the times, because it could be in combination with a Phantom Dive, taking out Hoot Hoot with Hawlucha, or even just the Dusclops, Dusknoir being able to spread some damage around. Taking a look at those prize cards, though. 2 Night Stretcher, Unfair Stamp, and the 1 rare candy for Julio.
Meanwhile, nothing too bad for Christian. Couple Pokemon, couple energy.
Yeah, the Noctowl at the very top in the later stages of the game could be something that Christian definitely misses, but the more impactful cards are for sure over on Julio's side. 2 Night Stretcher out of 2 played, so no Pokemon recovery, 1 Dracloak, the rare candy, and the unfair stamp. So, I mean, the way you beat Raging Bolt is by making them chill with the pressure, having them whiff a turn, and that happens through disruption. And not having access to unfair stamp is a really big deal.
And usually you want to see something like an Itchy Pollen paired with that unfair stamp, bringing up something like the Noctowl that would be harder to retreat. But here we go, Pablo. Starting off our Masters top 4, Christian up against Julio. Raging Bolt versus Dragapult. We got a Mew EX in the active. Ultra Ball, discarding Boss's Orders, and a Noctowl. That could be big. Again, that Noctowl in the prize cards. There is the 2 Night Stretcher in the list for Christian, so we'll be at least able to find Noctowl that way if possible, but it does put those kind of on a premium.
Yeah, I mean, the other Noctowl, that the one Noctowl left is also in the hand. I think Christian's hand was so good, except he needed that Fan Rotom, and that's why the discard of this Ultra Ball is actually quite costly. The single copy of Boss's Orders has now been discarded. That means we only have Prime Catcher as a way to ghost until we recover the Boss's Orders with a potential Palpad. We don't have energy attachment in the hand, so we won't be able to set up that Raging Bolt with a Thunderburst Storm attack to threaten any Dreepies next turn. Probably okay taking down the body first and then following that up onto Dracloaks. But, I mean, Christian's hand is pretty good, but could have been a little better if that Ultra Ball was a Nest Ball instead.
Now Christian's just taking a look. Prize checked the energies already. Now we're going to do the supporters, make sure those Professor Sada Vitalities are available for the future turns. As the 4 of in the deck, you have that 1 of Judge supporter to try and disrupt maybe later on in the game. And there is that Fan Rotom. Thanks to that Ultra Ball, we'll be able to Fan Call, grab 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less from the deck. Gonna be most likely 2 Hoot Hoot.
Yep. 2 Hoot Hoot, an extra Fan Rotom as a potential discard, right? We could
Ditto.
use the Ditto, but the Pokemon we want to go into is the Raging Bolt, which Christian already has in hand. So we could just keep it in hand so we don't draw it, we don't top deck it. But unfortunately, I think this is the one situation where we're probably not going to end up using it.
And again, it is so important for these players to make sure they know what cards are available to them. And that's why taking notes is so important as well.
Yeah, you could commit the Ditto into Latias EX. That guarantees you have retreat. But then that means you have to, A, bench your Terra, right? You have to bench your Terra in order to open up your bench space. And yeah, I think Christian realizes, that's a few too many Pokemon I need. And then you're forcing yourself to need Terra Zero to be able to bench the Raging Bolt. So I think keeping it in hand is the way to go. Now you have space for the Terra Ogerpon, and you have the Baby Bolt, which is already in hand.
Now, do you bench both of them right now already? I think you have to.
Yeah.
And just set up for the following turn. Now, Julio could disrupt a little bit with an Iono. It's not going to be the supporter you want to play on turn 1, but putting that Noctowl to the bottom of the deck, the one in the prize cards, the one in the discard. But looking at the hand, the only supporter is that Jock.
Yeah, not a lot of help here for Julio. No energy attachment for turn. We will be able to get a few things. We can delay item cards with that Itchy Pollen, but there's nothing stopping that Raging Bolt from being active next turn and starting to take prizes. Just gonna have enough energy in order to take down the body, right? Can't go after a Dreepy, but if there's no energy played during this turn for Julio, Christian will not mind not being able to take down a Dreepy.
And now Julio's list for this Dragapult is pretty interesting because it's essentially a hybrid between both of the popular Dragapult lists. You know, in our meta breakdown, we combined Dragapult, Badoo, the Dragapult with the Dusknoir and the Slowpolt. But I think Julio's just taken that and said, all right, well, I'm going to combine them in my actual list, playing the Dusknoir line, playing the Monkey Dory. You also have that Hawlucha, and having access to just these tech cards could be very beneficial for Julio in this game and has been beneficial throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, like the one key piece that Julio isn't running is the Genesect, right? But he figured, okay, Dusknoir with Dragapult is pretty good. And you know what? Monkey Dory with Dragapult is also pretty good. So why not have them both? And you definitely have the energies to do so. Those luminous energies come in clutch. You have the Blood Moon Saluna, which we have seen a bunch of, and how clutch it is to help alleviate and some of the pressure from decks and have an immediate response, especially in the later stages against those big basic Pokemon, which coincidentally Christian is playing. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Blood Moon Saluna in this match as well.
Yeah, it does do 240 damage, and Raging Bolt EX, coincidentally, has 240 HP. Now, we do see a second Budew on the bench. I think that's just kind of saying, yeah, this first one's going to get knocked out anyway by this Raging Bolt. Might as well have it as a free retreat option and potentially another Itchy Pollen.
Now we see the Crispin. We're going to get those 2 energies onto Raging Bolt. Make sure we can Bursting Thunderburst Storm this turn, take the first prize card, and that's what this deck does, right? Just be aggressive and be like, okay, are you going to stabilize and set up? And if you don't, then I'm going to get so far ahead that you won't be able to come back into this game. And this deck can be so aggressive. You can be aggressive with the Fan Rotom, you can be aggressive with the Raging Bolt, you can also be aggressive with the Raging Bolt EX too.
And again, Christian having that Crispin in hand doesn't even need to play the Noctowl, so still conserving as many resources as possible. Julio does have double Dracloak in hand, thanks to that Jacques finding the second one last turn. Drew an Arven for the turn, it seems like.
Yeah. And you know what would be great to find with this Arven, Jeremy? The Unfer Stamp, but unfortunately, that is prize. So not a lot of help here for Julio. I think he's now realizing he did price check earlier in the previous turn. I think he's now realizing fully that that Unfer Stamp is just not available. And if you're not grabbing Unfer Stamp, Arven is honestly not too powerful of a supporter at this point in time.
Honestly, if you're not grabbing Unfair Stamp, that's signaling to Christian that, oh, that card's prized.
Yeah.
And missing it in the prize check is rough too, just because it's a pink card. It's very different from all the other cards, and unfortunately, it's just not there available to Julio. Grabbing that counter catcher with the rescue board instead. Now we could see something like a counter catcher on one of the Fan Rotom or the Hoot Hoot, and Itchy Pollen just trying to buy a turn. That's what this deck wants to do. And then possibly get an energy attachment on a Dracloak, but I don't know if it's available yet. We're going to have to Recon Directive for one.
Yeah, we need some solid Recon Directives here. We do get to keep the Drippy, I think. And then we have the Pokémon League headquarters that could, I mean, it's not going to help right now too much. The one thing Julio knows is that there is a Noctowl in Christian's hand. So we're going to see the Hoot Hoot get brought active, but we can evolve into Noctowl, find a Crispin, get that third energy onto a Raging Bolt, chase down one of these Dracloaks on the bench, and then have the extra energy to be able to retreat. But that will leave Christian with a very awkward hand of not a lot of support. So what second card will Christian grab? That is the question here. All right, there's the answer.
Yeah, Area 0 just trying to bench some more Pokemon and maybe thin out the hand a little bit for that Mew EX and its restart ability. There is that Crispin to the active. Going to be able to retreat, energy attached for the turn on that Raging Bolt on the bench. Thunderburst Storm's now dealing 90 damage to anywhere on the board. That means one of the Dracloaks are definitely getting knocked out this turn.
Now the R0 does mean Christian gets to bench the Raging Bolt. The Serendipity can play down the Bravery Charm or not. Just draw one extra card with that restart ability, has the retreat, and now one of those Dracloaks is going to go down this turn. That Thunderburst Storm attack, Jeremy, so good.
It's insane, this format right now, especially with how slow a lot of these Stage 2 decks are to get going. And you see Julio drew the Fire Energy for turn, something he would have wanted last turn to put more of an aggressive stance on this game, but Recon Directive finds Iono.
Finds Iono, the energy attachment, needs to be protected with an evolution into the Dragapult. The Stadium is going to be pretty good here at this point. It won't stop the Raging Bolt from attacking this turn, but with one Stadium down, only two left in the deck, we could see that Pokémon League headquarters perhaps stay around for a little bit, but of course Noctowl can directly search for the counter Stadium. Now, Question is, what would you discard if you're Christian? No, not getting played.
One thing it does stop, though, is Julio's own Itchy Pollen. Having attached for the turn already, that means no item lock. So Julio opting to keep that available to him. Now we do see the Iono. There is a Duskulls, a Buddy Buddy Poffin, another counter catcher, Pheasantipity EX. Could see some more cards drawn here. Gonna thin the deck out, though.
Yep, gonna thin the deck before drawing with Flip the Script. I don't know if there was anything too crucial that you wanted from the bottom to justify this. Now, because Dragapult is a Terra Pokemon, Julio also benefits from the Area 0, allowing him to have 6 benched Pokemon, no problem. Yeah, so that's pretty nice to see. Very well identified by Julio that he can further thin his deck by benching extra Pokemon this time around. We're seeing a reshuffle of all these Pokemon to make sure we are fully arranged, and now we get to flip the script.
3 cards, Buddy Buddy Poffin, Artisan. That is a stadium that you can play to bump the Area 0 underdepths and force Christian to discard some Pokemon.
Yeah, and still keep the Itchy Pollen available, right? Which, very well pointed. If you had played the League headquarters, we wouldn't be using Itchy Pollen this turn. But seems like we're going to be conservative with our resources. And now it's on Christian to make something happen. He can continue to apply pressure, has all these Pokemon as targets. We're going to go after a Drippy, and not much else, just benching a Latias.
Yeah, and Julio only having access to 1 more Tricloak, did not find it on the last turn. Now needs to find a Psychic Energy or one of those 3 Luminous Energy to be able to attack with this Dragapult. Otherwise, this Raging Bolt is going to take 4 prizes, which is even crazier than we've seen Christian do in the past.
Yeah, being ahead 4 prizes makes you very susceptible to Iono or Disruption, but puts you at such a big advantage to where you're probably okay with that. Now, Phantom Dive against the Raging Bolt with an Iono combined this turn would put a lot of pressure on Christian to find a Professor Sada or a Professor Sada and nothing else, but seems like Julio is trying to be the aggressor here, so that Mew EX is probably going down this turn, as long as the energy is found.
Yeah, as long as you find the energy, that's step 1. And here we're going to see an Iono. This is going to put Christian down to 3 cards. Still has that Pheasantipity EX on the bench, though, so even with a knockout, Christian's going to be able to refill.
Now, if we are able to find that Pokemon League headquarters this turn, that would effectively protect the Dragapult from getting knocked out by Raging Bolt, because there is no way to get 3 energies onto Raging Bolt EX this turn. So big flip the script here. There's the energy, but no stadium found.
Yeah, already had the Psychic in the hand from the Iono, really just trying to find that Pokemon League headquarters. There is the Luminous Energy going on the Dragapult EX. And I think an Ultra Ball. Could we see Ultra Ball? Oh no, there's a Hulucha in hand too. So you could play the Hulucha Flying Entry, put 10 damage on the Hoot Hoot and that Pheasantipity EX, and set up those Pokemon to get knocked out. Hoot Hoot this turn, Pheasantipity EX at a later turn.
Yeah, that would be a pretty nice option. Would also tie up the price rates, but more importantly, deny a follow-up knockdown, right? Making it a lot more difficult to attack and KO the Dragapult next turn with a Bellowing Thunder from Raging Bolt EX.
We're actually going to see 2 energy discarded with this Ultra Ball. That is a little bit rough, especially with both of those Night Stretchers in the prize cards.
Yeah, I think Julio's really going all in and hoping this Dragapult will survive this turn, denying the Mew, denying the Hoot Hoot, does deny a lot of recovery off of that Iono, but that flip the script ability, Jeremy, is just too good sometimes.
There is that Flying Entry, 10 damage on the Hoot Hoot, and 10 going. Could also go on the Latias EX. That will put it in range, but no, we're going to put it on the Fan Rotom.
All right.
Another easy prize later on.
Yeah, I like it. Now we're going to see the retreat. And now Christian's hand is 2 grass and an energy retrieval, Jeremy. So not a lot of help right there. And now Noctowl is not a good card to find. So we see the Teal Dance to start off.
Professor Sada's Vitality off the top, which is great.
Yep, that's what you need.
One thing that was a little bit questionable too is Julio forgot to Recon Directive last turn. It could have dug a little bit further for that stadium.
Card. All right. Is there a Sada in hand?
Yeah, he drew the Sada
Oh, he
off
does,
of
yeah.
the Teal Dance.
So I know there's a fighting energy in the discard pile right now. I don't think there's access to a lightning energy just yet. So Raging Bolt actually cannot attack this turn quite yet.
Honestly, I think you'd be fine just using that Raging Bolt to take a knockout on the Benched Cloak. Here we do see a Nest Ball find another Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's multiple grass energy in hand, so Teal Dance will spin the wheel yet again.
So I really like taking down the Dragapult because then you deny any Dusknoir shenanigans, right? If you are at one price card, you cannot, your opponent cannot use Curse Blast, otherwise they would immediately lose the game. Now the next card for Christian was Earthen Vessel if he hadn't played the Nest Ball, which is pretty clutch. Now we see a big Fezandipity EX here. Can we find a lightning energy to take down the Dragapult? I don't think we did.
There's another Teal Mask, though, and one more bench spot open.
Yep.
Could we rely on this last Teal Dance?
Gosh, I think we have to. Otherwise, it could just be Curse Blast, the Raging Bolt. There is a Bravery Charm, but if you have Dusknoir, you Curse Blast the Raging Bolt, or you Bravery Charm, protect the Fenrotom. Now it can no longer be KO'd with a Phantom Dive extra damage.
And again, this is the route for Christian just because there's no lightning energy in the discard for that energy retrieval in the hand. And here we're actually going to see the Raging Bolt take the knockout on the Dusclops, so preventing a Curse Blast option from Julio on the following turn.
I don't think there's any way for Julio to win this. Actually, there is. If you go Rare Candy Dusknoir and then use Blood Moon to take down any of these Pokemon, that could work.
That is true. Did find Rare Candy off of the prize cards. Here's a big flip the script. Boss's orders, Dusclops, Iono.
We need the Dusknoir, though, in order to win this turn.
Would the Dusclops do it? It covers the Bravery Charm math if you...
But then you,
there's no
nothing in range of 200 damage. Yeah, that one damage counter on the Fenrotom, which was very well planned. If it had been on any other Pokemon, that could have made the... I mean, then you Bravery Charm that Pokemon then, right?
We found the Ultra Ball off of the Recon Directive. Ultra Ball is going to be able to grab Dusknoir. We might see that Rare Candy Dusknoir play.
But then we also need Counter Catcher or Boss's Orders and the Blood Moon. Do we have all the pieces? I can't tell from the hand, Jeremy.
There is the Boss's Orders in the hand. Blood Moon's in the deck, already eyeing it down.
I think we have it. I think Julio knows he has all the pieces. There's the Dusknoir, there's the Rare Cat, there's another Ultra Ball, and there's Boss's Orders in hand.
What a turn from Julio here. Double Ultra Ball finds the Dusknoir and now grabs that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Is going to be able to bench it thanks to that Area 0 Underdepths and that Dragapult being a Terra Pokemon.
There's the Boss's Orders onto a Fezandipity. Dusknoir will KO anything and will allow Blood Moon to attack for free, forcing Christian to take a prize card, and Julio goes up 1-0 in this first game.
What a game, Pablo. What great play from Julio. The prizes were detrimental from the start, but just relying on Itchy Pollen for the first couple of turns, staring down that Raging Bolt and pulling out the victory from the jaws of defeat.
Incredible to see so much pressure being applied by that Raging Bolt with the Thunderburst Storm attack, but it all came down to not finding that lightning energy for Christian. If he had been able to take down the Dragapult, sure, Blood Moon can just knock you right out, but there was no way to win that turn for Julio because he wouldn't be able to use Curse Blast, so it was so crucial to take 2 prize cards, but unfortunately he was not able to.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for Game 1. Started off with that Raging Bolt Thunderburst Storm, take a knockout on Badoo, and Julio just trying to get set up. Found the double Cloak, able to Itchy Pollen against Hoot Hoot, but the Noctowl evolved, then the Crispin played, and we saw another attack after attack from this Raging Bolt. Thunderburst Storm is raining down on Julio's board, but finally getting that Dragapult EX set up, brings up that Mew EX, takes the 3 prize turn, taking the Hoot Hoot down as well. There we see the missed lightning energy being big, only able to take out that Dusclops, and Dusknoir and Blood Moon in combination with that counter catcher or boss, taking out the Pheasantipity and the Noctowl on the bench. Who would have thought just take 3 prizes in 2 turns and you can win the game?
Yeah, and I mean, that's a Dusknoir difference, right? This is something that we have consistently seen be missing from a lot of the top-performing Dragapult decks, and for good reason, right? Not having the Dusknoir opens up a lot of space, but having the Dusknoir opens up these really cool plays where Julio attacked once with Phantom Dive, and then won the game the next turn. That's not possible with the regular, slower Dragapult decks that are focusing on Genesect and focusing on being more disruptive instead of so aggressive. And I think that's in part of why we have seen Gardevoir be so successful. Without Dusknoir, the damage counters that Dragapult applies are way less impactful because of all the Monkey Dories being utilized.
I gotta say, Pablo, I am really liking this hybrid list from Julio.
Yep.
And to get an update on the other top 4 match for y'all, Makani Tran 1-2-0 will make it to the finals for, I believe, the first time in his Pokemon career. And I think that's all due to the fact that he hasn't been on stream.
Well, every not time dodging it anymore, though.
Every time we see Makani on stream, he just does not draw well. But maybe it'll change.
Hopefully, I told you earlier, it could change, and if he has a big chance to get that win. But first, we need to find who will be going up against Makani in this Game 2 of Christian against Julio. Christian choosing to go first, starting off with that Fan Rotom. Can't ask for a better start.
Yeah, the Mew EX in the active spot for Free Retreat yet again. Fan Rotom, but you don't even need 2 Ultra Ball for it, already having it. And look at that, the Ditto is in the deck as well, so you can go ahead and retreat to something else if you want. Grab that Teal Mask if you need that Terra in play. Grab the Raging Bolt, attach an energy to it. Looking like a pretty good start for Christian.
Yep, now gonna go and thoroughly check where the energies are at. How many does he have available? Last game, he did prize 1 Lightning and 1 Fighting. And that Lightning ended up being very, very crucial, right? So there's no energies prize. There's no Fighting or Lightning energy prize this time around. There is a Grass energy prize, along with that Crispin, along with that Palpad, and a Professor Sada. So a lot of energy acceleration not available. But I feel like these new Raging Bolt doesn't rely so much on Sada every single turn, because those Raging Bolts are not going down immediately. It's all about that first Raging Bolt with the Thunderburst Storm attack, applying all the pressure, and then you react to whatever your opponent's doing.
Yeah, most of the time with these lists, Sada's only grabbing 1 energy from the discard, and Crispin does that, as well as get you a Grass energy to Teal Dance as well.
Now, do we have an energy to attach this turn to the Raging Bolt so that we can actually Thunderburst Storm on the bench to any Pokemon that has more than 60 HP? Or, because that's the piece we missed on the first game, right? We have to KO a Buddy, which is fine, right? Taking a prize is great. But if you can KO a Dreepy instead, that's even better. However, the 60 HP Duskulls are also pretty good targets, but I do see there's an energy available.
Fan Call grabs a 1/1 Noctowl along with that Ditto with that transformative start. We also see Nest Ball in the hand along with that 2 energy, actually.
Yeah, and Sada as well. So pretty strong start. I mean, similar to the first game, except we had to Ultra Ball away valuable resources last time around.
And there is that Raging Bolt with that Thunderburst Storm, thanks to that Ditto. Such a powerful card in these Fan Rotom decks, and it's pretty crazy and great to see it included now.
Yeah, for sure. We saw a little bit of that Ditto in Lost Box decks before rotation, but it never really caught on too much. The space was just so valuable. And now it's definitely making its way into all these Noctowl decks that play Fan Rotom that can just search for the card directly. But we have our Terra, we have our Raging Bolt, we have double Hoot. We are ready to go, Jeremy.
There's the energy to the active, and pass the turn to Julio. See what he can put together here. This hand doesn't look like it can put together much. I think that's a Jacques.
Yep, that's a Jacques. So 2 evolutions, pretty useful. Not so useful if there's only 1 Dreepy in play. Itchy Pollen is good, but it's not good enough to stop a Noctowl from searching for a Crispin and letting your opponent take down the Dreepy. We could be seeing a very quick game 2 here, Jeremy.
It seems that way. And take a look at the prize cards, Pablo. Unfair Stamp prized yet again, this time up at the top, along with that Artisan, which could be a crucial stadium bump in the later turns. The Monkey Dory, Iono, XP share also. Maybe it's fine if this game doesn't go too long, you know?
Yeah, maybe it's fine. It's like, it's been prized 2 out of 3 games. What are the chances that it's prized 3 out of 3 times?
You don't need to jinx it now, Pablo, okay?
I'm not trying to jinx anyone, just asking a question.
Caster's curse. That's what's going on for you right now.
All right, so Jack will help thin the deck. You know you're up against a deck that probably doesn't shuffle your hand too often. There's only usually 1 copy of Iono or Judge in these hyper-aggressive decks. I mean, a turn 2 Noctowl KO, Raging Bolt KO with Judge against some decks after they use Clef or something can be pretty powerful, but that's not going to be happening here. I don't think we want to Crispin. I don't want to take down our opponent's single Dreepy in play. Now, do you even bother attaching? Because you know your opponent has Noctowl. You know they're going to Crispin. So you're just going to lose the energy anyways.
Listen, Pablo, we're probably just going to lose this game anyways, so might as well just play it. Maybe Christian doesn't search for the Crispin. Who knows? Play to your outs, right? And if your outs are your opponent misplaying,
I mean,
that's what you got to do.
Yeah, for sure. It's what you have to do now. Jewel Seeker, Crispin, the first card. What is the second card? Would you ever consider, like, double Crispin?
Yeah, we saw that with Ian Robb's match.
Yeah.
Finding just double Crispin so you can continue the onslaught. Maybe you can even retreat on the following turn.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the one way you end up in a bad situation is if you lose a couple turns, the Noctowl gets stuck in the active right after a counter catch or Ichi Pollen. So double Crispin definitely sounds very appealing. However, Christian already has an energy in hand and has a Latias as well. Will be able to draw an extra card. So this is perfectly fine. With the energy in hand, I think it's perfectly fine to go for that stadium and just, yeah, there's the Dreepy gone with that Thunderburst Storm attack and Sada taking off the prize cards.
Night Stretcher for the Dreepy, attach energy, pass it seems like, maybe counter catch to that Noctowl, but we know the energy is in the hand for Christian. I think once the energy comes down, Julio's going to take it to a game 3.
I would imagine so. There's just not a lot of help. Doesn't even bother attaching this time around, conserving that energy. There's the attachment. There's the retreat. There's going to be the knockout on the poor Dreepy after we see the Sada for extra cards, extra resources. Who cares about the item lock, Jeremy? You just take down everything around the body.
Oh, no. I think that's a switch, and there's the scooping it up. Julio having to go to game 3 now, but good news, you get to choose if you want to go first or second.
Yep, Christian pretty happy with this result after a game 1 that looked to be his, right? Runs away with this one in pretty commanding fashion. Now ties up the series 1-1, and we are now heading into a game 3 where, I mean, I think Julio's in a tough spot. Do you choose to go second because your deck prefers to go second, but Raging Bull wants to go first, so do you choose to go first, but then your deck is really awkward going first? So it's a tough decision to make. I think you still choose second.
Yeah, I think you still choose second too, and it's just due to the fact that the deck is built really to go second. You have 2 Arven, you got those Buddy Poffin, and really it's just, I think if Julio had an actual supporter instead of the Shock, then we can actually see a game there. But Christian's start, which we've seen him start pretty much the same every single game he's been on stream, charge up that Raging Bolt, get those knockouts with that Thunderburst Storm, and just continue putting on that pressure with a single prize Pokemon. And he can do that on turn 1 or turn 2.
Yeah, for sure. And if there's a body, if there's a Duskull, even if you don't get the Dreepy KO, you're fine just taking prize after prize after prize, putting on the pressure. And as long as you don't miss out on a big knockout on a Dragapult DX and you deny those Curse Blasts, then all of a sudden you're definitely at a big advantage, right? So it's all about destabilizing Julio as much as possible before he gets to that Dragapult DX with enough support behind it.
We are approaching our game 3 here in our top 4 for the Milwaukee Regional Championships. One of our players here is going to meet Makani Tran in the finals. trying to vie for that World's Invite, along with $10,000 and a handful of booster packs.
Yeah, a lot to play for in this round. We'll have to see what happens here. Now, I think I see Jack again for Julio in his starting hand for this game 3. He did choose to go second. Now Christian does have the nest ball. So I think we're going to see the exact same thing. Fan Rotom into Ditto, into Hoot Hoot. Already has a Noctowl in hand, so we're probably going to see double Hoot Hoot as he puts them to the very front. And we're going to see the trade of the Ditto into the Raging Bolt. However, the Raging Bolt is prized this time around.
What, Pablo? No! Raging Bolt and a Raging Bolt EX in the prize cards for Christian, along with one of those Night Stretcher and a Professor Sada's Vitality. Now, Christian's hand does have that Nest Ball to be able to find the Fan Rotom. There's also an Ultra Ball to discard some energies and maybe charge up a potential Professor Sada's Vitality on the following turn. Really depends how he chooses to navigate this. You can also maybe attack with the Fan Rotom if you search for that Area 0 Under Depths. Now, looking on Julio's side, there is an Ultra Ball. There's a lot of energies. There's that Jacques, as you said, and a Dragapult EX. This hand needs a lot of help from the top of the deck, Pablo.
Yeah, we need a lot of help, as you mentioned, Jeremy. I mean, we could Ultra Ball for Fezandipiti, assuming the body goes down, and then we get 3 extra cards. Artisan being in the prizes along with a Dreepy does not help our case. Night Stretcher also not available, so Julio with yet again another awkward hand. And I know you called Jack not an actual supporter. I mean, it's good at the right moment, right? After you've gotten your full setup. But as your starting supporter, it's never ideal.
Listen, Pablo, all I'm saying is it could be a Brock Scouting, all right?
It could be, yeah. There is no Brock Scouting in Julio's deck, right? So instead of Jax, we had Brock Scouting. Yeah, we'd have the option to go for 2 basics or for 1 evolution. So the trade-off, the versatility could be good enough.
There we do see that Fan Rotom, almost inevitable from Christian's deck, time and time again, finding those 2 Hoot Hoot and Ditto. Now, it's going to be interesting. Do you give up the energy to retreat into the Ditto? You could also maybe Ultra Ball for something like a Latias, but it doesn't seem like a good use of your resources here.
Yeah, I think we go our regular Raging Bolt this time around. Julio will be relieved to not see the baby Raging Bolt come into play immediately, and that's also pretty telling that it is priced, right? There's no reason for Christian not to go for the same play that he has gone in both games, and that has been so effective. So this is a nice break for Julio, although we do go for the Latias instead. So interesting choice. We'll have to see what Christian has in mind with this.
Again, it's just getting that guaranteed free retreat in play. We could also utilize that Noctowl in hand along with already having the Area 0 under that in play, so that Latias guarantees that Fan Rotom able to knock out a Badoo on the following turn. Dusclops drawn off the top for Julio. Not what you want to see.
Gosh, this hand is just so bad for Julio. A single Buddy Puffin, a single Arvin, one of those researches or Ionos would be so good here, but as it stands, this is just really, really bad. And I'm sure Christian's going to have a chuckle at himself after seeing Jack be the first card played for a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, you can see Julio just shake the head. This is not the supporter I want to play turn 1, but it's what I have to do to thin the deck out, prize check, and see what is available.
Yeah. And we definitely have enough time to finish this game no matter what, right? So no harm, no foul in being thorough with your price checking, making sure that you are aware of what is available to you and what isn't available to you. Although, as things stand, this game is probably not going to go for much longer, honestly. I mean, you have the information that Raging Bolt is probably not available. You have the information that Fan Rotom is going to take down the Buddy. So do you Ultra Ball for Fezandipiti? Is that the way to go here, Jeremy?
Honestly, maybe, because if you Ultra Ball for a Dreepy, attach an energy to it, you're probably going to be discarding at least 1 energy, potentially 2, and you already have one energy in the prizes along with the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, and Noctowl can just grab the boss, take down the Dreepy anyways, right? So you're not even safe with the Dreepy. So I think it has to be Pheasantipity here. And then if your opponent doesn't KO the Pheasantipity, then that's fine. They can't go boss and Sada to KO it. And that means, like, with Pheasantipity, you're guaranteeing yourself an extra turn. And there we go, putting the Pheasantipity at the front. This is Julio's best chance at surviving and being able to play this game at all.
I think Julio is reading your mind, Pablo, being able to channel the best play possible for this super awkward hand. Flip the script is such a powerful ability in this format. And Julio's going to have to rely on it to find a couple buddy Poffin, maybe a counter catcher, who knows.
And this works because of Ichipollen, right? Ichipollen denies that Prime Catcher, so Christian can't just switch gears, power up, Raging Bolt, Prime Catcher, KO the Pheasantipity. So we are going to see that Ichipollen. That 10 damage on the light is also pretty relevant as well, puts it in range of Phantom Dive. And now it's on Christian to make something happen. But he knows if he takes a knockout on the Buddy, he will be giving Julio 3 extra cards. So is there ever any world where you choose not to take the KO, try to power up the Raging Bolt? I guess not. We're just going aggressive, taking a big advantage here.
And we're powering up that Pheasantipity EX because guess what? It can actually Cruel Arrow a Dreepy on the bench the following turn with a Crispin. So playing to multiple outs to trying to take down a Dreepy, and Luminous Energy off the top for Julio. Definitely not what he wants to see. You could see it on his face.
He's not amused.
Oh, no, not at all. Just the awkwardness of this hand.
I mean, he already drew with Flip the Script, and he had no help. I think he got Research, but then he researches all his energies away.
Yeah.
And there were Candy, which, oh my goodness.
What a painful
so many energies.
research.
1, 2, there's 3 energy in the discard. 4 energy
Did not
in the
even
discard
find a
pile.
Dreepy.
Oh my gosh.
There's just a Duskull.
This is unbelievable, Jeremy. And gets a Night Stretcher to recover what?
A Badu?
Instead of an energy later down the line with the other Night Stretcher prize, and the Fire Energy's prize, does he even have enough energy to do anything?
If you save the Night Stretcher, yes. Oh no, just a pass of the turn. There is Raging Bolt EX in the hand, along with the Professor Sada's Vitality, Ultra Ball, and the Noctowl. I think we're going to see a pretty crazy turn to knock out that Pheasantipity EX in the active spot.
Oh, for sure. Christian has to absolutely go for it. Has the Latias to conserve all the energies as well. Raging Bolt cannot get stuck in the active. There's absolutely no threat to his Raging Bolt or anything else on the board. And that Pheasantipity is long gone here, Jeremy.
Tried to do its job. Did not do it well. Got fired, you know.
All right. It's going to be Crispin, so we can Crispin to Raging Bolt. With what Julio sees on the board, he might be thinking that it's going to be Crispin to the Pheasantipity to take down this, and he'd be happy with that. But we know Christian, he's going to go for the Pheasantipity. There's no reason not to do that.
Yeah, even if the Raging Bolt EX wasn't in hand, the find of the Nest Ball would help out to grab one anyway. There is the bench of the Raging Bolt EX. Crispin will find Lightning and that Fighting Energy, or no, gonna go for the Grass Energy. I think already has the Fighting Energy in hand.
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh, no.
There was a Lightning Energy in hand, so that could have been a very, very costly mistake by Christian. Always double check which energy you have available and which ones you don't, because that could have been, like, it doesn't put Julio in a good position, but it means Christian just delays the very likely win for another turn, and you don't want to give your opponent any breathing room at all in the top 4 of a regional championship.
And there is a grab of the Mew EX as well. I believe already attached to energy for the turn.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Already attached to energy. I think Christian is a little too excited here.
Yeah.
He knows he's really favored in this spot. Just need to make sure we are doing things correctly, in the right order. Take a breather and make sure we are doing things correctly.
We'll be able to Bellowing Thunder, keep an energy on the active Raging Bolt EX as well, which is huge.
I mean, there is definitely a debate to keep the energy on the Pheasantipity so you can Crispin snipe a potential Dreepy that hits the board next turn. I mean, I don't hate that at all.
Well, here we go. Duskull against the world. Switch is not going to do it.
We have Iono. That's the best we can hope for, really.
Are we going to Night Stretcher for the Pheasantipity? Draw some more cards?
And then you have one Psychic left to Jet Headbutt, and that's it?
I mean, there's a world where you Dusclops, Blood Moon or Saluna with an energy, Unfair Stamp.
All right, there's the first Dreepy. There's a Monkey Door. I mean, all the basics decided to show up finally, but is it a little too late, Jeremy?
I think it's a lot too late, Pablo.
I'm trying to be more generous.
Energy for the turn on the Dreepy.
Yep. And Iono, it's gotta be Iono. There we go. So taking away Christian's hand. I don't think he had anything super impactful. The Raging Bolt is now available, the one that can snipe on the bench. Of course, we cannot get 3 energies onto it this upcoming turn. Big 3 cards here for Christian. He could definitely whiff for a turn and be forced to use Burst Roar to recover resources from the hand. I couldn't tell what he drew, though.
Night Stretcher, Slitherwing, and a Grass Energy.
Okay.
But still has some draw with that Teal Mask Ogerpon, Teal Dance, and that restart from the Mew EX. Meanwhile, Julio finally gets the first Buddy Buddy Poffin of this Game 3. He's going to search for what looks like Badoo Dreepy.
Nope, not great, but there's no energy left in the deck, Jeremy. We can only aspire to a Jet Headbutt and Blood Moon. Right, Blood Moon is probably going to have to be Julio's saving grace at this point. There is 1 Fire Energy prized. The other Night Stretcher is also prized, so we can not Phantom Dive this game until we take at least 3 prize cards because they're in the middle.
Wow. Crispin drawn off the top 4, Christian.
My goodness.
That is going to allow him to search for that Lightning Energy, and even if he doesn't have another energy in the deck, will at least just be an expensive energy search to attack.
Yeah, you don't mind that at all. Now, debating on whether to bench the Slitherwing or not, it is a good target for Professor Sada's Vitality, of course. We are going to see the Crispin. We can attach the Lightning. We can Teal Dance as well. And then we also can attach another energy somewhere down the line as Christian. His thoughts right now are, how do I close this game? How do I win this game from this point? How do I maximize my chances of just making sure I can win this game within the next 2 turns?
Honestly, I think he's thinking, how do I lose this game? I want to make sure that can't happen.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to account for both of those things.
Slitherwing with a Fighting Energy is pretty good against that Pheasantipity EX as well, so just could be another way to close out the game with something like a Prime Catcher.
Yeah, and that way you don't need Sada anyways, right? So we're going to see the restart. We're going to draw a card.
Another Night Stretcher, but those are great because if this Raging Bolt EX somehow goes down to something like a Blood Moon or Saluna, you still can grab a Fighting Energy from the discard.
Seems like he's eyeing up a Lightning or a Fighting. Goes for the Lightning, interestingly enough. And it's just going to take the knockout. So that Night Stretcher was a way to protect from the item lock, right? That way you don't need Professor Sada to be able to attack next turn. You just need to find the energy through Crispin, or it's already in your hand and you're ready to go. So being extra careful, as you mentioned, not only thinking about how to close out this game, but also how he could possibly lose. And you lose if you miss too many turns.
Taking a look at the hand for Julio, has an Arven.
Yeah, on first stamps time.
Finally.
Finally, there we go. It does hit the field immediately. We're going to see it get played pretty soon, I'm guessing. We also thin the rescue board, but no Fire Energy available. We can only aspire to Jet Headbutt this Raging Bolt, and that's a 4-hit KO.
Now, all 3 Luminous are in the discard?
All 3 Luminous are in the discard. The Fire is also in the discard, and the other Fire is prized. I am 99% sure of that.
Now, Julio did have access to Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, cards that potentially he could have thinned out of his hand just to try to draw something else here. But opted just to shuffle him back into the deck with the unfair stamp.
Yep. Now Christian, one Ghost Effect and Fighting Energy away from winning this game, knocking out that Fezandipity with Slitherwing or a Lightning Energy away as well. So does he have the boss available? I think he does. He also has a Prime Catcher available, I believe. So plenty of options here. 2 cards for Christian. I could not tell what they are.
Keeping it close to the chest. Fezandipity draws Pokemon League headquarters.
Okay, that could give us a little bit of hope.
That makes Blood Moon take an additional energy to attack.
Yeah, true. That would not be ideal. I mean, there's no energy left, so who cares how many he takes? It would matter in the last turn, right? If Christian goes down to 1 prize card.
And take a look at those prize cards.
There we
Nice
go.
Treasure, Fire Energy.
Did Julio not realize yet that he didn't have the Fire Energy at all? I mean, this just gives your opponent the information now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're telling your opponent, I missed. I failed the Earthen Vessel. So unless the energy is already in the hand, it's not available. And yeah, we're going to see Christian double check the energy in the discard pile for us. I see a Fire, I see a Psychic. I see 1, 2, 3 Luminous. There is no energy available left.
Here is the second Recon Directive. First one found a Counter Catcher. The second one finds a Boss's Orders. Are either of these cards good right now?
I mean, prevents the Burst Roar in case Christian has a slow hand, but 10 damage from body is just not enough. You could Counter Catcher. Did we evolve this turn to Dracloak? I think we did, so we need to wait a turn. Yep, we're going to just see the H-Pollen. Next turn we can go Counter Catcher. Jet Headbutt KO the Hood maybe. We just see a boss, a Judge though.
Right, this is crazy for Christian. Has had everything this game. Julio has been struggling to get set up. Had to discard all of his resources with that Professor's Research just to get a Dreepy into play.
Yeah. And didn't even get one, right?
Yeah.
Now it all comes down. Can we get Fighting Energy and Prime Catcher here? A Noctowl gets us there.
Yeah, Noctowl gets us there.
Ultra
Lightning
Ball.
and the Prime Catcher. There's Grass Energy. Noctowl.
There's Noctowl. Is the
think
Prime Catcher
that is
available?
It should be. It's in the deck.
Well, we just attached for turn, so I guess we're not going. Oh, I guess we can't recover the energy, right? We don't have an energy available. All right. By taking this knockout, now Blood Moon is live. Blood Moon is away. Julio can attack this turn for a significant amount of damage, not just 70 off the Jet Head. But the Team League headquarters goes against the Blood Moon, so we need to be very careful in case Julio plays that card down. Right now, Blood Moon attacks for 0 energy, but the League headquarters would make it 1. But he's not going to make that mistake. He's just going to Iono, put Christian down to 1 card. Julio needs to find a counter catcher here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think Christian had game last turn. Noctowl had access to the Prime Catcher.
Item luck.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's called item luck. We cannot Prime Catcher. We cannot Night Stretcher for the right energy either. But they might have a game next turn. It's 1 card, but then we also have Mew, and we also have Fezandipity for a lot of extra cards.
And that's saying even if Julio has the Counter Catcher, does not in the hand, has used, I believe, Flip the Script and 1 Recon Directive.
I think it might have been both already, even though that Draco looks tilted, but not tilted. I mean, you don't want to use Blood Moon to knock out Fan Rotom and just give your opponent so many extra cards off of these 2 guys, right? So we'll have to see what happens here. What does Julio decide? Does he decide to be aggressive? Does he take a chill turn, which without Itchy Pollen, that's going to be a little less impactful overall, right? In terms of denying Christian, he still gets this 1 card, 1 off the top, and then another 1 potentially from restart. And it's, once again, you find Noctowl or Ultra Ball, and you win the game on the spot.
It might be a Jet Headbutt play. Is there even a Dragapult left in the deck? Does not look like it. One was discarded with the professor's research, one in the prize cards.
Oh my god, a nice treasure is also prize, so we can't even get to Dragapult. Blood Moon has to carry the game, and if you knock out, with Blood Moon, if you knock out the Raging Bolt, you still have this Slither Ring. If you knock out the Slither Ring, you still have the Raging Bolt. It's just a bad situation all around.
Lightning Energy was the one card for Christian. Has the free retreat with the Latios EX.
Yep.
There's the Bellowing Thunder knocking out that Pheasantipity EX. And just like that, Christian Labella moving on to the finals here with Raging Bolt EX.
What a performance by Christian. What a performance by Raging Bolt. It's no longer the meme deck that everyone thought it was. It's now in the finals. It's 2 games away from potentially winning the Milwaukee Regional Championship. Very unfortunate turn of events for Julio, though. That combination of early draws, all those energies, and then the research to top it off. It was just an uphill battle, impossible to make.
Yeah, just terrible prize cards all 3 games. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay here and see what went down. Now, Christian starting things off early with that Raging Bolt, taking multiple knockouts with that Thunderburst Storm, going down to 3 prize cards. Julio had the Dragapult finally, taking the 3 prize turn, knocking out that Mew EX and Hoot Hoot. That forced Christian to just Raging Bolt Thunderburst Storm yet again, taking knockout on Dusclops, missing the Lightning Energy, and Julio had that Dusknoir in combination with that Blood Moon attack from Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. 3 prizes yet again, but then game 2, Julio just not able to get set up at all. As soon as the first Dreepy came down, it was KO'd by that Thunderburst Storm yet again, and we see just how powerful this Pokemon is in this deck. A quick scoop and going into game 3. Game 3, we didn't even see a Dreepy for the first couple turns. Pheasantipity EX was found off the Ultra Ball early, trying to flip the script into something at all, and having a hand of a ton of energy, Dragapult EX having to Professor Research it away, and we see basically Julio just attacking with Itchy Pollen the entire game here. It was not meant to be for Julio this weekend, ending in top 4. Still a great accomplishment, but Christian playing this Raging Bolt EX deck perfectly, able to seal up the game with Lightning Energy off an Iono 2-1, and just like that, going into finals, facing Makani Tran.
Yeah, I think he didn't even draw for a turn because he didn't need to, right? He had the Lightning, attach, KO the Fez, and you're good to go. What a performance by Christian. Huge congratulations to Julio. I mean, he made the best out of almost an impossible situation in all 3 games. Managed to win 1, but no energy available and no Dragapult available. It was just too much to handle at that point.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to see for every Dragapult enjoyer out there, but there is still a chance for Dragapult to take down this tournament in Makani's list. Now, we have seen Christian take down a lot of big name players, a lot of big decks throughout this weekend. He just needs to do it one more time to punch that ticket into Worlds in Anaheim.
And I mean, speaking in terms of decks, right? We've seen Gardevoir dominate every single event. Dragapult has lost 2 finals so far. Can it finally win an event after being the most represented deck across all age divisions, across day 1 and day 2, or will it fall once again when it matters most?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see our finals matchup and how they got there. Now, Makani has had a rough go at it, took down Lucas Zing in asymmetrical cut, then Ian Robb in top 8, and then a terrible matchup on paper in Alex with that Joltik Miraidon. And Christian took down Brent Tonneson in top 8, had that bye in asymmetric cut being the first seed, and now beat Julio Santos de Leon and is meeting Makani Tran. Another Dragapult deck. Can he do it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure both players have beaten the other deck multiple times over the course of the weekend. Both very popular decks amongst the top players. When I was walking around, I saw a ton of Raging Bolt at the top, a ton of Dragapult at the top. So this is a weird situation where both players are probably feeling pretty confident in that they have a good chance at winning. So then what's the difference maker? What is going to be the deciding factor? Is it something like luck, as we saw in this last game, where just the unfortunate combination of cards doesn't let you play the game? Is it going to be a small decision that either player gets right or wrong Is it going to be some sort of hand read that one player gets over the other to make a crucial decision? I think at the very highest level of play, it's these little things that matter the most.
Yeah, can Makani finally win on stream?
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors going on for our finals match. It is going to be great to see. We have seen so much great Pokemon throughout this weekend, Pablo. I have been very blessed to be commentating with you this weekend.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, Jeremy. It's been a blast commentating. We've had so many good games, so many high caliber players showing off the best that this game has to offer. Some amazing plays, amazing comebacks, exciting moments where players are pulling off wins out of the blue. And here we are with one match left to go.
I cannot wait, and I know y'all cannot wait either, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have our finals for the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Oh, immortalized. Oh, immortalized. Oh, immortalized.
Milwaukee, this is it. Our finals match in the Masters division here in the trading card game, and it could not be a better one. I will tell you that much. We are jumping straight into the action as we just saw our top four conclude. This is it, Kyle. Our players are setting up already.
Yeah, we've got two great young players looking to earn their first Masters Championship here on the regional stage. $10,000 on the line. Unbelievable opportunity for both of them here. We see Christian Labella. He's done this before at the senior level twice, and he's gotten so close. Repping in Toronto, a Canadian representative. Now an opportunity here to earn the big one with a Raging Bolt.
Absolutely, but facing off against Makani Tran, who has several top placements all throughout our past seasons, and of course, top 16 in Vancouver this season as well. But both of these players have clean slates in the Masters division when it comes to that champion title. And guess what? That's going to change for one of them in this match today. You are not going to want to miss this one, that is for sure, especially with our decks as well. It's Raging Bolt EX going up against Makani and that Dragapult EX.
Yeah, this deck has completely taken a new shape over on the Raging Bolt side. With that baby Raging Bolt we've seen incorporated into the mix, sniping some early Pokemon off of the bench, really starting to disrupt some setups. That is just not a tool we saw Raging Bolt have.
Right, there's only one in the list, but you've seen how much of a difference it makes in that deck. Let's look at these prize cards for our players. Already on Christian Labella's side, we've seen how important Crispin is, the Ace Spec and the Prime Catcher, that Judge, and 2 Pokemon at the top, and the Pheasantipity, as well as a Raging Bolt.
Yeah, the 1 copy of Judge, 1 of the 2 Crispin, a Prime Catcher. You know that's going to be a 1 of. And the Pheasantipity, those are a lot of resources you'd like to see in that middle stage of the game that will not be available.
Yeah, a little awkward there. Did you see anything on Makani's side, Kyle, that is going to be too difficult for him to work through? I didn't see anything really.
Yeah, we saw the 1 copy of Badoo. There's 2 of those, so nothing to worry about there. One issue you can run into is that rescue board, but we'll see how that goes, especially with this active Pokemon.
I was about to say, let's see what Pokemon we start. Oh no, here. A little bit awkward there. The Genesect is the starting Pokemon for Makani Tran as we get into this Masters Finals here in Milwaukee, starting over with Christian Labella here. This might look kind of scary, right?
I mean,
there's no Pokemon out.
This is the best Pokemon.
Yes, it's removed because it transforms here for Christian Labella off of this Ditto. What a cute little card. It turns into any basic that you want here, which is pretty nice. The opposite of what we're seeing from Makani's side. You know, just in the top 4, Christian had that Raging Bolt stuck in the prize cards, but not this time around. Like we said, just the 1 copy of. And why has this card made such a difference here in Christian's deck, in this Raging Bolt EX deck?
This is a Pokemon no one wants to knock out. 130 is a really awkward number. Typically takes your main attacker in order to knock this Pokemon out for 1 single prize. Meanwhile, you are pestering your opponent. They're trying to set up with a Badoo and slow you down 10 damage at a time, locking those items, and instead you just ignore them and use Thunderburst Storm over and over again, removing all of their setup Pokemon.
Thunderburst Storm. Yeah, I mean, we've seen how effective that has been for Christian. It has changed the game for Raging Bolt. There's so many lists that don't play it at all, but here we go. Christian putting it on the map here as we go through the deck. You know, we're still working off this transformative start, but Christian's one of those players that takes note of every single card. I mean, we saw a fully loaded paper sheet in that top 4 game, and now Christian bringing it into the finals here, taking note of the prize cards he's going to be looking at, taking note of what he sees in his opponent's deck as well, because all of those little things matter here when you're at this high stakes in Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, you're given 75 minutes in this situation instead of the typical 50 when you're playing in the Swiss rounds. Take advantage of all those opportunities to get as much information as possible. And the hand, he's got a little bit going on here with the Squawk ability to help out now. He's going to throw away some energies, but we know that those go right back onto the board with Sada later on.
Isn't that so nice when you don't have to worry about your energies being tossed away? You know, you just pull them back out. You're throwing things away here, the Squawk ability out on the field, the Teal Dance happening with this Ogre Pawn EX as well, drawing to even more cards. That's so many cards Christian is seeing on the very first turn of this game. Think about this, Makani hasn't even played a card yet, and Christian's already seen how many in the deck?
He's just waiting over there. It's,
right.
Man, it looks really fun to play Pokemon. I'd sure love to give that a go.
I just have a Genesect. Well, hopefully Makani has a good enough hand to get out of that. I see a lot of supporters over there as well as a Buddy Poffin. So we're going to have to see what Makani can set up on his first turn going second. But so far, so good for Christian over here. with that fan Rotom pulling out all of these Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl coming up soon.
Yeah, he's got his Terra Pokemon on the board in that Teal Mask Ogerpon. He's prepared to use the Jewel Seeker later on, and you can always expand that bench too. So don't think that he's limited at any point right here. He could add plenty of Raging Bolts into the drawer there.
The drawer, yes, absolutely. We've seen cards flying over on Christian's side. What a stacked discard pile already here. The energy attached on that Raging Bolt and the active, as well as the Teal Mask Ogerpon that got the energy for the Teal Dance. And now it's over to Makani, starting with that Buddy Buddy Poppin'. We're going to see the same pace as far as prize checking, as you see all these Pokemon being brought to the front here. And we're going to take out some basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less. They're hungry, Kyle. They want some Poffins.
You got to share the love. There's plenty of Pokemon that Makani's going to be eyeing up this point. Most importantly, the Dreepy. This is a list that's very consistent. Does not feature any of the other ghosts, those Duskulls, Dusclops, Dusknors. We're moving into consistent territory.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about this. There's been a lot of debate whether you play pure Polt without the ghost line, the Dusknors, or like Makani, or not like Makani playing the Dusknors and the Dusclops. Which do you think is a better matchup here for Christian to be going into? I think he likes to see this list more?
It depends. We've seen players that really favor having additional ways to amplify damage and move that around in favor instead of the ghost Pokemon. But typically that was the answer. You'd use your ghost Pokemon, you'd Curse Blast, you'd put that damage on the Raging Bolt, then you deal 200. Or you'd set up a 4-prize exchange where you deal 200 and a little bit more, and then you separate that out. And you can set up some knockouts on Pokemon like the Teal Mask later on. But I feel like Makani has enough tools to be fairly comfortable in this matchup.
I mean, when you take the ghost line out, you got to fill that space with something, right, Kyle?
And it's all good stuff. And typically they're answers to playing in mirror match situations where you're going to see Badoo. But he's also got a couple of tricks up his sleeve for playing in these sort of matchups too.
Yes, and I'm excited to see those. We love seeing our pro players on our stream stage with these very cool lines. Of course, right now, it's just the first initial turns. We're getting hefty startups here as we see 3 Dreepy and that Badoo coming out for Makani. Also, the Arven being played as a supporter for turn, of course, going second. It's going to be that Switch Cart. That'll get that Genesect out of the way. And a Bravery Charm as well that we've seen paired. Oh, no, it's going to be that Cape. King Badoo.
He's got a couple of tools. The preservation of Dreepy seems to be the most important thing for these players. He has prized 2 of his other tools in the experience share and the rescue board. So a bit unfortunate for moving this Genesect at some point, but he does have all of those additional hit points. So Bravery Charm, Luxurious Cape, whatever it may be, he can try to keep Dreepies around so that he doesn't lose all of them to this very angry Raging Bolt.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt, it's got a pretty long neck. It can just reach over and start taking knockouts all over Makani's board. That's exactly what he's trying to avoid here. As we go to Christian Labella's side of the field now, after that Itchy Pollen from Makani Tran. So item cards are no more so far here for Christian. But hey, you can still play supporters, and Crispin's got some crispy food cooking up here. We have the energies coming out onto the field on that Raging Bolt. One is attached in that Lightning energy, exactly what we need for some attacking action. And it's so nice, too, because that Grass energy goes straight into your hand for some Teal Dance. Of course, getting this energy out as well for your damage modifiers on Raging Bolt EX, too. So yeah, that's pretty nice to see, Crispin. That's the strategy we've seen pretty heavily from Christian.
Yeah, it's a free card that you get, and it helps out so well. And Christian does not feel like he needs to press any advantage at this point. He's very comfortable with his Raging Bolt. He has Noctowls, and there's no reason to get aggressive other than just taking these Dreepies and watching your opponent try to set up. Each turn, you're going to remove one of these potential threats.
Yeah, I mean, that's so nice when you can just sit in active position and just make your opponent suffer, essentially. They have to just have answers every single time you're attacking, as you're also furthering your own board state, too. And like you said, Kyle, having those hoot-hoots, the knockdowns, you're just getting everything you need to put even more pressure on. Makani Tran, of course, already done with that recon directive here on that Dracloak on the bench. Now going into a Brock's Scouting. This is the card. What'd you say, Kyle? This is like a bad card, but it's good in this current format.
It's a card you'd never play in solitaire. If you're just
true.
If you're just making the best deck you can in your room and you just draw hands, you don't want this. But if you're playing against an opponent who has Badoo, you definitely want some opportunities to find some evolution or some more basic Pokemon with your supporter.
Yeah, it's nice. Of course, that's going to allow for that Dreepy and the Pheasantipity here for Makani Tran. So that's going to help out getting these Pokemon to stick on the board, as well as this flip the script ability.
A free Dreepy, a little bit of thinning, and 3 cards. I mean, Brock Scouting might actually be all right.
Yeah, that was very, very smooth indeed. We drew into the Fire Energy, the Ultra Ball, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna here for Makani. So you can see this hand is stacking up. The Ultra Ball going to toss away some of these cards here for Makani. It looks like debating what to do. I mean, it's nice when you have a lot of options in your hand. Is going to opt to put this Cape and that Fire Energy onto the Dracloak, though.
Yep, you got to protect this Pokemon, especially anywhere that you place energies. That's going to be very pivotal in this matchup. This is not a deck that plays the Sparkling Crystal. Instead, it's going to be the Unfair Stamp, so anytime you play that energy, you're definitely trying to cash in next turn on a Dragapult.
Yeah, this is gorgeous now. That Dracloak kind of protected here from the Cape. Bulky, 190 HP now sitting on the bench, trying to stay on the board and stay in the game.
This is what Noctowl does, though. It's break glass in case of emergency, and there was an emergency, so that's why you bring out the jamming tower.
Oh my god!
You see an energy played, you see a very valuable resource in that luxurious cape, and it's nothing. You're just wearing your grandma's quilt.
Yeah, exactly. We had 190 until that jamming tower comes out. It turns off our tool cards on the board. And guess what? That means the Dracloak is no longer very fashionable, Kyle. And that also means he's very susceptible to a nice little knockout there on the bench, which is pretty brutal. Makani's done everything that he possibly can here to just have Pokemon stick, as we've said, but Christian's got the outs here, and you see why that Jewel Seeker there on that Noctowl, as long as that Ogre Pond Terra Pokemon is in play, just finds you whatever you need to have the answers back to your opponent.
Yeah, this Pokemon is just so unfair, especially in a deck that does not have Rare Candy on the other side. You just see a very slow approach, evolve into the Dracloak, but it has to be multiple Dracloak at a time. And you also can't play your energy for the turn on it, or else he targets that one specifically over and over again. You're just going to run into this issue.
Yeah, it's almost like you're losing your resources slowly as you just have to continue to recycle everything back to the board and just hope that it can stick around. And it's gonna be a timer essentially for Makani. How long can he outlast these turns before Christian is able to just take all of his prize cards?
Yeah, maybe Christian just gets tired of saying Thunderburst Storm over and over again.
It's
gotta
long
be
attack
exhausting.
name, right?
Yeah.
Thunderburst Storm. That's a lot of syllables there. I'll tell you what, though, for how nice that attack is, whoo, I'm gonna be saying that a lot here.
Yeah, it might be a $10,000 attack at this point. It's been so great up to this point, and it looks like it's still got a little more potential to take some prize cards. Makani does, however, find that Unfair Stamp. That
Could
is
turn the tables.
Good way to slow down an opponent who's been holding on to a Noctowl.
Yeah, bumping that jamming tower out of the way now. Now we have the Artisan here. It's also going to allow for Makani to search out some non-rule box Pokemon too. So the Luminous Energy going onto this Dracloak here for Makani.
Yeah, Makani's going to think of all of the considerations as to how to get closer to a card like Counter Catcher in this spot, as he's going to draw with the Unfair Stamp to see more resources, but you have to find a turn that's optimal, and that's typically when you also bring up a Pokemon that your opponent has to retreat. Maybe you stick them on a low hand size that isn't able to move this Pokemon, and you skip a turn of attacks.
Yeah, all the outs need to be had here for Makani, that is for sure.
Second recon directive is available here as we get that Dracloak out.
Ooh, he has the counter catcher already
let's
and the unfair
go.
stamp. Gets to hold the recon directive too. So even more resources for this in turn. He's going to keep the ball rolling, and there is a chance. Maybe Dracloak holds its energy this turn.
Yes, I mean, Makani has done everything in his power. That unfair stamp, we'll have to see if it's actually unfair. Is Christian going to get the green stamp or the red stamp? We'll have to see.
Could happen.
2 cards here for Christian.
What's been happening on stream? Everybody finds Energy Boss off of their 2.
It's the green stamp every time. They're approved.
We'll see if Christian's a part of that club.
Yeah, we will see. Only 2 cards here. Of course, Makani also gets 5 cards. What are they going to be here for Christian? Making us wait here, taking some notes. Maybe Makani can show us his cards first.
Ooh, Ultra Ball was one of the cards, it looks like. So that does turn into a Noctowl, but there is Badoo now. So that slows down everything greatly.
The Badooby. Yeah, that Badoo has just been sticking that itchy pollen in Christian's way. So far, I mean, the stadium that was played to help out turning off tools is great, but can't play any items. That's a little awkward there.
It sounds like the other card was Sada. So he
he
does have a way to draw here. Maybe just one energy off the top of these 3 could get the job done. Move that Noctowl, bring the Raging Bolt to the active, knock out that Dracloak with the energy. Does he find it?
Oh, it's just the Bravery Charm, Ultra Ball, and Area 0 under depths there for Christian. Oof. That was pretty cool, though. I mean, we had some draw there from that Sada, but it is kind of crumbling here. Bravery Charm going on to this Hoot Hoot now for Christian, and that is it. The Noctowl is still in the active position, just passing over to Makani now, who's going to start off with the Recon Directive, Psychic Energy, Bravery Charm.
Yeah, and Makani is not wasting any time here. He sees an energy, throw that into the hand. If you don't already have that Dragapult, you need to find that too. Boss's Orders is in the hand as well, so if he wants to remove that Raging Bolt for good, he certainly could do just that.
Yeah, there's the Dragapult EX. Fire energy now being placed onto this Dracloak that has already done Recon Directive. That means it's fresh. It's ready for this Dragapult EX evolution here. Fully loaded up, all ready with these energy needed for some Phantom Dive action. We have the Boss's Orders as well to pair with this.
You start to have some considerations. I mean, Raging Bolt is a single prize Pokemon. You could just go after all the prize cards. However, leaving 4 energy on board doesn't seem great, but he's going to take away the Hoot Hoot at this spot. He understands that with the item lock, the only thing that bails Christian out at this point typically is Ultra Ball or finding the Noctowl itself. If you knock out this Hoot Hoot, maybe there's a world where Christian just does not find the resources.
Yeah, well, we see here right now choosing where to place those damage counters from that Phantom Dive attack. You get 6 damage counters, but you're also hitting 200 in the active, which is swiftly going to deal with that Hoot Hoot. That's a prize card in that Ultra Ball here for Makani Tran. 2 prize cards taken already from Christian. Where does he go from here, Kyle? Now that Makani, he's on board. He's got the Dragapult. He's taken prize cards. Have things changed a little bit?
I mean, he's staring down some pretty unfortunate math right now. His Raging Bolt could be knocked out as just with the residual effect of the Dragapult EX. 200 damage is a perfect knockout on the Teal Mask Ogre So he has to find Raging Bolt and cash in on these energies right now. The baby Raging Bolt holds 4 energies. If you're not discarding those this turn into the Dragapult EX, you're probably missing out on all that value.
Yeah, there is no value at that point. If they're just going to the discard and not because you're attacking with them, that is tough here. So we need to see what happens here for Christian. Gonna bump that Artisan.
All on the restart.
Area 0 under depths. Mew for the restart, drawing up to 3 cards in hand.
It's just
Nest Ball?
It's just not a lot.
Oh, Pheasantipides in the prize cards. No, that would be an out for us to draw some additional cards here for Christian, but it is not an option. Even with the giant board here, thanks to that Area 0 under depths, extending it to 8. But without that Pheasantipity, there are no scripts that are being flipped here, Kyle.
Is there a grass energy? Maybe you can use that to try to draw into a supporter for the turn.
1. What was it?
Pound a Sada off of there. There's
that's a +3.
Still more chances. He's got to count which energy's more likely to be found. He's got the lightning. Can he find the fighting? He's got, what, 1 left here? Are you kidding me? It's the top card.
Wow. Christian has done it there. Professor Sada's Vitality, an additional 3 draws here after that tail dance on the Ogre Pawn. That is beautiful. We have the retreat here now on the Ogre Pawn, promoting this Raging Bolt EX, already charged up, ready for some Bellowing Thunder.
That's unreal. What a chain of events. The 1 card into the 3, into the last fighting, waiting on the top for him.
Beautiful.
Bellowing Thunder can take the knockout on the only threat on Makani's board right now. You still have to be thinking about if there's Blood Moon Ursaluna to follow up later on. But right now, feeling fairly comfortable if you're Christian.
Yeah, right now we're about to have 1,058 pounds of Raging Bolt EX swinging over to Makani's board here, Kyle. That's a big boy.
This neck doesn't have to stretch very far.
Nope.
You just knock out the active.
Yeah, look at that. A huge Pokemon in himself with that Dragapult, but he's Ghost. He's lightweight. He's like 100 pounds, and now he's in the discard pile here, Kyle. That's 2 prize cards for Christian Labella. Only 2 left to take now in this matchup here. Makani is sitting at 5 still. What is his way out of this, Kyle?
I like Iono and Energy and Blood Moon Ursaluna. Are they in the cards, though? That's the question. We see Ultra Ball, we see Energy, we see Iono. I think that's a yes.
I think that's also a yes. Yep. We're going to start with the Ultra Ball here as Makani lays all of this out in front of us.
Oh, is it there, though?
Oh, is it?
It might have already been
deck?
discarded.
We got Night Stretchers.
Okay. There's a chance.
We got things, right?
There's some
I don't know.
Stretcher in the prize card.
Makani's locked in, yo. He is focused up here, as you should be in the Masters Finals. You have so much on the line here between these players, as you said, Kyle. Difference between $7,000 and $10,000, and of course the street cred, the Pikachu. There's so much here for these players.
An auto invite to the World
The auto
Championships.
invite, I mean, probably the most important part. No, the Pikachu's better than that, right?
Okay, hang on. Oh, no, 108 boosters. Come on.
Oh, yeah, for real, right? Wancho's giving them away back there, yo. Yes, so much for these players on the line. You got to take care of it and just make sure you're doing everything right. You don't want to make any slight mistakes.
Right.
These stakes are high.
Well, we saw a peek. There is Night Stretcher in the hand, so if Blood Moon Ursaluna is there, you can find it. If it was in the deck, you would have found it already, so it's somewhere.
Yeah, it's somewhere. I'm telling you, Makani's just taking his time here. Seeing a debate on the energy attachment here, though, on the Dracloak, and that's psychic energy.
Yeah, a bit curious, but you can try to slow down in this spot, and Badu, if your opponent does not have the boss's orders, they're just taking an irrelevant prize card.
Pheasantipity going to draw 3 additional cards as well. First recon directive here between a boss's orders and an Iono. It's going to be the Iono going to hand. All right, Dragapult EX, Buddy Poffin, Dragapult EX, nice and easy choice there for Makani Tran. I mean, this hand is pretty stacked up already. It's going to be that Dragapult EX evolving out onto the field here for Makani. Only has that psychic energy.
Well, you know, I mean, I suppose there's the world where you just counter catcher the Hoot Hoot and you can take that knockout. And you could also go after the Raging Bolt with the energy and have 1 less energy on board. This is the very slow approach, though. This is to take as little risk as possible. This feels like the play you do when Pheasantipity's on board, and instead he's just going to take the approach now. But if he's got the resources to back this up later with the counter catcher and the Iono, maybe he feels more comfortable with all of those hit points rather than the minimal 260 of the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of thought was put into that move here from Makani, but on Christian's side, Noctowl is going to jump out here. Raging Bolt EX back into the active position, discarding that single energy off the board to knock out this Badu. Christian Labella has put himself into a slot to take 1 more prize card here. Makani going to start out with this Hawlucha, putting these 2 damage counters onto the field on the fan Rotom and that Hoot Hoot after that flying entry ability.
Oh my goodness. You know what? This sets up so beautifully. He saw an opportunity where if his opponent doesn't have a boss's orders, he can take this 1 turn. Now it's 1 less card for his opponent. He sets up the 10 damage on the Hoot Hoot. He can knock out the Mew that would restart. There's no way to draw an additional card if he does not find a grass energy here or the supporter. Christian has 2 cards to work with.
Oh, that is scary, Kyle. It's all coming down to this here in our game 1 between these players.
Yeah, an unreal risk to take, but you know what? It worked out so well.
It did.
3 prizes remaining, 3 prizes taken, 2 remaining, and he's got basically a boss's orders away from closing this thing out. Christian desperately now has to grab the discard pile, see what he's up against. How many boss's orders are there?
Right. Yeah, counting it out here, all these resources. My heart is pumping here, Kyle, as
How
we
did you
walk
do
through
this?
Yeah. How is this situation happening right now? But yeah, Makani really mapped it out there. I mean, we saw a lot of focus go in there. What are you seeing in the discard pile, Kyle?
I wish my eyes were, well, they're a little better than yours, but not that great. But there is a prime catcher. And
That's it.
Why
That's literally
he was just taking information for game 2. That's a little anticlimactic there, pal. Thanks a lot.
Bella, he was just making us wait to see his win here in this game 1 between our players. Christian Lavella easily prime catching up that single prize card, taking it out with enough energy on the board to discard from that Raging Bolt EX. And that's it. Game 1 going to Raging Bolt, Kyle.
You know, you should do it.
I respect it.
But it's not very cool.
I respect it, though. I respect it.
Yeah, we'll take a look
There's a lot
at how,
on the line,
how we got
Kyler.
here game number 1, though. It was a really great game, and Christian played it so strong. He understood exactly what he needed to do in this matchup. If you set up Baby Raging Bolt and just start removing Dreepies from play, this play was absolutely backbreaking. The jamming tower, removing the energy cloak with the cape. Yeah, how do you come back from that? This is one way. Makani was fighting.
Yeah, Makani was fighting hard here. We saw everything being pulled out, all the stops here, but Christian Labella had so much energy, was able to use all that energy to take a single knockout on a fully healthy Dragapult EX, and then continue the pace here. We saw the Badu go down. We saw several other knockouts there for Christian Labella, and this was the end game here. Makani trying everything here to set up the checkmate, but Christian easily had it with that prime catcher. Item cards were online that time around, and it mattered quite a bit there. 2 energy discarded. The win going to Christian Labella in this first game. I gotta say, Kyle, Raging Bolt here absolutely dismantled that Dragapult deck.
Christian has a comment on his deck list. It says Bolt, a new hope. You know what?
This is why he's my favorite player.
I'm starting to believe.
This is why he's my favorite player. Bolt, a new hope. And honestly, that is so great as far as a slogan here, because how many people have been doubting Raging Bolt's EX as a deck for so long, Kyle?
Yeah, and Iono is a lie. We're finding out that everything that we believe to be true is true. This is just something that continues to happen. With that low shuffle up and deal, you only get 1 card, 2 cards. Of course, he's going to find the prime catcher to get the job done.
Right.
Puts him up 1-0 in this series. We're down exactly a third of the time here. And it's a great opportunity for Makani now to show off what he's made of.
Hey.
Maybe he can evolve some Pokemon and stick some energies early on.
I know, yes, I would love to see that. If Makani's plan could just go slightly better there, we will be looking at a very different
Yeah,
game
you know,
here.
prize the jamming tower.
Yeah,
Prize
I
the
know.
Baby Raging Bolt. Give us something to work with.
Think about
here.
that. Christian was working with, you know, a little bit of a debuff there with the Pheasantipity being prized as well. So
Certainly. Yeah, there were a lot of opportunities where when a knockout occurred, he just did not draw very much.
Right.
Went energy go.
Energy go. I like that. Hey, that's how it's played, man.
Is that how you like to play? energy
Energy
go?
go.
You're just a theme deck gamer?
Yeah. Theme deck gamer. Hey, if anybody can make this happen, it's Makani Tran. I mean, think about it. In his last match, he 2-0'd against the Joltik Toolbox deck. I mean, that was pretty wild. I didn't get to see it happen, but it sounded epic. So let's see what happens between these players as we kick off this game 2 in our Masters Finals here in Milwaukee. Fan Rotom, that's a nice start that we want to see here for Christian. He's going first once again here.
Always nice to see the fan call to start things off and start to build up on your board. He did top deck his best friend in Baby Raging Bolt. Maybe that would have been his ideal starter, but he's not going to complain that he sees that when he also has Latias in hand.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Are we sure that's not like a 4-of copy in this deck? I feel like I've seen a lot more of
I mean,
it.
he's got 4 Raging Bolt, but a couple of them are
They
EX.
different. One's a big boy. I guess they're all big boys, really. One's just slightly smaller on the arts. But we see Christian taking a look at all of the energy counts. This is so important for this deck. There are some energy. You know, we have seen Raging Ball in this stream before where different energies were attached than what needed to be. There was grass placed on it. It was messy. So there are, of course, the lightning and the fighting that need to be your attacker energy, and then the grass to go onto your Ogre Pawn. So keeping track of how many of those we have in the deck.
Yeah, these little things just bump your percentages up ever so slightly, and you do enough of them correctly, and you're going to be looking at 100% and a big old trophy to go with it.
100%'s a W in my eyes here. All these colorless Pokemon, 100 HP or less, joining the field here. Double Hoot Hoot and that Ditto.
Yeah, really just making sure to know all of the options that he has here. I don't know if we saw the Terra Pokemon to go with this, but Ditto, thankfully, will turn into that Pokemon, and that opens up a world of options where he can find that knocked out Jewel Seeker and get the ball rolling. The rest of the hand wasn't tremendous from any other standpoint. No supporter for the second turn that I saw, so thankfully that Ditto is always going to be something you can target.
Yeah, that's pretty nice here. Some options for Christian. As you said, that Latias EX already in the hand, out on the field now, allowing for some free retreat of those basic Pokemon. Ditto transforming. That wasn't a Ditto. That was a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, Kyle. Who knew?
Pulls
Puts
on
his
the mask with a popsicle stick. Yeah,
yeah, that
Surprise.
is quite the sight. Surprise, baby. We're dancing now. Teal dance here to draw into an additional card. Hey, we were talking about no supporters. Not anymore, Kyle.
Yep.
Not anymore. Professor Sada.
Sada's, you have the Earthen Vessel to discard an energy. So,
Love it.
I mean, that was a worry, too. You've got the Latios for free retreat, so there was a difficulty finding a way to get an energy into the discard pile. You might not have been able to draw with this card and been forced to use, and without Earthen Vessel, you wouldn't have found the energies either, but
exactly.
That's another way to draw an additional resource.
Wow, there's a lot of options in this deck, huh?
I feel like it's like synergistic, yeah.
I like playing items. Yeah, that's so fantastic. The fighting energy in the discard pile. We already have the energy attachment onto that small Raging Bolt on the bench there in that lightning energy. Makani starting off with just that psychic energy onto the active Dreepy. Hopefully we can see some more here. It's just going to be an Iono to start the turn off here. So I guess he didn't like that hand. He wants a fresh one.
I don't know if he likes this hand either.
There's an S-ball.
That's the only thing I liked so far. It was looking pretty rough.
I wish it was, maybe a Poffin. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
2 Pokemon.
I didn't get any snacks back there, Kyle.
That's tough.
Oh.
That's the sacrifices we make for y'all.
Well, let's take a look at the prize cards for Makani here. Boss's Order sitting at the top there. It's a little awkward. Buddy Poffin, one of those Buddy Poffin, Ultra Ball, Night Stretcher. These are all multiple copies in the deck for Makani, but that Boss's Orders could be nice in the later turns depending on what happens, but it's going to be at the top of prize cards there.
I mean, it feels almost guaranteed at this point that you will lose this Dreepy with the Psychic Energy, regardless of its location. If it goes to the bench, it could be sniped away by the Baby Raging Bolt. There's plenty of ways to deal a simple 70 damage on the following turn. Badu could try to slow things down, but if Christian already has those resources, a Crispin would be devastating in this spot.
Right, you're looking at 2 different play styles here between these players. Just looking at the board states, you can tell which one's very offensive, which one's very defensive as far as these plays go. The fact that Christian Labella can put on that much pressure with just a single turn, both of these games, is just brutal to see as we see that Professor Sada's Vitality from the last turn, flying those energy on the board.
Is that where you want your Bravery Charm right now?
Yeah, for real, right? Hey, guess what? Bravery Charm on the Badu. It's keeping it alive, but that Dreepy is gone into the discard pile here after that Raging Bolt.
Well, one good Badu needs another, and it's found
They're
its
buddies.
friend. The problem is you have no one attacking for more than 10 damage for quite some time. So Unfair Stamp has to get the job done here.
I mean, what a board.
If you can find even Boss's Orders, the counter catcher, something to promote another Pokemon. Put your opponent on that weak hand and just bide time while they just draw item after item. You can set up a board. But is Christian capable of that? Can Christian not draw the good stuff?
You know what? We've been
His whole deck is good stuff.
Right. His entire deck that's how it's built here, Kyle. We've been talking about Pokemon stats all weekend, Kyle. Badu. 8 inches, 2.6 pounds.
Yeah, you could put 2 Pete's in those pods. You'd be ready. He's got 2 of them out there.
2 P's in the pod here, living on an unfair stamp. Oh my goodness. Wow, well, we have the Buddy popping here now from that Arven. Thank goodness. Luxurious Cape as well for the tool card off the Arven. That means we're going to see some Dreepy, but how long will they stick around, Kyle?
That is completely up to Christian at this point.
He's leading this game here.
Yep, you got 12 more Itchy Pollen to go before we're at any danger at this point.
12
more. I think Christian's going to be feeling fairly comfortable. Even with the low hand, he does find a grass energy to draw a little more, and it's as simple as announce your attack, take a knockout for at least the next couple turns.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you want to be performing in the Masters Finals here. It's so smooth. You know,
does Christian want to draw his prize card?
Prize card, yeah, that would be nice. There we go. It is drawn here now as Makani Tran takes out this Dracloak. Recon Directive immediately here. We're going to see the Brock Scouting come into play for some basic Pokemon. We got 2 of them. We saw this in the last game as well. Dreepy and Pheasantipity. That's exactly what Makani needed to kind of try to get some extra draw in there and just set up for the later game as his board is just being picked off slowly from Christian.
Yeah, we're in the same spot as we were in game number 1 where you need to have the Luxurious Cape here and an energy to go along with it. Pheasantipity drawing. I don't see the energy just yet, though. And that's not great. You can preserve this Pokemon, hang around for a little bit, but you're missing a huge opportunity to establish this energy on board.
Yeah, that
so
is
unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, any energy missed is huge.
Oh my gosh, he found the jamming tower.
Top deck.
What is happening?
Jamming tower. He didn't even need the Noctowl. The jamming tower coming down immediately. We saw this in the game 1 as well. The Luxurious Cape protecting that poor Dracloak, but it's back down to just 90.
His hand is just energies and Ultra Ball. How's he doing this?
That's a game of Pokemon here, Kyle. Energies and Ultra Ball. That's wild. Fan Rotom even taking an energy here on the bench. That's it. That Dracloak that was just set up from Makani with that Luxurious Cape taken out. Think of how many resources were used to even get into that point. Now Makani just has to save it.
And the next card for him is the Energy Surge. It's just insult to energy over and over again. He just can't get it done. I mean, I guess this is good this time around. You found your energy on a Pokemon that would have been knocked out, but how do you set up a reasonable attacker in this spot? Your opponent has already taken 3 prize cards. You can't really set up Blood Moon Ursaluna in this spot. You're just wasting time showing exactly where you're going to go with your plays. But energy on Dracloak feels like a complete waste.
I know, that's so sad. That is so sad here. Unfortunate for Makani, but I mean, what else do you do, Kyle? What else do you do?
Every time you play an energy down, it also has to go with a boss, a counter catcher, something to slow down your opponent and hope that they just don't have an answer. But, I mean, there's Latios. He's going to keep moving his Pokemon around. He's going to bring up the Raging Bolt and take knockouts, and you just can't answer this.
There's too many things, unfortunately, that are kind of mounting against Makani. I feel like we've been saying that this whole time, and it just keeps increasing, Kyle. As the turns go by, Christian has just been effortlessly leading this battle here with his army of the single Raging Bolt. It's just Raging Bolt and support, like literally.
Yeah, well, I suppose one thing you can do is let your Genesect skateboard around for a minute, and you don't have to worry about Prime Catcher once you're done with this Badoo. But that's probably our attacker for the next turn or so.
Well, that's what we got here. Counter catcher,
It
rescue
ain't much.
board. Arven bringing us, you know, he's opened up his backpack. He's bringing us something out of there. But as the turns go by, Christian just takes more and more prize cards. Makani hanging on here. Maybe we can get some good juju sent his way from all the people cheering him on.
Beware the bear. It's time, but it's not ready yet. It takes a minute to charge up.
Yeah, we're not that late in the game here. Is going to take an energy on that Blood Moon Ursaluna on the bench here now. You know, each prize card that Christian takes, it's 1 less energy needed on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So it's going to have 1 here, getting ready. But Christian is kicking off this next turn.
Okay, and of all cards to find, Christian does have the Area 0 Underdepths, which means he can establish some of his support to avoid Iono shenanigans. This was the one thing missing. He didn't really want to play the Ultra Ball. Well, he can't play the Ultra Ball, but if he had access to Noctowl, he doesn't want to use that card yet. He wants to find the basics so that he can start to draw out of this. The Mew, the Pheasantipity.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, how beautiful is that? I mean, Area 0 Underdepths. He's got bench, he's got extra bench. He takes the knockout there on that Cloak in the discard pile here now for Makani as Christian's down to just 2 prize cards. I mean, this has been flying here in our Masters Finals. Christian's 1 win away now, Kyle, from becoming the champion here in Milwaukee. Makani Tran playing out these cards. Ultra Ball starting us off, discarding that Monkey Dory as well as...
the very valuable Dragapult here. As
yes.
all Dreepies and Dracloaks have been removed from play.
So valuable. That Genesect, he's dragging right now. Unfortunate.
It's a journey of a bear and his allergies for the next few turns. If he can
allergies.
figure it out, then maybe he's got a chance. And it certainly involves that counter catcher and maybe drawing into an Iono here. You could go for that similar strategy of removing the Mew from play, hoping to stick your opponent on a terrible hand. Can't even find the Iono, though. It is Arvin this time around.
Yeah, that is a bummer here. Arvin gonna get us some supplies, but we wanted that disruption as well as the EXP share, as well as that Night Stretcher coming out of the deck for Makani.
He's just, you have to keep on playing at this point, and you want to preserve those energies if you can. You can find a Dreepy, play the Spirit Share on it, but if you lose your Blood Moon Ursaluna, you've already lost the game.
All right, it's done. Yeah.
We're at a tough spot here.
Right, that's that's what you play when you're behind, but also when you're slightly more ahead here. But Blood Moon Ursaluna EX coming into the active position here, taking a knockout. Right. 2 prize cards down. It's up to Christian Labella now to take things home.
You have to think that there's a world where this could happen. There is an Ultra Ball. There is a Noctowl as well. There's access to items this turn. All you need to find is that Raging Bolt and have an energy attached to it. You play your energy for the turn, and you'll be set.
Well, let's see if we can draw into that, Kyle. First off.
Oh, he doesn't have a Terra right now. That was a great play there.
Yeah, I was going to say that extra bench doesn't stick around if you don't have a Terra Pokemon, which, of course, Makani just got rid of off the board in that Ogre Pond. That means we got to go back to just 5 Pokemon max out on the field.
He has Terra in hand.
Oh, there we go. Never mind. And we're back.
We were joking.
We are back now. Teal Mask Ogre Pond EX. What can that go with to just get us maximum draw here? Noctowl starting things off. Now that we have that Terra Pokemon, Jewel Seeker is out seeking those jewels. 2 trainer cards here for Christian.
Just making sure that the resources are all there. He should be able to get there. He's got the Raging Bolt, the Sada. He's got the bench space with the Area 0. He's got Night Stretcher in hand to find an energy. I think there's a fighting energy in there. I suppose you're just trying to get to the lightning at that point to have all your energies to attack.
I like energy. I know, it's beautiful. You don't have to discard off that baby Raging Bolt. Those energies stick around so that you can pull off moves in the later game here. Raging Bolt EX coming down onto the field.
Oh, yeah.
Earthen Vessel here.
Oh, yeah. He's there.
Got it.
He's found it. The Lightning Energy, Professor Sada's Vitality. And that is the game. Christian Labella with his first regionals win here in Milwaukee.
He's our champion. Raging Bolt taking down all of the competition. No more Dragapult, no more Gardevoir here. Christian Labella leading the way with Raging Bolt as your champion here in Milwaukee. He's taken it. This is his very first champion title in the Masters division. He's making a name for himself. He's representing Canada. He did amazing in that, taking a 2-0 win against Makani Tran. Of course, Makani, incredible gameplay. It was an unfortunate matchup for him. It just seemed like he was on the back foot the entire time going up against Raging Bolt, but fantastic meta call, got him all the way to the finals, and now he's also going to take home $7,000.
Yeah, Makani is very aware of what happened in that game. Well, a lot of things did not go his way, but he did play fantastic. We see how we got here in this game. It was quite a doozy. We saw a lot of setup from this Raging Bolt. It takes knockouts left and right. throwing Pokemon into the discard pile, and it's as simple as finding Jamming Tower at the perfect time, removing these Pokemon from play, taking a giant knockout on the only threat that was established by Makani. And anytime that Makani tried to slow things down, the answer was waiting right off the top of the deck for Christian.
Yeah, I mean, that was wild
Inkard.
here. Christian had everything. The prime catcher right at the end here after taking a nice long look at the discard pile, taking out that last knockout, taking down game 1. And honestly, game 2 went kind of the same. We see that Raging Bolt already in the active position. It was in the starting hand, I think, taking out these Dreepies one after another. Makani just could not get one to stay. And the same thing with the Jamming Tower, turning off that luxurious cape, taking out all of these Drecloaks, and Makani just couldn't have anything stick. You know, took out that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX as that late game attacker, tried to set up the Dreepy, but Christian Labella just had it.
Yep, just continued to find the right lines over and over again and did Makani, but he just did not have the tools to combat what was going on the other side. Christian took his time on this final turn, understood how important this was, had the Professor Sada's vitality, got the job done, and he took down this entire bracket for $10,000.
Yeah, now he is your champion here, working his way all through this tournament. Day 1, day 2, you see everyone that he competed against, and he was straight into the top 8 there in our seeding. And then he took down Brent Tonneson there, which I actually got to see that match. That was crazy. It was also very dominating performance there against Gardevoir from Christian. Then he was up against Julio that we got to see on our stream.
That was a wild back and forth. Julio with some of the most unfortunate luck that we saw in that final third game, but well played from both of those players. And sure enough, Makani with a similar fate waiting for him. Christian, you know, sometimes we just write the storyline so well that you just got to follow the script.
Yeah, Christian Labella here. He's standing 17 feet tall right now on top of all the competition with his Raging Bolt EX, taking down so many Dragapults here. Of course, we didn't get to see it right in the end there, but that Joltik toolbox as well being third place was pretty darn cool.
Yeah, look at all these great players that were able to grace us with their presence in the top 8. Of course, some of them worked their way through the asymmetric cut, so it was an absolute doozy to get here, but unbelievable players. We see so many regional wins here. Ian Robb, Brent Tonneson, and some great players that were working their way towards their first regionals win. A lot of young players, too, with their first appearance. It's been great to see all this young talent, but it is Christian atop the leaderboard, and well-deserved.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Even our finalists here, they're so young. They're coming out here. They've been playing Pokemon for a long time, and they are just doing some work out in the Masters Division now. I mean, the young minds, I think, are some of our most successful players, and you can see that here in this top 8 bracket here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, they put in the work, they put in the hours, and it pays off. They have incredible deck lists, and they know how to pilot them phenomenally. They find lines that it's hard to even look for sometimes, just because they understand where the counts are in the game, and it's unbelievable to watch. Makani, if he had anything go his way, definitely could have seen a great game 3, but
exactly,
it's just how it goes.
It slipped away, unfortunately. Christian Labella is now our champion here in Milwaukee. He's been one of my favorite players for a long time. He was one of the original and most successful Arceus Duraludon players.
Still holding on to
love
that, eh?
Duraludon. Yeah, I'm still holding on to it. But what I'm saying is he's been working up to this win for a long time. You know, and he's a somewhat newer player in the Masters division. He's been competing the last few seasons, and now he's finally made it here in just a few years to a champion title. Now he's a regional champion here in Milwaukee. Hopefully he continues to play and keep it up.
Yeah, he's played a bunch of different decks to really great finishes. I remember
played a lot of Drago.
Playing Reggie Drago, exactly, and he played that very well. His list was pretty unique as far as those standards went. Even a few cards difference could be a completely different deck at some points, and he was not afraid to press the envelope and go a little further and find a great answer. He was undefeated at a couple events to start things off, and This is just one event where he really ran with it. He ran into Brent Tonneson near the end of the event, found him again in the top 8, and just kept working through some great players to earn this championship.
Right. Yeah, definitely so well earned here. Has been playing for a long time. We've been talking about our juniors, our seniors. We don't just have the Masters division out here. Of course, our younger competitors are always out there competing too at these events. And we actually have an incredible feature here from our seniors division. Let's check it out, Kyle.
All right.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Competition is heating up here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, as right now, happening right behind me, is the Senior Division Finals. We have Nathan Osterkatz facing against Devin Ramanathan, both absolutely amazing players. But to just give you some background, Nathan Osterkatz is a former international champion. He's actually the last year's NAIC champion, but in his 15 years, he's already won 7 regionals and 3 internationals. He's playing Zoroark EX, a very interesting deck into this metagame, as again, it does rely on a lot of trades, a lot of different toolbox Pokemon. Nathan, of course, is supported by a great group of friends, spends a lot of his time chatting and theory modding and testing with his friends Sebastian Lashmit and Omar Cortez. Nathan is definitely a senior to watch out for once he ages up into the Master Division. But his opponent, Devin Ramanathan, he is no slouch either, finding himself in the finals position twice already, and has both his stepbrothers already a regional champion. So if any kid wants it more, it has to be Devin Ramanathan. Has been playing since 2020, and it played a lot of games at home. Right now is playing the Terra Box deck. Terra Box, very, very powerful deck into this metagame, able to take multiple prizes quickly and maybe close things out fast enough to win the Milwaukee Regional Championships. He's been inspired to play since the Baltimore Regionals 2023, and last season had to trade his Lugia V-Star deck for this new Terra Box deck. He's also known for winning a couple of grassroots tournaments, even competing against Masters. Both these kids are no slouches, but only one can become the Milwaukee Regional Champion. We'll have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you the Milwaukee Regional Champion for the Senior Division, Nathan Osterkatz. Nathan, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. My deck was a little wacky, and I got like in top 4 there was a deck that's like a total auto loss for me, so I was just like really hoping that I didn't hit it, and they lost. So
all right, you're saying your deck's a little wacky. How about we reveal for the folks at home what that deck was?
I played Zoroark.
Zoroark, and what was that? I'm just curious. What's that top 4 deck that you did not want to face?
Joltik Miraidon.
That makes a lot of sense. So Zoroark, that is a very interesting deck. Tell me about the thought process, why we decided to bring this wacky deck. Well, you say it's wacky, it just won a regional. So at this meta deck at this point, why we decided to bring that to this regional championships?
Well, I played against a couple good players playing on ladder. That was sort of where I got the idea from it, and I sort of like built my own list. The deck is like not super powerful, but it's pretty consistent, and it has good matchups, at least against like the very top meta decks like Goldengo, Guardy, Dragapult. So I was just sort of like, I saw there was a lot of Joltik box, which is like not great, but I was just like, if I hit one, I'll lose, but like I'm feeling pretty confident in like all the other matchups. So.
I like it. I mean, if you can beat Gardevoir and Dragapult, that seems like a deck to at least try out and, well, bring to the regional, and might now win a regional. You've won, what, 3 regionals this season, or 8 regionals in total for your entire Pokemon career. That's quite an accomplishment. You're tied with Henry Chow now, at least for the season. Tell us about that. What does it feel to be like this accomplished of a player?
It just feels good. It's like sort of like, you know, I think I've earned a lot of respect, which feels great. But I also spend a lot of time practicing for these tournaments, so it just like feels good to feel like that my work's paying off.
It's definitely paying off. Again, 3 regionals just this season, 8 total, and then what, 3 ICs?
Yeah.
3-time international champion as well. I don't know if I could think of a more decorated player and in the senior division. And I can't wait to see what you can accomplish in the Masters division. You're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you.
But yeah, now I just want to ask you, are there any tips you want to give any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Play good decks, practice a lot with them, and then like VOD review the big tournaments. Just like watch the games of like the top players like Henry Chow, Andrew Hedrick. You'll learn a lot just from watching their games.
I like that. I like that. Like a VOD review. Make sure you watch all the stuff in the Pokemon.com, you know. But yeah, with that, again, is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
I want to say shout out to my family for making the tournaments happen, and just like in general, all the people who helped me make this deck and who helped me prepare for the tournament. Too many to say.
Thank you so much. Again, once again, the Milwaukee Regional Champion for the senior division, Nathan Osterkatz. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from a regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one more match in the juniors division playing right now, right behind me. And after that round, we will be crowning a Milwaukee Regional Champion. And of course, the two players playing right now are Callan O'Brien against Annabelle Ono. These two amazing kids have fought tooth and nail to find themselves in this position. Let's learn a little bit about them. So Callan O'Brien, this is actually his first time in finals, although he has made top 4 in LAIC, top 8 in multiple regionals, as well as top 4 in the Milwaukee Regional Championships back in 2023. So does have a lot of experience to back him up here. He's actually a Wisconsin native, so a big hometown advantage. Right now, he is playing the Frostlass Monkey Dory deck. Very interesting deck into this metagame. It is known for pinging a lot of damage around the board, as well as using the Monkey Dory to try and sling even more damage onto the field. So a lot of damage manipulation. Very complicated deck, but if anyone can do it, Callan can pilot it to a win. Callan practices a ton with his brothers and plays Pokemon trading card game live with his friends, including Devin Ramanathan, who's actually in the finals for the senior division. So definitely stacked there. His coach is actually Kieran Farah, so he has a big support system, as well as his whole family coming in to support him, including his grandparents for the first time. His opponent, however, Annabelle Ono. This is someone no stranger to the stream, someone we've already seen before, already with 2 regional wins under their belt just this season, is looking for the 3rd just to tie it up with Henry Chow. But not only that, Annabelle has also made top 8 at EUIC this season. Right now, Annabelle is playing Gardevoir EX, one of the best decks in the format right now, if not the best decks. And it is a Gardevoir full of monkeys, apparently. So a Monkey Dory for Annabelle as well should come in to play with a lot of damage manipulation. So if damage comes to Annabelle's board, she can throw it back as well with their own Monkey Dory. Annabelle has been playing the game for almost 3 years at this time, and practices a ton with her brother Kenji and a ton of her friends with PTCGL. Again, Annabelle, Seattle native, big podcaster as well, is a junior to look out for. And again, only one of these kids can come out on top and become the Milwaukee Regional Champion. We're gonna have to wait and see to see who comes out on top. Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We just had our juniors finals, and it is my pleasure to announce to you the juniors champion, Callan O'Brien. Callan, how are we feeling?
Very good.
That is great to hear. Can you tell us a little about that final match? We know you were playing Frostlass Monkey Dory. Very fun deck. Tell us a little bit about the finals.
So in the first game, it was pretty hard for me to set up. And I was going first, which my deck likes to go second so that I have a better chance to set up. And my opponent just started to get going a little faster than me. So it was tough for me to pull back and get ahead. So I wasn't able to pull out the first game.
But then I think the game did go to a game 3 then. If you lost the first one, tell us about game 3.
So in game 3, we did not have much time. So we were both like playing slow and prioritizing setup. And then I started using Monkey Dory to take a couple of prize cards.
Okay.
And we were getting down into turns. And she was not able to get ahead of me in prize cards by the end of time. So I won that way.
Wow, looks like such a nail-biter game then. If we went to game 3, winning through turns and really depending on Monkey Dory as to take knockouts. Your deck isn't as aggressive as other decks. You like to take your time, spread out damage counters, but you found a way to take the win. That's absolutely amazing. Just a couple of things I want to ask you. What advice would you give to any aspiring junior out there to be a champion just like you?
Well, if you if you like to play easy decks, maybe don't play my deck because it is very challenging because you need to remember all the damage counters and figure out lots of math on how you're going to be taking your prize cards. So, but if you are a person that wants to try a challenge, maybe you could try my deck.
That is great to hear. If you like a challenge, definitely try out Callan's deck. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yes, I would like to shout out to my local game store, Misty Mountain Games, my brother, my parents, my grandparents who came to this one, and my testing group.
Awesome stuff. The whole family is here. Again, congratulations, Callan. Again, ladies and gentlemen, your Milwaukee Regional Champion in this juniors division, Callan O'Brien. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Hello, Pokemon fans and trainers all around the world. This is Milwaukee Regionals. We have already crowned champions in Pokemon GO and the video game, as well as the juniors and seniors for the trading card game. Now, we are going to introduce our last 2 players in the tournament. So let's give it up for our runner-up, Makani Tran. First of all, congratulations on the second place. I do have to mention, you have a terrible track record on Dream. How does that kind of feel going into this?
It's pretty awful. I was in the stream for the first 3 rounds of Top Cut, won all of them, and I was like, I just know it's gonna go bad, and it did. He top decked like 3 or 4 times. I knew it was coming, but I'm happy to make finals. Started off 0-1-1, and I didn't even think I was gonna make day 2, and then just ran it back. So we still take the finals. The stream curse is just horrible, though.
Now, you have a couple top 16s already this season, and you were piloting Gardevoir throughout the past couple of tournaments. What made you change to Dragapult?
I had like Atlanta run. I started really good and just didn't make it to day 2, so I was just like, I'm just gonna play the best deck in format and just have it carry me. So played Dragapult, obviously went super well. I'll probably play it this season. Yeah, just super good deck, and yeah.
All right, any other shout outs before I let you go?
Yeah, huge shout out to my girlfriend for still being with me after all these trips. I know it's hard when I'm gone. Shout out to everyone in Utah for supporting me. Shout out to my mom, biggest supporter. Shout out to Chris Brewer too, and yeah.
All right, well, congratulations again. I'm sure we'll see you back here. All right, and that was our finalists. Now we are introducing our champion, Christian Lobella. Get up on stage. Congratulations once again. It seems like every time we saw you on stream, it was pretty much the same setup. You had that Raging Bolt getting ready to use that attack to just snipe your opponent's bench every single turn. What made you decide to play this deck?
So originally I wanted to play, what was it, the EV Box deck or like anything else. But then my friend Michael, he came up to me and was like, yo, this deck is pretty broken. Baby Bolt keeps like farming like all of my like droopies and stuff. So I was like, yo, let me try it. And then I started like winning games on ladder, like Pokemon TCG live ladder, like really fast. So I'm like, wait, maybe this is good. So then I just hard locked in on that deck and just played it for a while.
Yeah, and you played it perfectly too. It seems just everything went your way. In that finals game, you top decked that jamming tower to be able to take the knockout on the Dracloak. What was going through your mind with that?
Like everything was just going my way that game, and I'm not even joking. I had to thought to myself in my head, like, you know, if my luck goes the same way, I'll top deck and knocked out for the jamming tower. And I just top decked the jamming tower. Like, I was even better. I didn't, like, I don't know. It was just, like, crazy. I kind of, like, the way things were going already, I, like, expected it to happen. It was, like, everything was just going my way. Like, it was crazy.
It definitely takes a lot of luck to win a regional championship. Now, you won a couple in the senior division. This is your first Masters Division regional championship win. How does it feel?
It feels really good. I can't lie. It hasn't like fully hit me yet, but like I'm sure when it does, it'll feel like crazy,
I'm sure it'll hit you when that $10,000 gets hit into the bank account, right? Now, you already had a lot of shout outs. You mentioned Nelson, your cat. Nelson's now a regional champion. Yeah. What's that feel for you?
I mean, it was expected. Like you just see him like he has the look to be a regional champion, you know?
Yeah. All right, any other shout outs?
Yeah, I don't know if we can turn the camera. But, like, if we turn it there, we got, they can't see, I don't think they can see, but my friend Michael, shout out him. My friend Evan, shout out him. Braden, shout out him. Julian, shout out him. That's my dad, shout out him. I see Steve there, shout out Steve too. He's not here, but I kind of shout out Zing. Like, reverse shout out. He didn't believe in me. He had no confidence in me. He was like, why are you playing that deck? It sucks. But no, the deck was good. He had no faith in me. He never has faith in me. Yeah, shout out, reverse shout out Zing.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. Give it up for your regional champion one more time.
Ooh, it's so great to hear from Christian Lobella, but I don't think I've ever heard an anti-shout out. Reverse shout out. That was very interesting. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Juancho Saldana here, and of course, I'm joined with Pablo Meza and Shelby Boo. Who could have predicted this outcome?
Wow, that was wild, right?
Who could have seen Raging Bolt and Onyx being so crucial, right, Boo?
I know, so crazy, honestly.
All right.
Who knew?
Great call, but we are not worthy. That was such a long long shot call in a world where Gardevoir has taken tournament after tournament. You chose the Raging Bolt, but Christian Labella just having the guts to bring this deck, just hats off to him.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not even my pick. I somehow just neuralinked to Christian Labella. He's one of my favorite players, and yeah, he brought it into this and he showcased it so well, and he's earned that win. I mean, I've been watching him for a long time now, and there's not a more deserving player to get a regional champion win. So huge congrats to Christian Labella. Definitely doing the 1,000-pound baby Raging Bolt well.
I wonder if the EX one is a little heavier or something.
It's not.
Okay, I was just wondering.
They're the same.
It's amazing. We saw all of these cards on stream except for one.
All right, Pablo.
Oh,
all right. Wow,
the shade.
Lugia V-Star is not in the metagame anymore.
The
and
new
yet you found
Lugia
something.
V-Star is Farigiraf EX.
They both have long necks.
Oh my gosh, wrong long neck. Watch out, wrong one.
No, but yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, Farigiraf wasn't up there, but I still believed in it. My Joltik call wasn't too bad. There was one in top 4, and all in all, again, yeah, a lot of these did show up in the stream. Again, there was a couple in day 2. There were a couple of Farigirafs. I had to check, but Pablo, no Zoroarks at all. No Zoroarks at all. Zoroark didn't win, despite 3 of the casters believing in it. That is something, but I'm glad we got to showcase it.
I was also rooting for Ian Robb as well. Flareon EX was so fun to see on stream. He performed so well with the deck, and I really was rooting for him there, but not this time. Maybe another event for Flareon.
I really think the big topic here is Dragapult losing another finals match. It's lost twice to Gardevoir. It's now lost to Raging Bolt. It's the #1 popular deck. Is it justified though at this point? It can't win.
Maybe people should start moving to a different dragon. With that though, I can't believe it's the end of the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but of course, there's a couple more tournaments left in our schedule. For North America, there's like 1 regional left, but you know what, let's go ahead and check out that schedule. Yeah, of course, just the regional in Portland, followed by NAIC.
We're gonna be seeing you.
And then, of course, Anaheim for the Pokemon World Championships. Just 3 tournaments left and the season's done. Take me back. Take me back to Baltimore. I feel like we just started.
I know, it's flown by. It has been incredible this season. Every season of Pokemon just gets better and better, but we're gonna wrap it up in Portland for our regional championships here in North America, but that's when things really get to spice up. We have our international championships where players across the entire world, the caliber is so much higher at NAIC, and of course our world championships, and that's really where history is made.
That's for sure, but you know, there are of course tournaments outside North America. The next tournament is going to be Utrecht in the EU. That's going to be the next one from May 17th to May 18th. Yeah, that's just a couple of weeks away. I'm very, very excited to see how the metagame shapes up. Then, of course, after that, it's going to have to be the Portland Regional Championships, May 23rd to May 25th. Again, Portland has to be one of my favorite cities out there, and I think it's just a beautiful place. Great food as well, so very excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, and I can guarantee you a lot of the players who, you know, maybe didn't take things down here in Milwaukee are going to be traveling to those events as well. So if you're looking out for those players or those decks, you're going to see them again very soon.
And I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with the bottom of the rankings, how Milwaukee will change. I'm very excited to see what the cutoff is for all these regions and their invites. I mean, obviously, the majority of players here were from North America. I know there were people from Europe, from LATAM, and from Oceania as well. So even these tournaments are affecting all the other regions. I'm really excited to see what the ranking looks like after Milwaukee.
Yeah, just a little bit left. I'm sure people are
counting every single point at this point. They have to see who's going to make it to the Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be exciting stuff. However, with that, of course, I just want to remind the folks at home to follow the channels. On YouTube, it's /Pokemon. On Twitch, it's /Pokemon, of course, for all that Pokemon action. You saw how much fun the Milwaukee Regional Championships is. All of them are this fun. And of course, catch all the action here at Pokemon.com/broadcast, for all the information about, all our broadcasts, about competitive Pokemon in general. With that, as much as I hate to say it, this is the end. This is the end of the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but there's so much more Pokemon to be played. On behalf of all of us here, thank you for watching. We'll see you all next time.
Starting to get down to the wire out there. We've got some great talent. It's going to be an awesome day.
They're getting all set up. Prize cards are out. We're going to get started here soon.
But no, we found the stadium anyway.
Oh my God.
What great walkability.
No way.
He's passing the turn. He's taking the risk. He's not. He says you don't have it, but the boss's orders is there. Oh my gosh, he found the jamming tower.
Top deck.
What is happening?